Chapter 1, School starts. The senior student rushes to help me carry my suitcase. Jinling University. Outside the school gate, at the intersection. Gu Fengming's fingers were on the steering wheel of the brand new Porsche 911, and the low hum of the engine attracted many people on the roadside to watch. It cost him over 1 million yuan, and he had to beg his dad to buy the car during the summer vacation. As for that old Audi A5 from last year, he put melon seeds. Today is the day for new students to register. His goddess is welcoming them at the school gate. For this occasion, he has specially done his hair carefully and bought a cup of milk tea. He rolled down the car window, letting the armband of his Armani jacket and the omega on his wrist faintly appear. He did this for this day, to show off in front of the freshmen, and most importantly, to make his presence felt in front of Li Qingyao. If I park my Porsche 911 at the school gate, wouldn't it charm a bunch of schoolgirls? Wow, so handsome, driving a Porsche to school, who is this? Is he a senior from our school? Whose rich boy is this? I want to give birth to a baby for you. He. As he thought about it, Gu Fengming began to laugh foolishly, as if he had become the focus of the whole school. Then he blew towards the Porsche logo on the steering wheel and looked at his car with great satisfaction. It's impossible that there are new students coming to report in a Ferrari. Anyway, Gu Fengming is the first one who doesn't believe it. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Fuck you, hurry up, owning a car is so great, why buy a piece of junk and drive it like a spaceship? Before he finished speaking, he heard the roar of an engine behind him and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Fuck you, a Porsche 911. I saw a Porsche 911 driving into the crowd, blocking the road so that no one could move. In the car, Gu Fengming saw the group of welcoming volunteers wearing red vests at the school gate from a distance. His eyes were fixed on the slender figure in a light blue dress. Li Qingyao was bending over to give directions to a parent. Gu Fengming smiled evilly, rubbed his nose, and was about to go over. Buzz! A sudden roar of an engine cut through the din. The crowd seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, and a Ferrari drove into the crowd. Ferrari SF90. The smooth carbon fiber front lip and the iconic slender headlights all demonstrate its dignity. Damn! Gu Fengming's arm, which was resting on the car window, froze. All the cameras originally directed at the Porsche and the exclamations from the surroundings were swept away by him. Even the ants selling ice jelly on the roadside stood on tiptoe. The car window rolled down, revealing a handsome and chiseled profile. Hey buddy, he said in a low voice, please move your car. I need to go over there. Gu Fengming opened his mouth and subconsciously reversed the car, and his tire almost hit the curb. In the end, I could only watch the Ferrari park into the only paid parking space, with quick and decisive movements. The car door opened and the boy who got out was wearing a simple white t-shirt, gray sweatpants, and a pair of sneakers of unknown brand. He pulled out a half-worn black suitcase from the front trunk of the Ferrari, which formed an absurd contrast with the Ferrari worth 5 million. Gu Fengming watched helplessly as Li Qingyao was pulled by her companions and walked a few steps towards that direction. She stood outside the crowd, raised her head, and looked over the noisy crowd at the boy. Her eyes were full of curiosity, but without the almost overflowing enthusiasm of others. Just a minute ago. In the driver's seat of the Ferrari SF90, Yang Jin's hands were on the steering wheel, his eyes slowly scanning the scene outside the window, his brows furrowed. It's a nice car, but it's too eye-catching. There are too many people at the school gate, and it's become a nuisance. He whispered, found a parking space and parked the car. My thoughts go back to yesterday's train ride. Yang Jin was sleeping soundly on the berth when a super-rich system and the golden finger in the novel appeared clearly in his dream. The other party claimed that he could lead him to the pinnacle of life and that becoming a billionaire was no longer a dream. When Yang Jin woke up, the remnants of the dream had not dissipated. A simple, translucent interface with a faint blue sheen was suspended in the depths of his consciousness, following him everywhere and within reach. The huge impact made him stiffen instantly and his breathing stopped. A dream within a dream? Or, did I go crazy last night from staying up all night reading novels? My heart beat faster unconsciously, bringing a dizzying burning sensation. He stood up suddenly and pinched his thigh hard. A sharp pain came. It was not a dream, it was real. Damn, is it true? The ecstasy in his heart was like a flood that broke through the dam, instantly washing away all the doubts and dizziness, almost drowning him. This overwhelming wealth is finally mine. After a friendly exchange between Yang Jin and the system generously gave him a novice gift package, a Ferrari SF90 and 1 million. All the procedures for the vehicle have been completed and it will be parked at Jinling railway station and will start as soon as it arrives. 1 million was also transferred into Yang Jin's bank card through legal channels. Moreover, Yang Jin also learned that the system allows signing in every day, and signing in will give the baby. The car stopped and Yang Jin leaned out. He was wearing casual clothes, all bought on Pinduoduo for 19.9 yuan each. Of course, no one cared about these details. All others knew was that you drove a Ferrari. Fuck, she's coming down. She's so young, could she be a student from our school? Fuck, he's here in a Ferrari, how many mines does he own? So cool, bro. The discussion spread like a tide, from the front row at the school gate to the group of parents at the back. Some people have already raised their mobile phones to take pictures and directly posted the photos on the campus forum. Shocking. A Ferrari was spotted at the university opening. Caption: The super rich junior has reported for duty, is at Dongmen, and is waiting for contact information online. Yang Jin put the key in his pocket, took out the suitcase from the front trunk, looked at the reactions of the people around him, and was a little uncomfortable for a while, but he had to admit that this feeling was very good. Several welcoming senior students wearing red vests rushed forward. The senior student in the front row, with her hair tied in a high ponytail, said with a bright look, "Junior, do you need help with your luggage?" "I'm super strong." Another senior student behind her interrupted, "Which college are you from?" "I'll take you to the green channel, no need to queue." "Would you like some water, Junior?" "Ice cold." "Junior, are you going to wear sunscreen?" SPF 50. Yang Jin was surrounded by the fragrance of flowers and fruits, feeling a little overwhelmed. He could only nod politely, "Thank you, I just have one box, it's not heavy, you can carry it yourself." "It's okay, Junior. I'm very strong." "Which college are you from?" "I'll take you there." Yang Jin was a little overwhelmed by the senior sister's enthusiasm. By the time he reacted, the suitcase in his hand had disappeared. Yang Jin looked at his empty hands, smiled helplessly, and had to follow the overly enthusiastic senior student. He caught a glimpse of the Porsche from the corner of his eye, and the window slowly rose up, covering the extremely ugly face of the owner. Chapter 2: School Beauty Li Qingyao. Outside the crowd, a boy wearing glasses secretly pulled his companion and said, "Hey, do you think he's one of those hidden rich guys in novels who comes here to experience life?" They went to the same high school and were both lucky enough to be admitted to Jinling University. The companion swallowed his saliva and said, "Don't invisible rich people go to school anymore? Besides, your family drives a Ferrari to experience life?" The man with glasses pushed up his glasses and said, "This is the real-life college spin-off of Wall Street Nights." No, this is Rebirth. I drive a supercar in college, and the seniors are rushing to help me carry my suitcases. The title is too long and will be cut by the editor. Then it's called The Supercar Boy of Jinling University. With the warm hospitality of his senior schoolmate, Yang Jin went directly to the registration office of the School of Business Administration through the so-called Green Channel. However, he had no idea that the entire campus forum was already in an uproar because of him. Turkey-flavored guava, holy crap. Ferrari. What model is this? Are the freshmen this year so impressive? Chongson, Jr., my sister is in class 3 of the archaeology department. Her green bubble ID is a 5201314. Picture, selfie. I'm not in love, is the quality of this year's male freshmen so high? Look at me, my juniors. Love. Love eating QQ candy, Opie, which college is this junior from? Please tell me the department. Please tell me the class. Please tell me the contact information. Paid. The comments on the forums were overwhelming, one after another, and it was already trending. There are a lot of comments, and some of them are not so friendly. Handsome guy, no one loves him. Tisk, driving a Ferrari is so great, but you still rely on your parents. Shouldn't you earn it yourself? Dajifa, I agree with the above. I was right at the entrance at the time. That freshman was wearing all cheap clothes from head to toe. It cost no more than 100 yuan in total. I think he rented the car just to show off. That's right. Maybe the lease will be up in a few days and the car will be gone. Grapeskin, the way those jealous people upstairs are jumping up and down is really cute. What they wear is none of your business. They are really handsome, and their car is also really handsome. Even if it is rented, being able to afford it is a skill. Junior brother, sister is waiting for you. Heart. 27. What are you arguing about? Is the car the main thing? The main thing is the face. With this look, I'd be a fan even if he came on a shared bike. Which college is my junior from? I hope we can meet. Yang Jin, the person involved, was completely unaware of the rumors circulating on the forum. Even if he did know, he would probably just curl his lips and laugh self-deprecatingly. What can I do? But I have no culture, I can only travel the world with my handsome face. There is still a flow of people at the school gate. The Ferrari is now quietly parked on the side of the road. However, not far from it, under the shade of a tree, was parked a Porsche 911. In the driver's seat, Gu Fengming's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. His carefully styled hair was a little messy in the breeze brought by the convertible top, and the force of his hands caused the steering wheel to be slightly deformed. Now, the scene he imagined did not appear, and all his limelight was crushed by the damn Ferrari next to him. His Porsche looked like a joke next to the Ferrari. The carefully prepared milk tea on the passenger seat was still iced, which became the biggest irony at the moment. The goddess whom I have been pursuing for a whole year didn't even look at me. An evil fire burned from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing his internal organs to twist and turn. The knuckles of his fingers gripping the steering wheel turned white from excessive force. Okay. These words came out from between his teeth, and he pursed his lips and nodded. He was holding on to the Ferrari SF90 tightly, wishing he could rush up and smash it. This crazy idea flashed through my mind, but was suppressed by my remaining rationality. Anyone who can afford this kind of car must have a very impressive background. It was fine to just listen to the sarcastic remarks on the forum from the car rental show-off and Pink Sixie God of War. Before he had a thorough understanding of the other party's background, Gu Fengming was not stupid enough to be the first to speak out. If he hits a wall, who can he cry to? But he couldn't swallow this. Poof. Gu Fengming snorted, grabbed the milk tea on the passenger seat, and without even looking at it, threw it into the trash can a few steps away. Good boy, just wait for me. He growled in a low voice, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. And on Yang Jin's side, surrounded by several enthusiastic senior students, Yang Jin almost landed on the ground and smoothly found the registration point of the business school located in the gymnasium. As expected of the school's popular flagship major, half of the gymnasium was occupied by the business school's team, and it was bustling with people. Those in charge of registering new students are all sophomores and veterans of the student union. Classmate, this is Yang Jin, a freshman in business administration. The senior student with a high ponytail who led the way called out in a clear voice. Along the way, the few of them chatted quite lively, and Yang Jin had a general understanding of the basic information of these senior students and the School of Business. Li Qingyao was also confused at this time. She was watching the excitement outside the crowd when her best friend suddenly stuffed a suitcase into her hand and announced that she was going to the bathroom. And then, now it's just her and Yang Jin left, the sisters who were with her have all run away. Her job is to welcome the new students. Since she is holding the suitcases of the new students, she must do her job to the end. The senior student in charge of registration looked up when he heard the voice, and his eyes subconsciously fell on Li Qingyao. She is the recognized campus beauty of the art academy. The people chasing after her can line up from the teaching building to the school gate, and he himself has some thoughts in his heart. Just consider yourself, you're average looking, your grades are average, and your pockets are cleaner than your face. A toad wanting to eat swan flesh is just a thought. The next second, his eyes suddenly fixed on Yang Jin's face. How could Li Qingyao, the school beauty, personally lead the way and even help carry the suitcase? The senior's heart skipped a beat, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Yang Jin changed instantly. This guy has something. The latter felt uncomfortable under his gaze, and kept wondering, what's with that look from this senior? Could it be that his hometown is Chengdu? After a while, Yang Jin handed over the last set of documents, and the senior student typed away in front of the computer for a while, and finally completed the admission process. Alright, just scan here. The senior pointed to the QR code. Tuition is $57.20, accommodation is $1,500, a total of $7,220, scan them separately. Yang Jin took out his mobile phone and received a check-in slip after successfully paying. The dormitory supervisor checked the slip and gave him a key, which officially completed his enrollment. Yang Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the enrollment process would be very complicated, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. Now I should be able to say goodbye to Rainbow Senior, who was a little too enthusiastic behind me, right? To be honest, young Jean felt a little uncomfortable having a woman by his side, especially a beautiful one. Just as the thought fell, Li Qingyao's crisp voice rang out, "Junior, let's go. I'll take you directly to the dormitory building so you don't have to ask for directions." Yang Jin paused, looked up at the buildings looming at the end of the tree-lined avenue in the distance, and then looked at his senior sister. "Okay, then I'll trouble you, senior. It's true that it saves time, but it's also true that it causes trouble by refusing." Chapter 3, Cloud's Tianlai City Villa. Jinling University lives up to its reputation and its territory is really vast. Even with a senior student leading the way, it still took nearly 20 minutes. There are shuttle buses in the school, but unfortunately each one is so crowded that it's intimidating. The two stopped in front of Building 2 of the men's dormitory. Li Qingyao spoke first, her voice a few notes lower than before, a little embarrassed. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Junior, if it's convenient, can we add each other's contact information? If you have any questions at school in the future, you can always ask me." Young Jean was slightly stunned, looking at the senior sister in front of him who had been in a hurry all the way but now rarely showed a little girlish attitude. He felt a little helpless. "Sure." He took out his phone and they added each other on the green bubble. "Then I'll trouble you to take care of me from now on." Young Jean said goodbye to the senior student and went to the dormitory manager's office. With the check-in slip, he got the key to dormitory 412. 412, 4th floor, okay. He picked up his suitcase and walked up the stairs step by step. Finally, he reached the 4th floor and found the door with the number 412. The door was not closed tightly, leaving a gap, and some noises and casual conversations could be heard from inside. "It seems that my roommates have all arrived." Yang Jin calmed himself down, gently opened the door, and leaned half of his body in. A standard 4-person room with a bed above and a desk below. The two best-lit seats near the balcony were already occupied, leaving only the bed on the left side near the door empty. At this moment, a slim boy wearing sports shorts was facing the door with his back, working hard on the pile of computer accessories on the table. Opposite him, a boy wearing black-framed glasses and with a gentle temperament was sitting at the desk, playing with his mobile phone with his head down. Hearing the creaking of the door hinges, the two men looked towards the source of the sound. "Hey! Another brother. Welcome." The boy in shorts grinned. "My name is Li Dangue, from the physics department. We'll be roommates from now on, so please take care of me." The boy wearing glasses also raised his head and subconsciously pushed up the frame of his glasses. His eyes swept across Yang Jin's face. However, the next second, his movements paused, and his brows furrowed slightly. This person, why does he look so familiar? He suddenly looked down at the phone in his hand. Looking at the hot search list on the campus forum, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Yang Jin again. The expression on his face was replaced by shock, and his voice was a little distorted. "Brother! Are you Yang Jin? The one who came here to report in a Ferrari? What the hell?" Li Dangue was stunned by the sudden reaction of the man with glasses. He subconsciously leaned over and looked at the phone screen. His gaze stayed on the phone for 2 seconds, then he looked at Yang Jin, then back at the phone, then back at Yang Jin again. Time seemed to freeze for a second. "Damn it, it's really you." Yang Jin was somewhat bewildered by the two people's overreaction and asked doubtfully, "You know me? Dude. You're famous. You've blown up the entire campus forum." The man with glasses stepped forward and handed his phone to Yang Jin. "Look, it's full of high-definition and censored photos of you." Yang Jin's eyes fell on the screen. Wow! Outrageous titles all around. Is Yang Jin, a freshman at the business school, suspected to be the illegitimate son of a certain tycoon? Yang Jin took a deep breath. Oh my goodness, even the illegitimate son of a giant is here. Suppress the absurd feeling in your heart. Let the anger go on. After all, too many lice won't itch. This campus forum. Yang Jin raised his hand and pointed at Himau's phone, saying in a calm tone, "How did you get it?" "I haven't registered yet." The man with glasses immediately jumped on the bandwagon. "Brother Jin, it's easy. Just search for Microcampus in your phone's app store, download it, and choose to link it to Jinling University." He called him Brother Jin all the time, and it sounded so natural. Yang Jin did not reject it and did as he was told. He downloaded the Microcampus on his mobile phone and registered, choosing Jinling University. After entering, the first post that caught my eye was my own. How can it be so great? I'm speechless. Seeing this, Himao formally introduced himself. Hello, Brother Jean, let me introduce myself formally. My name is Himao, and I'm from the software engineering department. I hope Brother Jean will take care of me in the future. Seeing this, young Jean was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that a Ferrari could cause such a stir. But as soon as his thought changed, he understood. After all, a car that costs more than 5 million yuan is not something that ordinary people can afford. Just then, there was a sound from the dormitory door, and it was suddenly pushed open from the outside, bringing up a gust of wind. A figure rushed in hurriedly, and before the person could stand firm, an excited voice was heard. Damn it, Li Dangue, Himao, guess who I saw just now when I was buying cigarettes at the store downstairs? I saw Supercar brother. Oh my god, he actually lives in the same house with us. Wu Hong's words suddenly stopped. He kept one foot halfway into the door, his eyes fixed on the figure in the middle of the dormitory who was facing away from him. This back view, this outfit, this damn familiar feeling. Wu Hong swallowed subconsciously, his Adam's apple rolled, and his expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. Super. Hearing the voice, young Jean slowly turned around. Looking at Wu Hong's tongue-tied expression, a hint of understanding flashed across young Jin's eyes, and he smiled helplessly. He took 2 steps forward and extended his hand generously. Hello, I'm Yang Jin. We'll be roommates from now on, please take care of me. Wu Hong's mind went blank. He looked at the hand reaching out to him, and almost instinctively, he reached out his hand tremblingly. Hello, my name is Wu Hong, and I'm a mechanical engineer. He thought that running into the supercar guy downstairs was already a surprise enough, but unexpectedly, what was even more surprising was that Brother Huashi actually lived in the same dormitory with him. Alright, Wu Hong, look at what you've accomplished. Li Dangue couldn't stand it any longer and walked over to pat Wu Hong on the shoulder. Living in the same room with Brother Jean, isn't that a good thing? Wu Hong reacted very quickly, nodding his head rapidly. Yes, that's good. His eyes immediately fell on the suitcase at young Jin's feet, and he rushed over. Brother Jean, this rough work is too much for you to do, let me do it. After a while, with the enthusiastic help of my roommate, I quickly packed up my things. He slumped down on a chair, seemingly playing with his phone, but actually fiddling with the system. Congratulations to the host university for successfully registering and winning a villa in Yunchang Tianlai City. Clouds in Heavenly City? Yang Jin muttered to himself. The name sounded quite fairy-like, but it was his first time in Jinling and he had never heard of clouds in Heavenly City. I had to take out my phone to check. Yunchang Tianlai City, a real estate project developed by Jinka Group Company, Limited, is located in Jinling City, Jiangning Province. It covers an area of approximately 520 mu and consists of 6 luxury residences and 16 single-family villas. As of now, the unit price of Yunchang Tianlai City is 43,000 per square meter. Looking at the search information on his phone, Yang Jin's breathing became a little rapid. At over 40,000 per square meter, wouldn't the price of this villa be over 10 million? The tiredness from moving the boxes just now was swept away. He quickly pretended to lower his head to look at his phone, but the corners of his mouth were wildly raised, harder to suppress than AK. Chapter 4, Enemies Meet on a Narrow Road. Yang Jin managed to suppress the unreal excitement in his heart. He glanced at his phone and saw that it was just after 10 o'clock. It is the perfect time to get 2 golden shovels. As for the villa in Yunchang Tianlai City, I will go and see it when I have time another day. As soon as my fingertip touched the game icon, the crisp login sound rang out in the quiet dormitory. The noise instantly attracted Li Dangue, who was lying on the bed next to him. He poked his head out and said, Hey, Brother Jean, are you playing with the golden shovel? Yang Jin looked up at Li Dangue's big face and nodded. Hey. Li Dangue rubbed his hands with joy. It's fate, Brother Jean, how about we play together in a sweet duo? Okay. Yang Jin agreed readily. The two formed a team and quickly got the business up and running. Fuck, this guy must be shaking his butt. Where did he get a 5 cost card at 3-3? After playing 2 games, Yang Jin looked at the time again. It was almost noon. Sure enough, the saying on the internet is true, 1 shovel for 1 class, for shovels back to the dormitory. Just at this moment, a lazy voice came from the upper bunk. Hey guys, what are we going to do for lunch? Wu Hong turned over and faced outward. I saw a lot of hype on the forums about a canteen with a really good braised chicken. Li Dangue didn't respond, but instead turned his gaze to Yang Jin. Brother Jean, what are you having for lunch? How about braised chicken with rice? Yang Jin tapped his phone twice with his fingertips, glanced at his three roommates, and a hearty smile curled his lips. What takeout are you ordering? It's our first day together, so why not go out for a meal? It's my treat. He still has 1 million in his pocket, which is definitely a huge sum of money. Furthermore, you can sign into the system every day, and you might get millions or tens of millions tomorrow. Hey, I've been waiting for Brother Jean to say that. Li Dangue was the first to jump up, grinning from ear to ear. We have to go. Brother Jean is so open-minded. Wu Hong, who was sitting on the upper bunk, half leaned out, a look of embarrassment on her face. This is so inappropriate, Brother Jean. I'm asking you to pay for our first meeting. How about we split the bill? Himao, who had been silent all the time, nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Jean, let's split the bill. This way everyone will feel more comfortable. Yang Jin waved his hands. Well, I said it's my treat, and besides, do you think I'm short of money for this meal? We have a long way to go. Next time, we'll split the bill. The young men were quick and nimble and quickly packed up the things. They were at the school gate in no time. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The noisy crowds that registered in the morning had long since dispersed, leaving only a few scattered students along the wide tree-lined avenue. Brother Jean, where are we going to eat? Li Dangue asked. I just checked the reputation of the area. There's a hot pot restaurant near the commercial plaza. It has a pretty high rating. How about having hot pot for lunch? Wow, that's amazing. Li Dangue slapped his thigh. Brother Jean is brilliant. I haven't had hot pot in ages. Wu Hong and Himao also smiled and nodded. Brother Jean arranges everything, and everything tastes delicious. A few people chatted and laughed, and walked briskly to the Ferrari. The streamlined body exudes a sense of dignity in the mottled light and shadow. So cool. Even though they knew what kind of car it was, everyone was still pleasantly surprised when they saw it with their own eyes. I can be considered someone who has ridden in $1 million luxury car. Li Dangue's face was about to burst with laughter. Since the Ferrari only has 2 seats, Li Dangue and his friends played rock paper scissors to decide the winner before coming. Of course, Li Dangue generously paid for Wu Hong and Himao's taxi fare. Yang Jin looked at the listless expressions of Wu Hong and the other man, smiled helplessly, and lightly pressed his fingers in his pocket. The vehicle is unlocked. Okay, stop standing there like an idiot. Let's get in the car. Yang Jin smiled and called out to Li Dang, who was still grinning. Li Dangue almost used his hands and feet to get into the passenger seat. Yang Jin sat in the driver's seat, paid the parking fee, and was about to leave when the phone rang. Finally, he answered a phone call, and then in excitement, Li Dangue stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Following the navigation, we arrived at the commercial plaza in less than 20 minutes. I have to say that the Didi car is quite fast. When Yang Jin arrived, Wu Hong and the others were already waiting on the side of the road. Following the sign, the four took the elevator directly to the dining area on the 4th floor and walked straight into a hot pot restaurant called Shancheng Original Hot Pot. Yang Jin showed the reservation information on his mobile phone. The waiter immediately came over and said, "Hello, Mr. Yang. The window seat you reserved is ready. Please come this way." As soon as they sat down, the waiter quickly handed them the exquisite menu. Do you have any food restrictions? Yang Jin asked after taking the menu, and then simply handed the menu to Li Dangue and others. About 10 minutes later, several people had already picked up their weapons and started eating. The boiling red oil in the pot was bubbling. Li Dangue was so spicy that he couldn't help but inhale and put more food into his mouth. Just when Yang Jin and his friends were enjoying their meal, 2 uninvited guests came to the door of the store. The man was wearing a well-tailored casual suit and a famous watch on his wrist. It was Gu Fengming. Snuggled next to him was a girl with delicate makeup and wearing a Chanel-style suit. She had a slim figure and was quite pretty. The two of them were arm in arm, looking very intimate. Gu Fengming booked a private room here, but while waiting for the waiter, he glanced around the noisy shop. He unexpectedly met someone he didn't expect, Yang Jin. It's true that enemies meet in a narrow road. The corners of his mouth immediately curled up into an undisguised arc of sarcasm and contempt. After returning home in the morning, he used some of his family connections and through some channels, he got a general idea of Yang Jin's background. A poor loser from a rural area in another place, such a scum, dares to steal the limelight from Gu Fengming and dares to approach Li Qingyao, the one he likes? A surge of offended anger and a sense of superiority instantly rushed to my head. It seemed that young Jean was still eating hot pot with his new friends, but he was exposed in front of these people, making him lose face. Gu Fengming ignored the waiter, put his arm around his female companion's waist, and walked straight to Yang Jin's table. "Hey, isn't this supercar, brother?" Gu Fengming stopped by the table and said quietly, "What a coincidence, you're eating here too." He glanced at the dishes on the table and at Li Dangue and the others, and scoffed, "Tisk tsk, original Mountain City food? This place is not cheap, you're worthy of being called supercar, brother. You didn't spend the year's living allowance your family gave you on just one meal, did you?" The woman next to him covered her mouth and chuckled when she heard this, and her eyes swept over Yang Jin's t-shirt, which was washed white, with undisguised disgust. Li Dangue, Wu Hong, and Himao all put down their chopsticks, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Yang Jin put down his chopsticks and frowned slightly. He didn't know Gu Fengming in front of him, but the other party started verbally attacking him right away. Anyone could see that this person was here to cause trouble. However, it is not difficult to guess from the supercar brother he mentioned that this person must also be a student of Jinling University. It seems that he has investigated myself, but it seems that the investigation is not deep enough. Yang Jin thought to himself. "Hello, classmate. I don't seem to know you." Chapter 5, A Rural Loser Who Rents a Car to Show Off? Gu Fengming's voice immediately attracted the diners in the restaurant, including many students from Jinling University. When their eyes swept over, surprise quickly crept onto their faces. This is the new legend of Jinling University, and he has already left a mark of a big boss in the hearts of countless freshmen. They didn't know Gu Fengming, but it looked like his disguise was not simple. "What's going on?" Gu Fengming took in the expression on Yang Jin's face, and the twisted pleasure in his heart grew wildly. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Jin being humiliated and ashamed, and the thought of it made him feel refreshed. "Yang Jin, it's not important whether you know me or not." Gu Fengming sneered, deliberately adjusting the watch on his sleeve and pausing deliberately. "What's important is that I know you very well. Zhenghui Province, Hushui County, Yangjia Village. Am I right?" Gu Fengming glanced at Yang Jin, and seeing that he had no expression on his face, he continued, "Your parents are both farmers who work hard in the fields, and you are just a country bumpkin from the jungle." Yang Jin remained calm, but he pursed his lips and watched the performance in front of him quietly. Even if the man in front of him was richer than him, he could see that this man was just jealous because he drove a Ferrari. Just because your car is more expensive than his, you are talking nonsense here. It seems that the rich people in Jinling are not that great. With his own system at his disposal, why would he be afraid of a little second-generation playboy? But in Gu Fengming's eyes, this was a sign of Yang Jin's guilty conscience. He was so happy that he raised his voice again. "Humph, a poor loser who crawled out of the mud rents a luxury car and comes to the university to show off. Who is he pretending to be? You really think you can become the crown prince just by wearing a dragon robe? Why don't you take a piss and look at your washed-out, cheap clothes? A poor loser who can't even get the mud in Jinling dirty on his shoes, you think you're worthy of learning to drive a luxury car? Your pathetic vanity must have been earned with the sweat of your parents working in the fields." These few words, like a heavy hammer, hit the hearts of the freshmen from Jinling University who were watching. The effect is immediate. Click, click. In the corner, several quick-reacting students couldn't wait to take out their cell phones and pointed them at Yang Jin and Gu Fengming. This is a big piece of news, the material for the forum's explosive posts. Here it comes. Holy crap, is this true? Supercar guy actually rented a car to act like a jerk? That's impossible. I don't think Supercar brother is that kind of person. It should be true. I know that guy. A man stood up. He's a senior at the art academy, and his family is in business, so he's quite powerful. This can't be fake. Yangjia Village in Hushui County? It sounds so remote. Didn't they say on the forum that he's some hidden rich second generation? It turns out it's all a lie. I think so. He doesn't look rich looking from the clothes he's wearing. The rental fee for his Ferrari must be quite a bit. He's just trying to look rich. Tisk, he's actually a pretender. I used to think of him as my idol. He's so disgusting to me. Small discussions spread among the crowd, all of which were undisguised gloating. That's human nature. When he saw a peer who used to be so high and mighty, his reaction would have been jealousy and resentment. But now, all he felt was a malicious pleasure. Some passers-by who didn't know what was going on asked the students about the situation. After finding out the whole story, they looked at Young Jin with disgust. Good fellow, using your parents' hard-earned money to act pretentiously, is this still a human being? At this moment, in the eyes of these onlookers, Yang Jin has been labeled as a show-off, a poor rural loser. Gu Fengming enjoyed the gazes of the crowd, and looked at the reactions around him with satisfaction. He looked at Yang Jin's face, which was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out, and at the angry yet frustrated looks of his roommates who were unable to refute him. A twisted sense of accomplishment arose spontaneously. He seemed to have seen the contempt Li Qingya showed towards Yang Jin after she learned the news. Gu Fengming took out his cell phone and checked the campus forum. As he expected, someone had already filmed what had just happened and posted it on the forum, and the popularity was still soaring. Shocking news! The supercar guy's image collapses, and he turns out to be a poor rural loser who rents a car and acts stupid. What can I do to you? I told you long ago that you were just pretending to be awesome, but you still didn't believe me. Now the evidence is irrefutable. Black man, speak up. Dajifa, except for being a little handsome, he's completely useless. I really thought he was some great guy coming to our school, but he turned out to be just a loser from the countryside. Xing, wow, my dream of becoming a man of honor is shattered. Geely, I think this guy is trying to trick me into giving away the contact information of a beauty like me. Luckily, I was smart enough not to give it to him easily. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to get rid of him even if I wanted to. Seeing this scene, the smile on Gu Fengming's face became more proud. This was exactly the effect he wanted. If anyone dares to steal his limelight, he will make Yang Jin lose face in school. How's it going, Yang Jin? Gu Fengming deliberately waved the phone screen in Yang Jin's direction, and the glaring comments on it were clearly visible. Now the whole school knows what kind of person you are. You rented a car to show off. I have to say, you are very brave. The female companion beside him finished off the attack. That's right, brother Fengming, I feel dirty just being with people like this. The female companion said, then looked at Li Dangue and the others. I think these people are not good people either. The discussions around became more unbridled, and even the store clerks came over to eat melons. Li Dangue and the other two were angry, bewildered, but mostly at a loss. They instinctively wanted to leave Yang Jin as far away as possible, but brother Jin had treated them well. Looking at Yang Jin's silent back, the expressions of several people changed. Could it be that brother Jin really? Just when everyone's eyes were focused on Yang Jin, Yang Jin moved. He was not furious, did not make excuses, and even had a faint smile on his face. He looked up at Gu Fengming. The coldness in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by calmness, so calm that Gu Fengming felt a chill inexplicably in his heart. Are you done? Gu Fengming was stunned, and the humiliating words he had prepared were stuck in his throat. Yang Jin didn't wait for his answer and said calmly, you have done a very detailed investigation. Yes, I was born in the countryside. My parents are also farmers and have been farming all their lives. Yang Jin admitted frankly without any hesitation. This was the fact. This frankness actually made the contempt on the faces of some onlookers fade a little and turn into doubt. The chill in Gu Fengming's heart grew even stronger. Humph, you admit it? You still have some self-awareness. However, you are wrong about one thing. Yang Jin paused, his eyes falling on Gu Fengming's face, that Ferrari is not rented. Chapter 6. You call this a poor loser? A light sentence exploded throughout the store, making the already lively atmosphere even more lively. Alas, there's no hope. This guy is like a stone in a toilet, smelly and hard. He really won't change his bad habits. I originally thought he could accept the facts calmly and had a good character, but the result? The smile on Gu Fengming's face froze instantly, as if he had heard something out of the Arabian Nights. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Yang Jin, it's already this hour, are you still trying to pretend? How can a peasant like me possibly afford a 5 million Ferrari? Yang Jin's tone remained calm, as if stating a simple fact. Can a farmer's child make money on his own? He glanced at Gu Fengming with a hint of pity. Or, in your eyes, everyone should be like you, relying on their parents' money to keep a good appearance? You. Gu Fengming was choked by this light-hearted question and his face turned blue, as if he had suffered great humiliation. Making money by yourself? What a joke! He found out clearly that Yang Jin was just a poor student with no background. You're talking nonsense. Gu Fengming sneered in frustration, just you? Earning millions to buy a Ferrari? Do you think everyone here is stupid? Yang Jin no longer paid attention to Gu Fengming. He turned to the curious onlookers and raised his voice a few notches, since everyone suspects that this car is rented. Before he finished speaking, his right hand had already reached into his trouser pocket, and in fact, had already reached into the system space from his trouser pocket. The next moment, Yang Jin took out a driving license and a car purchase invoice from his trouser pocket. This is. The entire store seemed to have fallen silent, with only the dull gurgling sound from the pot remaining. Driving license, purchase invoice. Yang Jin said calmly, everyone is familiar with these two things. As for forging them, I don't think anyone would do such a thing. Yang Jin casually spread his ID and invoice on the edge of the table. I paid for the car in full. The owner is in my name. Feel free to check. He paused, a faint smile on his lips. As for where the money came from, does it have anything to do with you guys? Boom. These casual words exploded in the hot pot restaurant. Let me see. A few brave boys couldn't help but squeeze forward to check. Hiss, really, the name is Yang Jin, the amount, oh my god. A boy who saw the amount on the invoice clearly gasped, his voice was shaky, and his eyes were instantly filled with awe when he looked at Yang Jin. Those faces that were just mocking and disdainful were now filled with shock and shame. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it's fake, it must be fake. Gu Fengming's eyes almost popped out, and he muttered to himself in despair. He suddenly rushed forward to snatch the invoice for verification. Just then, a pair of hurried footsteps came trotting in from outside the hot pot restaurant. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, with an extraordinary demeanor, walking quickly into the store. He walked straight to the nearest waiter and nodded slightly. Hello, is Mr. Yang Jin Yang here? The waiter blinked, nodded politely and smiled. Yes, sir, Mr. Yang is sitting by the window on the right. Thank you. The man thanked the waiter and looked in the direction the waiter said. He immediately locked his eyes on Yang Jin in the crowd. He didn't notice Gu Fengming next to him at all. He took 2 steps at a time and came to Yang Jin with a respectful smile. Mr. Yang, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal. I'm Lin Cun, the general manager of Yunxiang Tianlai City. I spoke with you on the phone half an hour ago. Here are the ownership documents, keys, and exclusive access card for your villa. Please check them. Boom. If the driving license invoice just now was a bomb, then Lin Cun's words were like a nuclear bomb that directly detonated in everyone's mind. Yunxiang Tianlai City, general manager. Personally deliver the room card? The entire hot pot restaurant fell into an unprecedented silence. Gu Fengming was struck by lightning, his face turned pale, and his body shook uncontrollably. Fuck Li Dangue opened his mouth wide. Tianlai City on the clouds. Perhaps some of the Jinling freshmen present didn't think much of it, but the locals of Jinling, including Gu Fengming, knew clearly the value of it. In the entire Jinling city, it is also one of the top luxury homes. Any one of them is worth tens of millions and is an absolute symbol of identity and status. What is even more terrifying is Lin Cun's identity and attitude. The general manager of Yunxiang Tianlai City was rumored to be the brother-in-law of the chairman of Jinka Group. Such a powerful figure in the Jinling real estate industry, who could shake the world with just a stomp of his foot, actually came to personally deliver a room card to a student. And with such respectful attitude? Are you kidding me? What does that mean? This means that Yang Jin's identity is definitely not some fucking farmer. How could a farmer let Lin Cun personally run errands for him and respectfully hand over the keys? Hiss. Countless sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. Gu Fengming was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? His investigation clearly showed that Yang Jin was just a rural loser, but why was this? An unprecedented, cold fear instantly gripped his heart. At this moment, he felt like a clown who was being laughed at. Yang Jin just calmly took the file bag and magnetic card box and put them on the table. Please ask Mr. Lao Lin to come over. Yang Jin thought of the phone call he received just before leaving. Lin Cun's smile became even brighter. Mr. Yang, you are so polite. It is my honor to serve you. At this moment, you could hear a pin drop in the entire hot pot restaurant. All the previous looks of contempt turned into the deepest awe and fear. Supercar guy? No. Call him Jinling Yang Xiao. This shocking reversal completely exploded on the campus forum, and the popularity was even higher than before. Shocking reversal, the general manager of Yunxiang Tianlai City comes to deliver the keys. Supercar boy? No, please respectfully call in Jean Ling Yang Xiao. Who stole my underwear? I'm fucking torn. Which bastard spread rumors that I, Yang Xiao, was a country loser? You call that a loser? Then what am I? The mud under the loser's feet? Babawai, fuck, I almost believed in evil. Idiot who posted the smear message before, get out here right now. You almost made me speak nonsense in front of the true God. Young Master Yang, Daddy. Please look familiar, please hug me. Ching Lemon, I knew young Master Yang was no ordinary man. I fell in love with him the moment I saw the Ferrari. Young Master Yang, you are my destined man of dreams. Love. G-boy, Gufo Ming Ting Fong Can Yun, come out for a walk? Does your face hurt? You're from the Art Academy, so you're a circus clown major, right? Of course, Yang Jin, the person involved, was still unaware of the reversal on the forum. At such a young age, he's so low-key and reserved, and he's sure to achieve great things in the future. Yeah, it's so low-key. If it weren't for today's scene, who would have thought of it? This is what it means to be a true person without revealing your true self. Look at his demeanor, and then look at the person who was yelling just now, sigh. Chapter 7. Are you here to visit Mr. Young too? The reason why Lin Cun humbled himself and came here in person was all because of the inside information revealed by his brother-in-law, the chairman of Jinka Group. The king of buildings in Yunshan Tianlai City was smashed through. Villa number 1 has been non-saleable since its launch. Many wealthy people wanted to buy the company, but were rejected one by the group's top management. Not for sale? That must be because the money is not enough. This mysterious buyer spent 400 million yuan to turn a non-saleable item into a sellable one. Simple and crude. When Lin Cun learned from his brother-in-law that the person who bought this building was in Jinling, how could he sit still? The general manager's arrogance is simply ridiculous in front of a tycoon who can casually throw out 200 million in cash. So, the scene just now happened. This is not only about handing over the keys, but also about making yourself familiar with the place. In Lin Cun's opinion, Yang Jin must be a disciple of a hidden family or a wealthy family in Beijing, who came here to experience life. Beside Yang Jin, Li Dangui, Wu Hong, and Himao, their brains had already crashed. His mouth was open wide enough to fit a duck egg, and his eyes were fixed on the gold-stamped document bag on the table with Jinka Century City printed on it. This is a villa worth tens of millions. What are you all standing there for? Yang Jin picked up a piece of tripe and swished it casually. If you don't eat it now, I'll eat the whole plate of tripe. Eat, I must eat. Li Dangui seemed to have just woken up from a dream. There was no trace of the frustration he had before, only enthusiasm and admiration. Brother Jin, oh no, young Master Yang, from now on, you are my idol, Li Dangui. He was so excited that his voice was filled with tears. It was unclear whether it was out of relief at surviving the disaster or the excitement of hugging the true god's thigh. Wu Hong and Himao were also completely convinced. They picked up their chopsticks and started eating. Their eyes were full of stars as they looked at Yang Jin. After sighing for Gu Fengming, the diners around him suppressed the turmoil in their hearts and returned to their seats. Seeing this, Lin Cun tactfully bowed slightly and said, Mr. Yang, I won't disturb you and your friends from having dinner. Feel free to contact me if you have anything. After saying that, he maintained a respectful attitude and prepared to leave. Uncle Lin, Uncle Lin. A timid voice with a slight tremor suddenly sounded. Lin Cun paused and looked in the direction of the sound, only then he noticed Gu Fengming, whose face was a little pale, standing next to him. Ha? Fengming? Lin Cun was slightly surprised, and then a smile immediately appeared on his face. You're here too? Did Mr. Gu ask you to visit Mr. Yang? Very good, very good. Young people should learn more from young talents like Mr. Yang. Lin Cun's original intention in saying this was to praise Yang Jin. When Gu Fengming heard this, his face became even uglier. He opened his mouth, but his throat seemed to be strangled by an invisible hand and he couldn't utter a word. You can't just say that I came here specifically to cause trouble and to trample Mr. Yang, who you said needs learning and advice, into the mud? Does he dare? When I think of my father's slightly fawning attitude towards Lin Cun at the wine table, and then think of Lin Cun's almost fawning respect towards Yang Jin at this moment, a bone-chilling fear instantly spread throughout his body. He could only force out a smile that was uglier than crying, and avoided Lin Cun's gaze in panic. Who is Lin Cun? Although he relied on connections to get to the top, he has also been working in the Jinling real estate circle for many years and has developed a pair of sharp eyes that can see through people's hearts. He looked at Gu Fengming's face and eyes, his hesitant manner, and combined with the atmosphere when he entered the store. This ignorant guy didn't come to visit young Jin at all. Gu Fengming. Lin Siyuan's voice suddenly turned cold, and he changed from calling Fengming to his full name. It's over, completely over. Gu Fengming felt as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into the snow, and was about to be skinned alive by Lin Zuanqing in the next second. Lin Siyuan's brows knitted together. You haven't offended Mr. Yang, have you? I. Gu Fengming's throat seemed to be strangled by a pair of big hands, and he stammered and couldn't speak. That's enough. Lin Siyuan simply admired this idiot Gu Fengming to death. I just lowered my posture in front of Mr. Yang and made myself familiar to him. In the blink of an eye, some idiot from nowhere on this line dared to jump out and touch Mr. Yang's beard? This is like a stab in his vitals. He looked at Gu Fengming with resentment. This idiot really had no sense at all. Why did he call him in this situation? Gu Fengming. Lin Siyuan said coldly, it seems that Gu Yonghui really raised a good son. These words made Gu Fengming's body shake. A huge fear gripped him, and he could only pray desperately that Yang Jin and Lin Siyuan would show mercy. Otherwise, if his father Gu Yonghui found out, he would definitely break his legs. Lin Siyuan no longer looked at the mud. He suddenly turned to Yang Jin, and the anger on his face instantly turned into panic and guilt. Mr. Yang, this kid Gu Fengming is blind and deserves death. Don't worry, I don't know him. I just met his father once before for business. I, Lin Siyuan, have absolutely nothing to do with the Gu family. Lin Siyuan immediately cut off ties with the Gu family to avoid being affected by the fire. In his eyes, Yang Jin had already been labeled as a rich young man in Beijing. In front of Yang Jin, the Gu family? They weren't even worthy of Lin Siyuan's second glance. The little friendship they had before had now become a hot potato. Yang Jin just waved his hand casually without even raising his eyelids. It's a small matter, Mr. Lin, don't worry about it. Lin Siyuan smiled apologetically again before turning around and preparing to leave. Just as he passed by Gu Fengming, Lin Siyuan stopped. He took out his cell phone and called Gu Yonghui directly in front of Gu Fengming. Beep beep. Hello, Mr. Lin, why are you here in person? Gu Yonghui's obviously flattering voice came from the other end of the phone. Gu Yonghui. Lin Siyuan shouted, interrupting Gu Yonghui. Gu Yonghui suddenly felt unwell. Take care of your son who doesn't know how to live or die. From now on, I, Lin Siyuan, and your Gu family will go our separate ways. From now on, don't contact me anymore. Without waiting for any response from the other end of the phone, Lin Siyuan hung up the phone neatly. It seemed like he was showing it to Gu Fengming, but actually it was after he had made his position clear in front of Mr. Yang. Finally, he left in big strides. Only Gu Fengming was left, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, at a loss. Gu Fengming was extremely desperate. He didn't know what to do. He could foresee that it wouldn't be long before his father would call him like a life-threatening call. The female companion who came with him disappeared as soon as she saw that the situation was not good. Oh, don't be obsessed with me anymore, I'm just... The phone rang. Gu Fengming looked at the caller ID, but didn't dare to answer. Chapter 8: The First System Task. Rebellious son, what have you done? Gu Yonghui roared from the other end of the line, get back here right now. If you're even a second late, I'll break your legs. Dad, Are you fucking deaf? You can't understand what I'm saying? Yes, I'll be back right away. Gu Fengming responded helplessly. After having a good meal and a few drinks, and with the summer heat dissipating, it became a consensus among the group to go back to the dormitory and enjoy the air conditioning. Brother Jean, you are so handsome. I thought you were a rich man, but I didn't expect that you are a super rich man. Li Donggui's face was full of admiration. That's right, a villa worth tens of millions was acquired without blinking an eye. Even the general manager came to deliver the keys in person. Brother Jean, you are so proud. Wu Hong's tone was even more exaggerated. A big shot who is usually elusive is being so respectful to you, brother Bai. That's awesome. Yang Jin waved his hands and smiled bitterly. Alright, let's go back to the dormitory first. Okay. You guys go back first. I have something else to do. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Yang Jin added, the taxi fare will be on me. Long live brother Jean, ha 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 ha. After seeing off Li Dangue and the other two, Yang Jin turned the steering wheel and drove towards Yunshan Tianlai City. With the key in hand, I decided to go and see what my villa looked like today. I turned on the navigation and saw that the distance was not far, just over 10 kilometers. Yunshan Tianlai City is not the full name of the community, but refers specifically to the top-level villa area within it. The entire community is named Yunshan Rinjian and is divided into two areas. The high-rise area is called Yunshan Jinjiaxuan and the villa area is called Yunshan Tianliking. As the premier villa area in Jinling, the environment is naturally impeccable. The elegant villas are shaded by green trees and wind around the lake. The lake water is clear, reflecting the flowing clouds and blue sky. The chirping of birds among the weeping willows isolates the hustle and bustle of the city, making it feel like a paradise, refreshing and pleasant. When the car reached the gate, the barrier automatically rose as if by sensor. The security guard smiled professionally and nodded, "Welcome home." Yang Jin drove in, circled inside for a while, and then parked steadily in his own exclusive parking space. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Yang Jin looked at the three-story villa in front of him with a unique style, and was a little dazed for a moment. Driving a luxury car and living in a villa, the once unattainable dream has now become a reality. As you push the door open, you are greeted by the neo-Chinese style decoration, which is luxurious yet low-key. All the furniture and appliances are available, and Yang Jin can just move in with his luggage. The smart home system is also quite thoughtful. The moment the door opens, soft lights light up one after another. There is a large screen above the shoe cabinet, which is the center of this smart home. Yang Jin was immersed in the details of his new home. Not far away, under a parasol by the lake, an old man was fishing, his eyes fixed on the king of building number 1 across the rippling water. The king of building number 1 has been sold? Tang Sihai was surprised and suspicious. 2 years ago, he spared no expense, even raising the price to 100 million yuan, but Jinka Group insisted that the product was not for sale and refused to give in. Is anyone staying here now? It seems that this person is not simple. He put away his fishing rod and muttered, "The sun is getting high, it's time to go home." As he stood up, he felt a sharp pain in his back. "Oh, I'm getting old, and all kinds of problems have come to me. Time really is unforgiving." Inside the villa, Yang Jin quickly finished his tour and planned to return to school. "If I don't get up early in the future, I can live in this villa." Just as I locked the door and prepared to leave, the system light curtain popped up. System task release. Invite Li Qingyao to dinner to thank her for her help during the enrollment. Complete the task and receive a generous reward. Task reward, 100% shares of Tenjia Pharmaceutical. Whether to accept. Yang Jin sat in the driver's seat and stared at the light screen. He had heard of Tenjia Pharmaceuticals, which initially relied on traditional Chinese medicine and later became famous for its Isatis root, once boasting annual profits of tens of billions. He had no idea what was happening to them now. System, is there a time limit for this mission? Is there any penalty for failure? Yang Jin asked cautiously. He wasn't sure Li Kaihong would accept the invitation. The task has no time limit. If you fail, your check-in times for tomorrow will be deducted. TSK, what a strict punishment. I'll accept this task. Yang Jin decisively clicked to confirm. Task accepted successfully. The light curtain disappeared. Yang Jin started the car and drove towards the campus. I wanted to invite Li Qingyao that night, but a notice from the counselor popped up in the class group. A meeting will be held in room 404 of teaching building number 1 at 6 p.m. This group was joined when registering, and the senior student in charge of registration was the counselor's assistant. Spend half a day in the dormitory. Around 6 o'clock, several people went to the teaching building on time. The content of the class meeting was very simple: self-introduction, military training notice, which would start in 3 days and last for half a month. Yang Jin also had a general idea of his classmates, although he couldn't remember them all. When it was Yang Jin's turn to introduce himself, there was a sudden commotion in the classroom, and even the counselor at the podium twitched his eyelids. The Mr. Yang who went viral on campus forums turned out to be his own student? After a brief commotion, the counselor reiterated the military training arrangements, which caused a lot of groans. No one wanted to participate in the military training. Half an hour later, the class meeting ended. As soon as the crowd dispersed, Yang Jin's phone kept vibrating. Half of the girls in the class sent him friend requests. Yang Jin was at a loss for words. Since they were classmates, he couldn't refuse them, so he accepted them one by one. However, he chose to ignore most of the subsequent tentative messages. The main thing is that there is really no way back. This scene made the three single guys in the dormitory almost pop out their eyes. September 2nd, Sunday. The morning light shone through the gap in the curtains and woke Yang Jin up. At 9:30, he sat up, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and glanced at Lee Dangui and others on the bed next to him. They were still asleep. I got out of bed quietly, washed up quickly, took a chair and sat on the balcony. Facing the cool morning breeze, I dialed the familiar number. Beep beep. After a dozen seconds, the call was connected. Hello, son. My mother's familiar voice instantly filled the receiver, tinged with deep concern. How's college going? Are you getting along well with your new classmates? Do you have enough money? If not, I'll transfer it to you. Yang Jin softened his voice. Don't worry, Mom, everything is fine. There is enough money. It's enough as long as it's enough. Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Mother Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Well. Mom, Dad, is it a day off today? Yang Jin got to the point. My father Yang Tianwan works 6 days a week and has 1 day off at the electronics factory in town. I wanted to contact them yesterday when 1 million yuan was credited to the system, but I just waited until my father had his day off. Yes, your dad just got off his night shift and went to bed not long ago. What's wrong? Do you have something to talk to him about? There was a hint of doubt in the mother's voice. Yang Jin took a deep breath. Mom, he said calmly, then gave the reason he had prepared yesterday. I bought a scratch-off ticket. Yang Jin paused and uttered a few words clearly. I won 5 million. There was a dead silence on the other end of the phone. Even the subtle noise in the background disappeared, as if time had been paused. After several seconds, Yang's mother's voice sounded again, with a slight tremor. Son, are you kidding me? Did you win 5 million? Is it not enough money? Chapter 9. A fish worth 5 million. Yang's mother's voice was filled with worry, and her first reaction was that her son was finding ways to ask for money, or that he had problems due to too much pressure. Yang Jin's nose felt sore. This was his mother. She was always worried that he didn't have enough money and always thought of him first. He took a deep breath. Mom, it's true. I'm not lying to you. It's a scratch-off lottery ticket I bought yesterday at the sports lottery store near the school. I scratched it open and saw I won 5 million. After tax, 4 million. It's already in my card. For 4 million. Yang's mother's voice suddenly rose, then suddenly lowered, for fear of waking Yang Tianwan. Oh my god, this son, you this. She was incoherent, the huge shock left her completely unsure how to react. At this moment, there was a rustling sound from the other end of the line, and Yang Tianwan's sleepy and impatient muttering sounded. Who are you talking to on the phone so early in the morning? It's so noisy. Old Yang, wake up quickly. Yang's mother's voice was filled with tears, and she patted her husband beside her excitedly. Son, he won the lottery, 5 million, 4 million after tax. What the hell? Are you dreaming? Yang Tianwan was obviously not awake yet. It's true, my son is on the phone, you talk to him. Mother Yang put the phone directly to Yang Tianwan's ear. Hey, little bastard, what are you talking about with your mother so early in the morning? What's with 5 or 4 million? Dad, Yang Jin shouted, it's true. I bought a scratch-off ticket yesterday and won 5 million. After tax, it's 4 million. The money has been transferred to my bank account. There was silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds. Yang Jin could even hear his father's heavy breathing. You, say it again? How much did you win? Yang Tianwan instantly lost all sleepiness. 5 million, the actual amount after tax is 4 million. Yang Jin repeated clearly. Are you sure you didn't lie to me, little brat? Yang Tianwan still couldn't believe it. This was 5 million. How could his son win this? Yang Jin smiled bitterly, then while speaking, he opened the online banking and transferred 200,000 yuan to his father. Dad, I'll transfer 200,000 yuan to you right now. In a moment, Yang Tianwan's cell phone vibrated in his pocket. He quickly took it out and opened it to take a look. Your RMB current account with the card ending in 6623 was transferred 200,000 yuan at 9:46. leaving an available balance of 221,349.11 yuan. Looking at the arrival information, Yang Tianwan took a few deep breaths, his dark face flushed with excitement. He slapped his thigh suddenly. Good boy, you have a promising future, better than your father, your ancestors' graves are smoking, ha. He was so excited that he was incoherent. His father, who was usually very serious, was filled with pure joy at this moment. Yang Jin held the phone, patiently waiting for his father's excitement to calm down a little. Only when the heavy breathing in the receiver slowed down did he speak. Dad, quit that job at the machinery factory. The night shift is exhausting. If you keep going like this, your health will break down sooner or later. This. Yang Tianwan hesitated after listening to Yang Jin's words. The sudden arrival of wealth seemed like an unreal dream. Born into a peasant family, he felt empty and sad without his meager but stable income. Dad, don't worry about the money. Yang Jin knew his father's concerns. I plan to invest the remaining millions and make money. Investing in a business? Yang Tianwan's brows knitted together. Son, don't get carried away. In today's world, haven't you seen so many news stories on TV and the internet about bosses jumping off buildings and running away? Money comes quickly, but it goes even faster. If you fall into it, you'll lose everything. He was so anxious that his speech quickened. Investing in a business is no small matter. Yang Jin interrupted his father's worries. Dad, don't worry, I'm not going in blindly. I've contacted a reliable business partner here. My family has deep roots in Jinling. We've been discussing the direction of cooperation these past 2 days. I have an idea of what's going on. There was a longer silence on the other end of the line. Yang Tianwan sighed heavily, feeling helpless about his son's adventurous spirit. Alas, you young people are smart and have your own ideas. He finally compromised and softened his tone. If you want to take risks, Dad won't stop you, but you must be down to earth and do things in a proper manner. Don't get involved in anything crooked or illegal. Don't worry, Dad. The roots are rooted here with you and they won't go astray. Yang Jin promised solemnly. Yeah, okay. Yang Tianwan finally let go of the heavy burden in his heart and smiled with relief. Tomorrow, I'll go to the factory and quit this job. I've been tired for most of my life, it's time for me to enjoy myself. Okay. Yang Jin also raised a smile. Afterwards, Yang Tianwan put the phone back into Yang's mother's hands, and Yang Jin chatted with his mother about some family matters until the other party was satisfied and hung up the phone. When I returned to the dormitory, it was almost 10 o'clock. The dormitory was still dead silent. Li Dangue and the other two were snoring one after another, sleeping soundly. Yang Jin simply went downstairs. The air on campus is slightly cool in the early morning, with the freshness of grass and trees. His Ferrari was parked in the parking space next to the dormitory building, and it has now become a small tourist attraction, with many students watching and taking pictures. Yang Jin didn't stop, just glanced at him casually as he passed by. As long as he didn't smash his car, he could watch as long as he wanted. After buying breakfast for 4 people, he walked back carrying the steaming bags. When I pushed the door open, I unexpectedly found that Li Dangue was awake. He was sitting on the bed with a blank look in his eyes. His body was awake, but his mind was still not. Brother Jean, Li Dangue said, his sharp eyes instantly coming back to life when he saw the breakfast bag. Great, you actually went to buy breakfast secretly. I bought 4. Godfather. After finishing breakfast, Yang Jin leaned back in his chair, his mind immersed in the system light screen that only he could see. System, sign in. Successful sign in, congratulations to the host for obtaining an adult top grade blood red dragon fish. Red dragon fish. Blood red dragon fish? Yang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't have much knowledge about ornamental fish, but he had seen blood red dragon fish on video software. Originating from Indonesia, its body is as red as blood and fire, and its scales shine as it swims, making it a living gem in the water. It was once sold at the Singapore International Fish Show for a high price of 600,000 US dollars, setting a Guinness World Record. Thinking of my villa in Yunshan Tianlai City, the empty living room seems to really need some living things to decorate it. It would be nice to get a $5 million fish to display for viewing. System, can it be sent directly to the Yunshan Tianlai City villa? Yang Jinxing thought. Professional personnel have been arranged to deliver the goods, and it is expected to arrive today. Please pay attention to the phone call. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect the system to be so considerate. Love you. The rest of the time passed in the small space of the dormitory. Yang Jin was casually watching short videos to pass the time. His fingertips slid across the screen and clicked on the red envelope image next to it. There was already 10.39 yuan accumulated in it. Tisk, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. He clicked the withdrawal button. Chapter 10, inviting a senior to dinner. The phone rang with a crisp notification sound, and 10 yuan was successfully deposited into the green bubble. Congratulations to the host for making his first pot of gold and obtaining the Royal Number 1 Club. Yang Jin held the phone, and his hands froze for a moment. Royal Number 1 Club? This sudden pop-up system prompt left Yang Jin a little confused. Withdraw $10 and get a club for free? Is this system drunk? He shook his head, suppressed the throbbing in his heart, opened his phone and searched for Royal Number 1 Club on the browser. Jinling's top 10 of money spending and a well-known high-end business and entertainment venue are famous for their luxurious environment, advanced audio equipment and high-quality services. It is a high-end consumption venue with high per capita consumption. Tisk, it's a great place. Yang Jin stroked his chin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Bringing senior sister there? I'm afraid she'll be scared. But if I bring those beasts like Li Dangue there, they'll be overjoyed. As dusk falls, the hustle and bustle of the New Year's Day finally comes to an end. At 5:30, Yang Jin unlocked the screen and found Li Qingyao in the green bubble. After a few taps, a message was sent to Li Qingyao. Senior, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Thanks to you for reporting yesterday. The message was replied almost instantly. Eat? Don't be so polite. Welcoming the new students is what I'm supposed to do. You're spending too much. Yang Jin raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his fingertips flying. Senior sister, you are joking. I still have this little thought. If it weren't for you yesterday, I don't know how many detours I would have taken in school. If you don't show me your kindness, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight because of the guilt. Yang Jin was afraid that his senior sister would not agree, so he played the sympathy card smoothly. On the other side of the screen, Li Qingyao was looking at her phone, feeling very hesitant and wavering. Yang Jin's message popped up immediately after. I'm already downstairs, senior sister, which dormitory are you in? I'll come pick you up. Seeing that Li Qingyao didn't reply for a long time, Yang Jin simply acted first and reported later. Li Qingyao sighed helplessly at this. Since everyone was already downstairs, it would be hypocritical to refuse. Okay then. I'm in the women's dormitory, building 5. Okay, I'll be there soon. Yang Jin raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the system's task was half completed. He stood up quickly and prepared to get out of bed. The sound caused by the movement startled Li Dangue, who was wearing headphones. Brother Jin, are you going out to find food? Li Dangue took off one of his headphones, his eyes shining. Help me out, bring me some braised chicken with rice. I love you. The ending tone was long and greasy. I want one too. I want one too. Wu Hong immediately jumped up from the bed. Yang Jin smiled and waved his hand. I may be back late tonight. If you can wait, I will help you bring it. Himao, who had been quietly reading, pushed his glasses up and said, Brother Jin, you're making such a fuss. I'm afraid you have a date? With some beautiful lady? Oh. Li Dangue and Wu Hong were instantly excited. Is this true? Brother Jin, tell me quickly, is it the pretty girl from the next class? Or is it the goddess Qingyao from our class? The two asked repeatedly, with mischief in their eyes. You guys are so long-winded. Yang Jin threw down a few words and picked up the car keys on the table. Let's go. Before he could finish his words, the door had already closed gently behind him. Hey, Brother Jin, wait a minute. Inside the room, Li Dangue and a few others were left looking at each other. Okay, Li Dangue put on his headphones angrily, let's just order takeout. Downstairs, Yang Jin walked straight to his Ferrari. There were a few students scattered around the car, holding up their phones and taking pictures. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids as he unlocked the door, opened it, and sat down, all in one smooth motion. The engine roared and the sports car slowly drove away. Oh my god, was that young Master Yang just now? Nonsense, besides young Master Yang, who else can afford to drive this thing? In the crowd, two elegantly dressed girls stamped their feet in frustration, hating themselves for being a little slow and not being able to come up and ask for contact information. After following the navigation and making many twists and turns, we finally stopped at the downstairs of building number 5 of the women's dormitory. There were a few cars parked in front of the building, one of which was a pink Mercedes-Benz C260, worth a few $100,000. It looked like there was a wealthy woman there. Yang Jin glanced at it. In the past, he would have been really envious, but now. I thought Li Qingya would be waiting downstairs, but when I looked around, there was no one there. Did we go the wrong way? He looked at the sign on the building and confirmed that it was building number 5. Have to. Yang Jin unbuckled his seatbelt, lowered the seat, found a comfortable position to lie down, and started watching short videos. At this moment, in the female dormitory 211. Xingyao, which handsome guy's heart are you going to capture? Deng Zi, who was wearing cartoon pajamas, poked her head out from the upper bunk by the window and joked in a long tone. Li Qingya was drawing her eyebrows in the mirror. When she heard this, her hands trembled and her cheeks flushed. What nonsense are you talking about? Let's go out for dinner. Tisk, TSK, Deng Zi chuckled. She's been showering and putting on makeup for almost half an hour, and you still say it's not a date? Tell me the truth, who has charmed our campus beauty like this? The bed curtain next to Li Qingya was drawn open, and Hu Xinrui came out with messy hair and a mischievous look on her face. Confess and be punished severely, resist and be lenient, Xingyao, the organization has given you a chance, don't be ungrateful. Just as Li Qingyao's face flushed from the teasing, the balcony door was pushed open and Tang Kiki rushed in with toothpaste foam still in her mouth. She said excitedly, girls, look, there's a Ferrari downstairs. Don't you think it's young Master Yang? Ferrari? Deng Zi slapped her thigh upon hearing that. Great, Li Qingyao, so you're with Yang Xiaogua. You're such a hidden talent. Ever since Yang Jin became popular on the campus forum, his nickname changed from Supercar Brother to Young Master Yang. Li Qingyao did not refute, but quickly walked to the balcony and glanced down. Yang Jin has arrived. Oh, I won't tell you anymore. She hurriedly put on some loose powder, grabbed the small bag on the desk and walked out. I'm leaving. I'll bring you some midnight snacks when I come back. Behind me, I heard my roommate's drawn-out laughter. Stop kidding. I helped you snatch your junior's suitcase yesterday. Don't forget me if you succeed, Xingyao he. In the car, Yang Jin didn't know how long he had been watching the video. Knock, knock. 2 light knocks on the car window. Yang Jin turned off his phone and looked up. Outside the car window, Li Qingyao stood tall and graceful, breathing slightly, with a slight blush on her cheeks, and her eyebrows and eyes were particularly moving in the twilight. The title of school belle is indeed well deserved. Senior. The laziness in Yang Jin's eyes instantly disappeared, a smile appeared on his face, and he quickly lowered the car window. Hurry up and get in the car. Well, sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Li Qingyao sat in the passenger seat with a hint of shyness, her voice soft. As the car door closed, a fresh and soft fragrance instantly filled the car. I didn't know if it was the fragrance of her hair or her unique scent. Yang Jin subconsciously glanced sideways. Under the soft overhead light, her makeup was delicate and flawless, and her lip color was just the right cherry pink. No wonder it took so long. It's okay, I just arrived. Yang Jinlang smiled. Fasten your seatbelts and let's go. Yang Jin reminded. Good. Chapter 11, First Class Seat at Prince Tang's Mansion. What do you like to eat, senior sister? Yang Jin asked casually with his hands on the steering wheel. It's all right. Li Qingyao's voice was soft, a little helpless. Okay. Yang Jin opened the navigation. Soon, a magnificent 5-story retro building came into view. The flying eaves, brackets, carved beams, and painted buildings are imposing against the backdrop of the twilight. Prince Tang's mansion. Li Qingyao took a breath and her voice changed tone. Jinling's top gluttonous place. The environment, dishes, and service are all top-notch, and the prices are equally astonishing to match. This is also a social venue for many celebrities and dignitaries. Junior Yang Jin, did we go the wrong way? Her voice tightened, incredulous. A meal here could easily cost tens of millions, a meal costing the equivalent of an entire apartment. It was no exaggeration. Yes, this is it. Yang Jin said firmly, pushed the door open and got out of the car. Let's go, senior sister. Ah. Li Qingyao stood there in a daze. Yang Jin smiled helplessly, turned around naturally, and gently held her wrist. When the slightly cool fingertips touched the warm skin, Li Qingyao shuddered as if she was hit by an electric current and hurriedly followed. Throwing the car keys to the child at the door, the two walked into Prince Teng's mansion. The interior space is spacious, flowing with ancient charm, and the air is filled with a faint scent of sandalwood. "Hello, sir, do you have an appointment?" the receptionist in Cheongsam asked with a smile. Yang Jin shook his head. "Okay, sir, we suggest you scan the code to place your order." The receptionist pointed to the QR code stand on the right. Yang Jin scanned the code to enter the interface, where 5 options were listed. Ordinary seats, 2888. Third class seat, 8888. Second class seat, 38888. First class seat, 88888. Tungwang throne not optional. This Tingwang seat is ridiculously expensive. The private room alone costs 188,000, not including the cost of the dishes. Yang Jin tried to click on the Tingwang throne, but was prompted with members only. He finally chose a first class seat. Soon, led by the waiter, they arrived at the exclusive box. There is a reason for the box fee of more than 80,000 yuan. The box is extremely luxurious. Gilded decorative lines flow under the warm yellow light, and famous paintings of unknown value hang on the walls. Here, whether you are sitting in a Tingwang seat or an ordinary seat, drinks are free. Just press the call button on the armrest and the waiter will come over. Even so, Yang Jin felt a pang of pain in his heart. This meal, plus the subsequent dishes, would cost over 100,000 yuan. I can only hope that the system sign-in will give him 1 million tomorrow. However, when I think about the mission rewards, this money is worth it. Not to mention 100,000, he would even accept double the amount. Junior Yang Jin, this is too expensive, isn't it? Li Qingyao looked around, her voice a little vague. She was not stupid, and her heart sank when she caught a glimpse of the first-class seat sign on the road. A simple search on the internet will reveal the price, which is almost equal to her family's income for half a year. It's a small matter. Yang Jin waved his hand nonchalantly and pushed the menu in front of her. Don't be polite, senior sister. Just take a look at what you want to eat and order it. Li Qingyao finally calmed down and opened the menu. Her eyes swept over the price column, her fingertips trembled, and she almost threw the menu away. The ordinary stir-fried dishes outside cost 288 here. Bird's nest stewed with bird's nest, 3888. Longjing hand-peeled shrimp, 6888. 8 immortals crossing the sea braised sea cucumber, 12888. She didn't dare to turn the page any further, as the more she turned, the more frightened she became. Seeing her like this, Yang Jin felt both amused and helpless. He took back the menu and randomly ordered a few signature dishes. "Senior, you don't have any dietary restrictions, right? I'll make the decision then." "No. No." Li Qingyao quickly shook her head. Such an expensive dish, even if it was poisonous, she had to try it. Soon, all the dishes were served. They picked up their chopsticks and started eating. "Sister, thank you for your help yesterday." Yang Jin said sincerely, "Today's meal is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't be shy. It was just a simple favor yesterday. There's really no need to spend so much money. This place." She trailed off, "It's too expensive." Yang Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, revealing an intriguing smile. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. I just hope you enjoy your meal." Li Qingyao tasted the dishes in front of her that cost thousands of yuan. The taste is naturally excellent, and the deliciousness melts on the tip of the tongue. It is very different from the dishes that cost dozens of dollars outside. But how exactly was it different? She couldn't quite put her finger on it, only that the taste left her with a bit of a tastelessness. "How does it taste?" Yang Jin asked. "Ah, very good, really good." She nodded quickly, a look of bewilderment in her eyes. "It's just, the price is a little bit alarming." Yang Jin put down his chopsticks and said, "As long as you are satisfied, I'm glad." More than 10 minutes later, Yang Jin pressed the call button on the armrest. The door of the box was gently pushed open, and a waiter in Cheongsam walked in carefully. The payment was completed under Li Qingyao's astonished gaze. As I walked out of Prince Teng's palace, the evening breeze blew away the faint sandalwood scent on my body. As dusk deepened and the lights came on, the neon lights of the city made the Prince Teng's palace even more magnificent. It's still early. We just finished our meal. Why don't we take a walk to help digest the food? Yang Jin suggested, looking at Li Qingyao naturally. Li Qingyao was feeling a little tight in her chest, but she didn't refuse and nodded in response, okay. The two walked aimlessly along the street. Li Qingyao lagged behind Yang Jin by half a step, secretly looking at his angular profile under the light, a slight throbbing in her heart. Junior, you are so handsome. Yang Jin didn't notice Li Qingyao's mood and started talking to himself. This is my first time in Jinling, and also my first time shopping with a girl. Ha! Li Qingyao looked at Yang Jin with eyes full of surprise. Junior brother, you are handsome and rich. Didn't any girls chase you before? A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Yang Jin's lips. In high school, I attracted a lot of romantic interests with that face. But at that time, he was calm and focused on reading the books of sages. He was admitted to Jinling University with his perseverance. Of course, he heard a lot of ridicule like nerd and read too much and become stupid, but he didn't care. I'm actually not as perfect as you think. He muttered and continued walking. As they were talking, they arrived at the gate of Royal Number 1, which was only one street away from Prince Teng's palace. Damn it, boss, hurry, come here. In the dark alley to the right of the Royal Number 1 gate, a figure shouted timidly. What are you yelling about? Are you here to work? No. Boss, look quickly. The thug pointed hurriedly at Li Qingyao, who was talking to Yang Jin not far away. That girl, isn't she hot? Xiong Ji looked in the direction of the sound, greed flashing in his cloudy eyes. He smacked his lips, TSK, so damn good. How long has it been since I came across something this good? Hey, boss, another thug beside him rubbed his hands obscenely and lowered his voice. Look at that innocence, isn't she a virgin? Chapter 12. Have you never seen the underworld? Xiong Ji's cloudy eyes greedily wandered over Li Qingyao's graceful figure, then slowly turned to Yang Jin. Glancing at Yang Jin's face, he grinned, feeling disdain in his heart. What kind of person is this pretty boy who hasn't even grown all his hair? Damn, I'm so damn lucky today. Did I step in dog shit when I went out? Xiong Ji spat on the ground, grinning. Hoozy, you keep squatting here. Call me when there's work. Fatty, Goozy, let's go. Ah. Why do I have to guard it again? Hoozy muttered and was about to complain. Ha! Xiong Ji turned around suddenly and glared at Hoozy. Hoozy's neck shrank, and the rest of the words were stuck in his throat, and he didn't dare to fart. The shadows at the entrance of the alley squirmed, and three figures emerged, looking very ruffian, standing in front of Yang Jin and Li Qingyao. Li Qingyao was lowering her head slightly, listening to Yang Jin talk about his high school days, her heart full of admiration. Yang Jin stopped without warning. She looked up subconsciously and instantly saw Xiong Ji's greedy eyes. That look made Li Qingyao feel uncomfortable all over, and she instinctively shrank behind Yang Jin, almost sticking to his back. The reminiscence on Yang Jin's face faded away, his brows furrowed slightly, and his cold eyes swept across the three malicious figures in front of him. He calmly moved half a step to the side and protected Li Qingyao behind him. The guy in the lead, with a face full of flesh and a violent look, is a typical street thug. Hey everyone, is there something wrong? Yang Jin's voice was low and a little cold. It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous. It was the first time that Yang Jin faced such a situation, and the other side was three ferocious thugs, so his heart beat faster. But just a few seconds ago. Ding, real-time task release. Detected that a street thug has bad intentions due to his attractiveness. Host, please resolve this threat. Quest reward, martial arts mastery. BR, system, I'm just an ordinary college student who can't even tie a chicken. You want me to deal with them? Is that right? Yang Jin complained. During the mission, the host can temporarily use martial arts mastery. After seeing the system prompts clearly, a strange warm current instantly surged into every part of my body. Yang Jin's eyes became completely calm, and with the system in place, his back straightened instantly. Although I don't know how powerful this martial arts master is, it is enough to deal with these people in front of me. Something? He, of course there is something. Xiong Ji tilted his mouth and smiled in an extremely obscene way, his eyes fixed on Li Qingyao like hooks. Brother, do you mind borrowing this girl from us for a little fun? Just for one night, I promise to return it to you, he. Ha, the boss is so particular. The fat man and the dog next to him immediately burst into shrill laughter. How's it going, buddy? Xiongji pulled out a crumpled $1 bill from his trouser pocket and threw it at Yang Jin's feet. Take it, and consider it my hard work fee. That's good enough, right? Get out of here now. The fat on his face formed a malicious smile. She's not my girlfriend, Yang Jin's voice became colder, besides, she's not interested in playing with scumbags. Get out of the way. Fuck, kid, I'm giving you face, right? The fake smile on Xiongji's face disappeared instantly, and he looked fierce in an instant, and he didn't even bother to act. In this land, no one dares to be so arrogant as you, Master Xiong. The girl I like is her blessing. Be smart and get out of here. Don't force me to embarrass you in front of a woman. The fat man and the dog behind him clenched their fists in coordination, their joints making crisp crackling sounds, with a grim grin on their faces. Yang Jin's eyes darkened completely. One last time, get out of the way. Fuck you, if you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink for me. Xiongji was completely furious, and the flesh on his face was shaking violently. You little jerk, you've never seen the underworld before. Today, I'll show you how sinister society is. He suddenly jumped up, stretched out his right hand, and grabbed Yang Jin's collar like a chicken. He wanted to drag this pretty boy away like a dead dog in front of this beautiful girl and watch him cry and beg for mercy. Just thinking about that scene made him excited. The collar was grasped by fingers, and a strong force came from it. At this moment, Yang Jin's eyes were as cold as ice. Want to take action? Yang Jin's voice was frighteningly calm. Take action? Ha, I'm teaching you how to do it. Xiongji's arrogant laughter came to an abrupt end. Bang! There was an extremely dull sound of flesh colliding. Yang Jin's fist was so fast that it only left a shadow and landed solidly on Xiongji's arrogant face. Come on! Xiongji let out a miserable howl, his entire face instantly twisted and deformed. The huge impact force made him fly backwards like a broken sack, and he fell heavily to the ground a few meters away. He covered his face and took a long time to calm down, blood mixed with saliva flowing out from between his fingers. Could a student really unleash such strength? He felt his head buzzing. You fucking, dared to hit me? Nangji struggled to raise his head, his eyes full of shock. The severe pain caused him to speak unclearly. Yang Jin slowly retracted his fist and gently brushed off his wrinkled collar. What? Are you dissatisfied? Okay, you've got some guts. Xiongji grimaced in pain, his anger almost burning through his rationality. He looked at the two fat guys standing stupidly behind him, feeling extremely angry. Are you two blind? Come on, fucking kill him, beat him to death, idiots. The fat man and the dog exchanged glances, raised their fists and rushed towards Yang Jin roaring. Xiong Jigong on the ground struggled to sit up, but his eyes went dark. A fat butt came crashing down on his face with the sound of wind, like a mountain falling down on his head. Fuck, ah. Xiongji's curse was instantly muffled into sobs. Yang Jin clapped his hands casually, as if he had just thrown away 2 bags of garbage. Li Qingyao behind him opened her mouth slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. Junior, you're so good at fighting? You fat bastard, move your fucking ass away from me, it's going to crush me to death. Xiongji was pressed to the point of being unable to breathe, and he pushed the ass on his face. Yang Jin comforted Li Qingyao in a gentle voice, don't be afraid, senior sister. Then he took 2 steps and came to Xiongji. He kicked the fat man and the dog aside. Xiongji finally got rid of the suffocating butt, sat up awkwardly, and when he looked up, he bumped into Yang Jin's cold face. What do you want to do? Xiongji's voice trembled, and he shrank back with a cowardly look. Yang Jin raised the corner of his lips but did not speak. Humph, brat, you dare touch me? Xiongji shouted, stiffening his neck. Do you know who my boss is? I'll tell you and scare you to death. These words made Yang Jin frown slightly. He is naturally not afraid of a few small thugs, but if it really involves some difficult local tyrants, there will inevitably be trouble later. TSK, it really is like beating the younger ones first and then the older ones, it never ends. Xiongji caught Yang Jin's fleeting hesitation and became arrogant again. Are you scared? He shook his head proudly, spit flying everywhere. Boy, you are good at fighting, what's the point of being able to fight? To get into trouble, you need power and background. What kind of business are you in? Chapter 13 The New Boss of Royal One. Yang Jin looked at Xiongji coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. Xiongji felt a chill run down his spine as he stared at him. He stiffened his neck and said, What are you looking at, kid? Get out of here now. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, I'll throw you into the Jinling River to feed the turtles. Oh? Yang Jin raised his lips slightly, a hint of amusement in his voice. It sounds like your boss is quite impressive. Xiong Ji straightened his back instantly when he heard this, and said with a smug look on his face, "Huh, are you scared now? Let me tell you, my boss is the big boss behind Royal Number 1, a man who can cover the sky with one hand." Deep in the alley, Hu Zi's figure had long disappeared. After he saw the boss being knocked down by Yang Jin with one punch, he felt that something was wrong and immediately rushed into Royal Number 1 to call for help. Yang Jin was a little surprised when he heard Xiong Ji shouting with spit flying. The owner of Royal 1? Wasn't Royal Number 1 the reward the system gave me yesterday? When did I accept such an ugly little brother? Yang Jin thought to himself. Xiong Ji took in Yang Jin's strange expression, and his arrogance instantly rose as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Boy, you dare to act wildly on Royal Number 1's territory, just wait and see. You said, your boss is the owner of Royal 1? That's right. Yang Jin tilted his head slightly, and the playful smile on his lips deepened. That's not right, why do I remember? The owner of Royal Number 1 was a handsome man with elegant taste, loved by everyone, and flowers bloomed wherever he went. Yang Jin paused deliberately, his eyes sweeping across Xiong Ji's flabby face. Is he blind to accept someone like you? Xiong Ji was stunned and didn't say anything. In fact, he had never even met the boss of Royal Number 1. He was just hired by Royal Number 1 to deal with those troublemakers. The best way to deal with this kind of thugs is to defeat magic with magic. Yang Jin's words startled Xiong Ji, his face turning the color of liver. You're talking bullshit, you idiot. You're still talking nonsense when you're about to die. You dare to insult my boss? I'll make you kneel on the ground and lick every tile in front of the Royal Number 1 entrance. A poor loser like you, who isn't even qualified to guard the gate for Royal Number 1, and who doesn't even take a piss to look at yourself, is worthy of mentioning my boss's taste? Pa! Xiong Ji was ecstatic. He had just seen Hu Zi enter Royal Number 1 to recruit people. When the people from Royal Number 1 come, he will see if Yang Jin can still be so arrogant. Who is it? How dare you cause trouble in Royal Number 1? A cold voice sounded from behind Xiong Ji. Xiong Ji's face was instantly filled with flattery, and he and his little brother trotted over to the man. Manager Chang, you are finally here. He didn't expect that Hu Zi actually invited Chang Jin, the manager of Royal Number 1. Who is Chang Jin? He is a well-known figure in the underworld. Rumor has it that he almost beat someone to death and was sent to the police station, but was later rescued. Behind him, there was a group of thugs in suits. Xiong Ji was so excited that his whole body shuddered, as if he had already seen Yang Jin wailing under his feet. Chang Jin's eyes were sinister, and he only glanced at Xiong Ji lightly. The invisible sense of oppression made Xiong Ji unable to straighten his back. He waved his hand, signaling his men to drive away everyone around first, then he looked at Xiong Ji and spoke slowly. What's going on? Xiong Ji pointed at Yang Jin as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Manager Chang, it's this guy. He and his friends were just saying bad things about us at Royal Number 1 at the door. I took my brothers to tell them to get out of here, but he started beating us up. Look at my face. He stretched out his bloated face, grimacing in pain. You almost beat me into a pig's head. Ouch, it hurts so much. Chang Jin frowned in disgust and waved his hand. Okay, got it. Xiong Ji's eyes rolled, and he immediately said, Manager Chang, this kid even slandered our boss, saying that he's worthless. Fatty and Guzi heard it. He winked at the two men behind him who were still holding their stomachs. Fatty and Guzi clutched their stomachs and nodded hurriedly. Yes, Manager Chang, it's absolutely true. Chang Jin's eyes suddenly dropped to freezing point. People like Xiong Ji are just rags hired to keep away flies. Just beat them if you want. But defaming the boss? Are you sure? Chang Jin's voice was cold. Xiong Ji raised his right hand, spit flying. It's absolutely true, Manager Chang. If I tell even a single lie, my whole family will die. Chang Jin no longer looked at Xiong Ji, and led a group of men behind him to approach Yang Jin. Junior, how about we leave first? Li Qingyao looked at the other party's situation, her pretty face turned pale, and she subconsciously grabbed the corner of Yang Jin's clothes. The enemy has many people and is very powerful. Even if Yang Jin is a good fighter, he will be afraid. Yang Jin gently patted Li Qingyao's hand that was holding the corner of his clothes, and said softly, It's okay, senior sister. Trust me, I'm here. An indescribable sense of security surged into Li Qingyao's heart, making her cheeks slightly hot. Chang Jin approached, sizing Yang Jin up and down with a sinister gaze. His voice was cold and icy. "Boy, it's you who dared to cause trouble at the gate of Royal Number 1 and even dared to speak wildly and slander my boss?" Yang Jin met his gaze, a smile playing on his lips. "You are wrong. I am just stating the facts and correcting some people's misconceptions about the boss's image." "As for..." "That's enough." Chang Jin interrupted sharply, his face full of anger. "Since you've admitted it, there's nothing more to say. May I have your name?" "Yang Jin." "Yang Jin?" Chang Jin sneered. "Even if Yang Jin came today and dared to cause trouble here, he would have to leave half his life for me." He waved his hand fiercely. "Kill them both and throw them into the back alley." "Yes." The group of silent men behind them answered in unison, clenching their fists, and moved closer to Yang Jin and Li Qingyao step by step. Yang Jin's eyes narrowed, his body sank slightly, and he prepared for the worst. Just then. "Wait!" Chang Jin shouted. His expression was filled with incredible horror. The group of thugs in suits froze and turned to look at their manager in surprise. The fierceness and murderous intent on Chang Jin's face faded away. He stared at Yang Jin with his eyes almost popping out of his head. You just said, what's your name?" "Yang Jin." Yang Jin still spoke lightly. Boom! This name exploded in Chang Jin's mind. Yang Jin. The new boss of Royal Number 1 seems to be called Yang Jin. He thought of what his former boss had said. "Alas, there are some things I can't help myself. Xiao Chang, just follow your new boss and work hard." A short sentence, but it carries a lot of weight. Yang Jin's identity and background are self-evident. He had been waiting for a whole day from yesterday until now. He had thought of 10,000 scenarios of meeting Yang Jin, but he never expected it to be this one. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead along his jawline. The look he gave Yang Jin was filled with extreme fear. Chapter 14. Don't hit me in the face. "Manager Chang, why did you stop? Wouldn't it be better to just drag this guy to the back alley and deal with him?" Xiong Ji saw Chang Jin stopped and asked anxiously. Chang Jin suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiong Ji with eyes full of murderous intent. This look made Xiong Ji's heart skip a beat, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Snap! Chang Jin slapped Xiong Ji hard on the left side of his face. Xiong Ji spun around on the spot, his ears buzzing, followed by a burning pain. He covered his face, stunned, his mind blank. "Woo! Manager Chang, why did you hit me?" Xiong Ji spoke vaguely. The younger brothers behind him were so frightened that they stood there in shock, completely confused as to what was going on. "Hit you?" Chang Jin stared at Xiong Ji. "Hit you is not a bad thing. I wish I could chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs, you idiot." Xiong Ji shuddered all over. He was completely panicked and cried out, "What happened? Manager Chang, isn't he just a poor boy?" Chang Jin laughed out of anger. "Open your dog eyes and see clearly, this is the boss of our Royal Number 1. These words instantly drained the color from Xiong Ji's face, and his brain completely shut down. The hands covering his face dropped limply, revealing a funny, dull expression. He. "Manager Chang, please stop scaring me." Xiong Ji forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He didn't believe it was true. How could he be? "Fuck you." These 3 words came out from between Chang Jin's teeth. He turned his head and yelled at the group of men in black who had been on standby. "What the hell are you still standing there for? Drag these clueless bastards to the back alley. I don't need to teach you the rules, do I?" "Yes, manager." The men in black responded in unison. They gathered around him with expressionless faces, their knuckles cracking. "No, Manager Chang, it's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding, he. Xiong Ji spoke incoherently, his voice trembling. Looking at the approaching figures, he felt like the sky was falling. The reinforcements that I invited are now going to attack me. He knew these people's methods better than anyone else. Broken arms and legs would be the least of his worries. He might end up paralyzed in bed for the rest of his life. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life lying in bed. He hadn't even enjoyed the life of Widow Wang at the village entrance. After finding that Xiao Changjin's efforts were useless, Xiong Ji suddenly shuddered. He rolled and crawled to Yang Jin's feet and hugged Yang Jin's trouser legs tightly. Boss, I was wrong. I was blind. I didn't recognize the real man. Please have mercy on me and forgive me this time. I don't want any wages for the past few days. I'll work for you for free for 1 year. Oh no. 3 years? His younger brothers also woke up as if from a dream, crawled around him, and imitated Xiongji's behavior, making incoherent pleas. As for Hu Zi, who had been hiding behind Chang Jin and never dared to show his head. As soon as Chang Jin shouted the word boss, he took advantage of the chaos, slipped into the gap between the crowd, and disappeared without a trace. Xiongji was still crying and begging for mercy, but Chang Jin's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He shouted at the hesitant man in black, "Are you deaf? You want the boss to clean up the garbage himself?" The man in black did not dare to delay and roughly tore Xiongji and his men away from Yang Jin's feet. Xiongji was dragged and thrown to the ground like a dead dog. He kicked his legs, tears streaming down his face, and looked at the rough man with only despair. Woo, you guys, stop hitting me in the face, okay? Ah. We agreed not to hit each other in the face, ah. After a shrill scream, Xiongji and his companions were dragged towards the back alley, leaving only a few stains of struggle on the floor. And Yang Jin, from beginning to end, just kept his eyes slightly lowered, watching Xiongji being dragged away, his eyes without any emotion. The matter is settled. Chang Jin knelt directly in front of Yang Jin, his face full of respect, not even bothering to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Boss. His voice trembled. I deserve to die. I was so blind to offend you and my sister-in-law. If you want to punish me, I won't say no. He knew the rules of the game, and was even more aware of the weight of a word from someone like Yang Jin. Rather than waiting to die, it was better to fight for it. Before he finished speaking, Chang Jin's eyes became fierce. Pa! There were 2 crisp sounds, both with extreme force, no less powerful than the one that had hit Xiongji just now. In an instant, red and swollen fingerprints appeared on his face, and even a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. This decisive self-punishment made the surrounding men in black, who were silent as a mouse, shrink their necks subconsciously. Li Qingyao, who was standing behind Yang Jin, felt a little uncomfortable seeing this scene, but after hearing what Chang Jin said, 2 blushes appeared on her fair cheeks, burning all the way to her ears. My junior and I are just friends. After saying that, she shyly tugged at the corner of Yang Jin's clothes, her fingertips trembling slightly. Yang Jin felt the pull and tilted his head slightly. Li Qingyao quickly glanced at him, then hurriedly lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Junior brother, you are so amazing. Royal number 1 is actually yours. Why, not like? Yang Jin said with a hint of ridicule on his lips. Yes, a little. Li Qingyao nodded honestly, her heart beating fast. Yang Jin smiled and his gaze returned to Chang Jin. At this moment, Chang Jin was kneeling straight on the ground, holding his breath, waiting for Yang Jin's decision, not even daring to breathe. However, Yang Jin's next words were beyond his expectations. Get up. Chang Jin shuddered violently, thinking he had misheard, and raised his head slightly in disbelief. Yang Jin looked at him and said calmly, ignorance is not a crime. I just took over Royal number 1, so it's understandable that you didn't recognize me. He changed the subject and said, however, I don't want to see another blind idiot like that at Royal 1 again. Yes, boss, don't worry. Chang Jin felt as if he had been pardoned. The huge surprise made his voice tremble. He hurriedly climbed to his feet and said, from now on, if anyone dares to disrespect you in the slightest, I, Chang Jin, will be the first to peel off his skin without you even asking. I will never let any filth pollute your eyes. I thought my career was hanging by a thread, but unexpectedly, the situation took a turn and this young boss turned out to be so magnanimous. At this moment, what surged in Chang Jin's heart was not only the ecstasy of surviving the disaster, but also a strong urge to die for his friend. This person is definitely a wise leader. Yang Jin's eyes swept across Chang Jin's face, and he had to admit that Chang Jin was a ruthless character. All right, Yang Jin waved his hand. I'm just passing by. I'll come back when I have time. Go take care of the wound on your face. After saying that, he didn't stop, naturally took the hand of Li Qingyao who was still in shock, turned around and walked out. Li Qingyao was being led by him, her steps were somewhat erratic, as if she was walking on clouds. Goodbye, boss. Take care. Chang Jin immediately straightened his back and led a group of men in black behind him to bow in unison. It was not until Yang Jin and Li Qingyao completely disappeared that Chang Jin's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. The back of his shirt was already soaked with cold sweat.
Listen up, everyone. Remember what the boss looks like. If anyone dares to offend the boss again.
He paused, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone, and said word by word, no need for boss to do anything. I'll personally send him to the back alley to be retrained.
Clear. Chapter 15 100% shares of Tenjia Pharmaceutical.
What happened just now made the two of them completely lose interest in taking a walk, and they walked towards the direction of Prince Teng's palace. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, martial arts mastery. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, 100% shares of Tenjia Pharmaceutical ownership transfer procedures have been completed. The person in charge of Tenjia Pharmaceutical will contact the host in the near future.
It's great to complete 2 tasks at once. Yang Jin was very excited. If that was the case, then he could be considered a billionaire?
The huge impact made him unable to restrain the corners of his mouth from curling up, and the smile almost overflowed his face.
Junior?
Li Qingyao noticed something strange about Yang Jin and turned her head.
What are you laughing at?
The evening breeze blew, and a few strands of hair gently brushed against her slightly red cheeks. Yang Jin quickly collected his thoughts and closed the system panel that was invisible to others. His eyes fell on Li Qingyao's beautiful face, and he said with a half-hearted smile, "Isn't it worth having dinner with a beautiful senior like you?"
Ah!
Li Qingyao was caught off guard, her cheeks instantly flushed even more.
She said angrily, "Junior, when did you become so slick?" "It's from the bottom of my heart." Yang Jin smiled even more deeply.
A meal in exchange for a fortune of tens of billions, let alone having a meal with a senior, even having a meal with a cough, this rate of return is ridiculously high. As they were talking, the two of them had already returned to the gate of Prince Teng's mansion. The little boy who had been waiting saw Yang Jin from afar, and immediately ran out to drive the Ferrari and parked it steadily. Then, he stepped forward and respectfully handed over the keys with both hands. "Sir, your car." Yang Jin nodded slightly, took out a few hundred-yuan bills from his trouser pocket and handed them over.
"Thank you, sir."
The boy's eyes lit up and he swiftly put the banknotes into his pocket, with a wider smile on his face. He trotted forward attentively, opened the car door for Yang Jin, and carefully protected the edge of the roof with one hand. "Sir, please, take care. This extra tip is the sweetness of his service in this high-end place."
His monthly fixed salary plus these tips easily exceeds 10,000 yuan.
It is already quite comfortable in Jinling, and the tip is not taxable. In the car, Yang Jin looked at the time. It was just past 7 o'clock.
"Senior, shall I take you directly back to the dormitory?"
"Yeah, okay." Li Qingyao replied softly. Yang Jin was about to step on the accelerator when the phone in his pocket started vibrating.
"Hello? Hello, Mr. Yang, excuse me, this is Shunbang Logistics customer service.
The valuable live animal you ordered has arrived at the Jinling Transshipment Center.
Would you be available to receive it tomorrow?"
"We'll arrange for a specialist to deliver it to your door." A professional voice came from the other end of the phone. Only then did Yang Jin remember the blood-red dragon worth 5 million that he had signed in for in the morning. After thinking for a while, Yang Jin said, "Okay, let's do it tomorrow morning."
"Okay, Mr. Yang, the specialist will contact you in advance. Please keep the communication open. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Yang Jin did not delay any longer.
He stepped on the accelerator and drove the Ferrari towards Jinling University. In just 20 minutes, the car stopped steadily in front of building number 5 of the girls' dormitory. "We're here, senior sister."
Yang Jin turned his head.
Li Qingyao unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the car door. Before getting out, she turned around and smiled, a hint of shyness in her eyes. "Thank you for today, Junior."
"Don't be polite. I'll call you next time when I have time."
Yang Jin raised his chin with a smile.
"Okay." Li Qingyao nodded slightly, watched Yang Jin leave, then turned and walked into the dormitory building.
As soon as I opened the dormitory door, several teasing glances came towards me.
"Hey, you're finally back?"
Deng Zi was the first to come forward.
"Tell me, does it feel like floating in a multi-million-dollar luxury car? Isn't our junior handsome, gentle, and considerate?"
"That's right, being good-looking means you have privileges.
Poor us lonely people."
Hu Xinruwei said with pretended complaint. Li Qingyao's ears burned with the teasing, and she put the delicate paper bag in her hand on the table in annoyance. Here, one mousse cake per person from that internet famous shop outside the school.
Wow. You still have a conscience. Deng Ziyi smiled and opened the bag.
For the sake of the mousse cake.
I'll let you go for now, you who value love over friendship. The night was as dark as ink, and the Ferrari broke through the silence, not driving towards the boys' dormitory, but heading towards Yunchang Tianlai City. Yang Jin was holding the steering wheel.
He had to sign for a courier early tomorrow morning. He didn't want to rush here from the dormitory so early in the morning, so he might as well stay in the villa.
Only when he arrived at the villa did Yang Jin remember the 3 hungry roommates in the dormitory.
He took out his cell phone, opened the dormitory group, and directly sent out a red envelope of 500 yuan.
Yang Jin, I have something to do at the villa tonight, so I won't be back.
Take the red envelope, and there will be plenty of midnight snacks. As soon as the message was sent out, the group exploded.
Li Dangui, fuck, Jin Ji, you're so slow. Which senior student did you go to have an in-depth discussion with about your life ideals?
Smirk.
Wu Hong, brother Jin is awesome.
His efficiency is a role model for us.
Himao, big boss smoking.jpg.
Yang Jin looked at the message jumping on the screen and twitched the corners of his mouth. Yang Jin, get lost, I have something to do tomorrow morning and I'm too lazy to run back and forth.
Li Dangui, you beast, living in the Davii, leaving my brothers alone in their empty rooms. Wu Hong, brother Jin, the student union is going to check the dorms tonight. Are you really not going to come back and help?
Seeing this, Yang Jin raised his eyebrows and tapped the screen a few times with his fingers.
Yang Jin, transfer 200 yuan to Wu Hong. Yang Jin, I leave it to you. Come up with a better excuse. Wu Hong, yes, brother Jin, you were so generous.
Don't worry, when the dormitory check comes later, I will say that Wu Hong got lost due to sleepwalking last night. Li Dangui, at Wu Hong, I have never seen such a shameless person. After joking around for about 10 minutes, Yang Jin threw away his phone with a smile. I stood up and stretched, and was about to take a shower when I remembered that I had no clothes to change into. His eyes glanced at his t-shirt and casual pants, and he couldn't help but pause. Tisk, Yang Jin tugged at the hem of his clothes, you're worth tens of billions, yet you're still wearing this cheap stuff. If I go out, people will probably say I'm pretending to be a pig and trying to eat the tiger. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so I might as well go buy some clothes. Having made up his mind, he looked around the huge room and decided to tidy up. As a result, just cleaning the living room made his back and waist sore from exhaustion.
How about hiring a nanny?
The thought just popped up in his mind, but he killed it himself. Forget it, I won't be staying here permanently, so there's no rush. Lying on the bed, Yang Jin was thinking about where to buy clothes tomorrow, and fell asleep while thinking. The morning light shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto Yang Jin's face. His eyelids moved, and he slowly opened them. He reached for his cell phone and saw that it was already 8:30. His consciousness was still a little confused, but he had already opened the system panel and started operating it.
System, sign in.
Successful sign in, congratulations to the host for winning 1 million renminbi.
Funds have been transferred to the host's bank account through legal channels. Almost at the moment when the system prompt sounded, the mobile phone text message prompt sounded. Yes, I'm short of pocket money. Chapter 16 High-Run International.
Monday, September 3rd.
Old Yang, let's go.
Zhang Guoqing urged, straddling his 125 motorcycle.
I'm coming.
Yang Tianwan responded, slinging a half-worn canvas backpack, and trotting out of the house. Zhang Guoqing twisted the accelerator in neutral, his eyes fixed on Yang Tianwan's school bag.
Wow, old Yang, what's that treasure you're carrying? Another one of those pickled cabbage dumplings my sister-in-law made?
The two worked at the same machinery factory in town. They had Saturdays off and went back to work on Mondays, and Zhang Guoqing would always bring Yang Tianwan with him.
Yang Tianwan grinned, but didn't answer directly.
He first took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and handed it over. Lao Zhang, I'm going to quit my job today.
Quit your job?
Zhang Guoqing paused, his hand on the cigarette in his mouth.
Old Yang, are you confused? In this day and age, your job is as fragile as clay? You can just throw it away like that?
Zhang Guoqing is Yang Tianwan's brother who grew up with him, and their relationship is no less close than that of a real brother. Yang Tianwan got the job in the factory through many twists and turns and asking others to help him, so Yang Tianwan was confident in telling him the news.
Yang Tianwan took out his lighter and lit it for Zhang Guoqing first.
No kidding, he lowered his voice and said with a sense of pride, my son got lucky and won a big prize in the lottery.
What? Xiao Jin he.
Zhang Guoqing took a deep puff of his cigarette. He watched Yang Jin grow up, and he was like his own half-son.
If both families didn't have boys, they would have been engaged long ago. Did you really win the lottery? Yeah. Yang Tianwan also lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and his brows relaxed.
Yesterday I talked to the factory director, and he asked me to stay for 2 more days so that he could recruit someone to take my place.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Guoqing laughed briefly a few times, alright?
You're so lucky. TSK, just wait and enjoy your peaceful life from now on.
He paused, then changed the subject. Unlike that brat of mine, he's not getting anywhere with his studies. I asked him to come to the factory with me to learn some real skills, but he refused to do it and insisted on going to that crappy junior college.
What good can he possibly get out of it?
Yang Tianwan blew out a smoke ring and patted his old friend on the shoulder. Son has grown up and is no longer under the control of his father.
We can no longer turn over the old calendar. It's easy to talk when you're not standing.
Zhang Guoqing said with feigned anger, your Xiao Jin was admitted to a key university. If my kid can be half as successful as him, I'll wake up laughing in the middle of the night. He took a deep puff of his cigarette but then said, you say, if my Yaoguang gets lucky and wins a few million. He shook his head, and uttered the second half of his words mixed with green smoke, with an unrealistic smile on his face. After a cigarette burned out, the two of them stopped talking.
Yang Tianwan got on the motorcycle and the two drove towards the town.
After less than half an hour, the gray shadow of the factory building came into view.
Yang Tianwan went straight to the Human Resources office. The formalities went surprisingly smoothly.
The HR manager waved his hand and said, alright, Yang Tianwan, you don't need to hold the position anymore.
You can leave now. Your salary will be paid on the 15th. Yang Tianwan was slightly surprised, but didn't ask any more questions.
He just thanked him, went to the workshop to say hello to the team leader, and then walked out of the factory gate with his small school bag on his back.
At the same time, Yang Jin had just gotten up and ordered some takeout on his mobile phone.
He then planned to go downstairs to wash up.
The cell phone rang.
I thought it was a takeaway, but I heard a strange male voice when I picked up the phone. The voice was respectful. Hello, Mr. Yang.
This is Shunbang Express. Is it convenient for you now? We can arrange for a courier to deliver the package to you. It's convenient. Bring it up. Yang Jin wiped the water droplets off his face.
Okay, Mr. Yang, the courier should be here in about 2 hours.
As soon as I hung up the phone, the doorbell rang again.
The security guard's face popped up on the screen. Excuse me, Mr. Yang, a delivery driver said it was your order, and we need to confirm it.
Yeah, I ordered it.
After breakfast, it was already 9:30 in the morning. Yang Jin drove the car and followed the navigation towards the most prosperous shopping mall in Jinling.
Hairan International. The largest shopping mall in Jinling, bar none.
Covering an area of 260,000 square meters, it houses approximately 600 brands, of which over 30% are luxury brands, including LV, Gucci, Hermes and other international first-line luxury brands. The business format portfolio is rich, covering boutique retail, parent-child experience, cultural life, catering and entertainment, etc., which can meet the diverse needs of consumers of all ages. Looking at the grand shopping mall in front of him, Yang Jin sighed. This Ferrari has a low chassis and can't fit into the mall's underground garage. Yang Jin turned the steering wheel and headed to the ground parking lot. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted the attention of people around, and many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Fuck, Ferrari, who is this? Take a picture, take a picture. Several young people gathered around, their eyes full of undisguised envy. Yang Jin pushed the door and got out of the car. He was already used to this kind of look. He locked his car and walked straight towards the mall gate without looking around. Another bold girl approached him and said, "Handsome boy, can I take a ride in your car later?" Yang Jin waved his hand, "Sorry, I have to pick someone up later." "Why?" As you step into the mall, the marble floor is mirror clear and the windows of various brand names are dazzling. Yang Jin was slightly amazed in his heart. It was indeed much more magnificent than the shopping malls in the county town. I looked at the sign and walked towards the men's clothing area on the 3rd floor. He is not an expert in the field, but he recognizes several well-known brands. When he saw Louis Vuitton LV, he paused and made up his mind, this was the place. Inside the door, the shopping guide Xiaolin immediately came up to him with a smile on her face, and she didn't show any indifference at all because of Yang Jin's shabby clothes.
Hello, sir, welcome to Louis Vuitton. How may I help you?
At the same time, at the front desk, a female shopping guide with exquisite makeup leaned back, curled her red lips, and sneered at her companion in a low voice.
Look at Xiaolin, it's all in vain again.
9 out of 10 young people like her who are wearing cheap clothes are here to broaden their horizons, and the other one is here to get some air conditioning. I've taught her 800 times to judge people, but she just can't learn. The companion next to him chuckled and lazily trimmed his nails. She's a newbie, so let her hit some walls.
She'll understand next time. Tisk, the red-lipped saleswoman rolled her eyes and said sarcastically, poor guy still trying to save face. What a waste of time. Under Xiaolin's guidance, Yang Jin took a quick tour.
He didn't understand the terms like synthetic fiber blends and natural cotton and linen. He just thought a white round neck short-sleeved shirt was very appealing to him.
Sir, this is a designer collaboration piece this season, Xiaolin introduced. The fabric and tailoring are very exquisite. It will look very refreshing and neat when worn.
Yeah, Yang Jin nodded and pointed at the white t-shirt, this one, the joint-branded one and the regular one each, and... His eyes flicked to a pair of slacks beside him. Those pants, get 2 in my size.
Let's pack them together.
Xiaolin was incredibly excited, but she kept a smile on her face.
Okay, sir.
The co-branded model is 28,888, the regular model is 18,888, and the casual pants are 12,000 each.
Are you sure you want all of them?
He asked Yang Jin in disbelief, pretending to be calm, but his voice still trembled slightly.
Swipe the card. Yang Jin took out his wallet and handed over a bank card.
He looked at Xiaolin, who was a little excited, and smiled.
Chapter 17, Snobby Female Shopping Guide. The red-lipped female salesperson at the front desk suspected she was hallucinating. Just him?
Wearing an old t-shirt that has been washed out.
How can he afford that? What a joke. Her brows frowned at first, then relaxed.
Tisk, pretend, I want to see how long you can keep pretending today.
Ding, real-time task release.
I detected that the shopping guide was disdainful and sarcastic towards the host.
Please slap the snobbish face of the host. Task reward, all purchases will be paid in full by the system consumption limit, 5 million renminbi.
Yang Jin was almost startled by the sudden system task. After seeing the content of the task clearly, an indescribable strange smile almost broke out from the corner of his mouth. He calmly closed the system screen and glanced at the front desk. From the moment he stepped into the store, the 2 front desk salespeople looked at him as if he were a stray dog on the side of the road.
However, this person named Xiaolin took the initiative to come forward.
Judging from her appearance, she should have just graduated from college.
At this moment, Xiaolin was skillfully packing the clothes that Yang Jin had selected.
Sir, the total is...
Xiaolin just started to speak. No rush. Yang Jin raised his hand and interrupted her. Since the system is paying for it, why should I be polite?
He immediately started to think about it in his mind, and a sense of evil taste arose in his heart.
Seeing this, Duan immediately raised her voice. Oh, you're stuck when it comes to paying? What's the point of charging if you don't have money?
Xiaolin, I'm not saying anything harsh on you, but you just got here and don't understand.
Some people's time is worthless, but our time is precious.
Yang Jin ignored her noisy provocation and said to Xiaolin, take me to the ladies' area.
Ah? Oh. Yes, sir.
This way, please. Xiaolin felt a little embarrassed by Duan's words, but she still kept smiling and led Yang Jin to the women's area.
Duan looked at Yang Jin's back as he ignored her, and a surge of anger shot up her spine. Xiaolin, are you stupid? He's so poor he can't even afford men's clothes, and you really believe he can buy a bag?
In the women's area, a wide variety of bags are displayed in glass showcases.
Yang Jin's eyes wandered around. The cheapest handbag costs 5,400 yuan. No wonder people say online that women's money is the easiest to earn.
Yang Jin took a quick look around and finally pointed to a light blue bag in the middle of the counter with a price tag of 398,888.
That's it.
Yang Jin said in a flat tone.
Sir, Xiaolin said hesitantly, this is our special limited edition. We don't sell it directly. Yang Jin raised his eyebrows. Why is it put here if you are not selling it?
It's like this, sir, Xiaolin explained quickly. For this kind of limited edition, you need to first purchase a certain amount of other products from the brand to meet the allocation requirements before you are eligible to apply for a spot.
Poochie. A sharp sneer suddenly came from behind.
Do-won had come over with a twisted waist and undisguised smile on her face.
Oh my god, this is hilarious. You don't even know how to choose the right products? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty?
She paused and continued, I don't think you can even afford a fraction of the cost of the goods.
Xiaolin, please ask this distinguished guest to leave immediately and stop embarrassing himself here. The evil taste in Yang Jin's heart was completely ignited.
Instead of feeling humiliated, there was a hint of a smile on his face.
How much do I need to match to buy this bag?
Xiaolin's heart skipped a beat, and she whispered, Sir, according to the rules, you need to have accumulated a total of 1 million yuan in spending at this brand to be eligible to apply. She secretly observed Yang Jin's expression and added, This is a hard requirement from the brand.
1 million.
This number made Xiaolin feel heavy and depressed. She was just a newcomer in the industry, and usually dealt with individual customers who paid a few thousand yuan each. Those truly powerful big clients had long been snatched away by Do-won and others.
Only people like Yang Jin, who are dressed ordinary and don't seem to have much purchasing power, would get her turn.
This order was simply a fantasy to her.
1 million? Yang Jin repeated silently.
He moved his feet slightly and started walking in front of the counter. This, and this.
In just over 10 seconds, he pointed at dozens of bags.
After stopping, he looked at Xiaolin, who was completely dumbfounded. Pack up all the bags I pointed at just now.
Hiss.
Xiaolin gasped and her eyes widened.
All, wrap up everything? A vague number exploded in her mind. She didn't dare to think about it anymore.
Huge surprise and deeper fear gripped her at the same time. Sir, Xiaolin's voice trembled, and she couldn't even maintain her professional smile.
This amount is too large. I have to ask the store manager for permission.
She instinctively felt panic, fearing that this was all a huge joke.
Okay.
Yang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. Try to be quick, I'm in a hurry.
Okay, please wait a moment. Xiaolin turned around and trotted towards the back area. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Do-won could no longer hold back.
She rushed to Yang Jin with contempt written all over her face.
Are you bragging? Who do you think you are? Just click your fingers and these bags will be yours?
You have to pay real money for them, millions.
Have you ever seen what millions of dollars look like? Is it because you were too shocked just now that something went wrong here?
She pointed at her temple with her finger, her eyes full of sarcasm. Yang Jin didn't even bother to raise his eyelids, and simply replied indifferently, What I buy and how much I spend is none of your business.
Okay, keep pretending.
Do-won's chest heaved with anger. I'll see how you end up, you poor bastard. Soon, Xiaolin walked out quickly with a middle-aged man with a capable temperament.
This is the store manager Lu Xiang.
However, when his eyes fell on Yang Jin lying on the sofa, his heart froze for a moment. A washed-out t-shirt, ordinary sneakers.
How different is this image from the image of a wealthy man who spends money like water in his mind? This young man, is he really not joking? But his professionalism allowed him to quickly suppress his doubts.
He walked up to Yang Jin and bowed slightly. Hello, sir.
My last name is Lu, and I am the manager of this store. Xiaolin said you're interested in buying multiple women's bags at once? It's me.
Lu Xiang took a deep breath and said, Sir, we have done a preliminary calculation of the style you just selected, and the total price is about 3.8 million. If you add the limited edition platinum bag in the center display case, the total amount will exceed 4 million.
No problem.
Yang Jin said without hesitation, Swipe the card.
Lu Xiang's heart skipped a beat. This reaction is too calm.
He suppressed his turbulent emotions and immediately ordered Xiaolin, go get the POS machine. Regardless of whether it is true or false, the process must be in place. At this moment, Do-won, who had been unable to contain herself, suddenly interrupted, Manager, please don't be fooled by him. He is just a poor loser who came here to broaden his horizons.
If he can afford it, that's enough.
Lu Xiang turned his head sharply, just be quiet. The store manager's authority cannot be challenged, especially in front of big customers.
What if Yang Jin really bought it? He didn't dare to gamble.
Do-won was frightened by Lu Xiang and shrank her neck, with dissatisfaction written all over her face, humph, pretending, just wait and see.
Chapter 18 LV Senior VIP Member. After a while, Xiaolin came jogging over with a POS machine and a computer.
Lu wanted to lead Yang Jin to sit on the sofa first, and then he took the calculator and started typing quickly on the table.
Return to 0. Return to 0. Return to 0. 6,888 plus 13,000.
The sound of the calculator counting was particularly loud in the store. About 2.5 minutes later, Lu Xiang took a deep breath, turned the calculator screen towards Yang Jin, and put on an attentive smile.
Sir, the total price of the goods you selected is 4,286,680.
I'll round off the amount for you and you can just pay the full 4,280,000.
What do you think?
His eyes were fixed on Yang Jin's face.
Yang Jin didn't even bother to lift his eyelids.
He just glanced at the string of numbers symbolically and let out a very light hum from his nose. Then, he turned his wrist and a black bank card appeared between his fingers. This bank card was prepared in advance by the system, and there is only 5 million in it, not a penny more.
Swipe the card.
The voice was flat, as if he was not talking about more than 4 million, but 400 yuan. Lu Xiang was delighted and immediately greeted him respectfully with both hands.
Etc. Yang Jin's fingers suddenly withdrew.
He stood up slowly, brushed his trouser legs, and looked sternly at Duan who was standing beside him. This salesperson, Yang Jin said with a hint of sarcasm on his face, has been so harsh and rude since we walked in.
It makes me feel like spending 4 million in your store is totally not worth it.
He paused and turned his gaze towards the door. TSK, Gucci across the street, it seems the service seems better? Duan's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, her lips twisted.
Why are you acting so high and mighty? If you can't afford it, then you can't afford it. Why are you showing off here?
You're such a disgrace.
Yang Jin didn't even look at her. He put the bank card back into his pocket and made a gesture to leave. Sir, please stay. Lu Xiang's heart instantly rose to his throat.
He understood that this was asking him to express his opinion. Lu Xiang quickly calculated in his mind that this order from Yang Jin was his performance for the quarter, and it was even an overachievement, which was very important to him. In the face of performance, if he looked at Duan for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the performance. He wanted to improve so badly. So, Lu Xiang suddenly turned his head and looked at Duan with sharp eyes. Duan, according to Article 7 of our service regulations and Article 9 of our employee code, you have treated customers rudely and seriously damaged our brand image.
Now, pack up your things and get out. Don't come back tomorrow. Duan looked at Lu Xiang in disbelief as if struck by lightning.
Lu, are you crazy?
You want to fire me for a poor loser? Shut up.
Seeing Duan calling him directly, Lu Xiang slapped her backhand.
If you say one more word, I'll have to ask security to ask you to leave.
Okay, you Lu, Duan said, shaking with anger, covering her face. Just wait, don't regret it. She grabbed her high-end imitation handbag and stormed out of the store, but stood unwillingly by the glass curtain wall outside the door. He crossed his arms, looking resentful as he waited to see Yang Jin make a fool of himself. The air in the store was stagnant for a moment. Lu Xiang took a deep breath, suppressed his emotions, and turned to Yang Jin with a humble smile. Mr. Yang, I wonder if you are satisfied with this treatment? Only then did Yang Jin sit back on the sofa with a faint smile on his face. He took out the black card again, held it between two fingers, and handed it over casually. Lu Xiang almost held his breath, took the bank card with both hands, and swiped it through the POS machine.
Drop. Transaction successful, amount, 4,280,000 yuan.
The crisp electronic sound was like the sound of nature, instantly breaking the silence. Lu Xiang and Shaolin gasped at the same time.
The huge ecstasy almost made them dizzy.
Xiaolin's eyes were red with excitement and her fingers were tightly twisted together.
Done.
This order alone could make her a regular employee, and she would get a commission of more than 4 million, which he couldn't even imagine. Lu Xiang was also a little scared. He was afraid that the prompt tone just now was not a successful payment, but insufficient balance. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. He casually spent more than 4 million without blinking an eye. He is not a poor guy at all, he is clearly the god of wealth. Outside the store, Duan's face, which was waiting for a good show, instantly lost all color and became distorted when she heard that the transaction was successful. It's fake, it must be fake.
How could he really have 4 million? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Du-won collapsed on the ground powerlessly. Finally, Lu Xiang was afraid that it would affect the customer experience, so he asked the security guard to carry Du-won away. Mr. Yang, your card. Thank you very much for choosing LV. Please leave your address and we will arrange for someone to deliver all your products to your door. At the same time, your purchase this time has automatically promoted you to our brand's premium VIP membership. From now on, you will enjoy LV's world-class services and benefits. As for the shopping guide who had stood with Du-won before, he was now sitting powerlessly on the chair, gasping for breath and feeling terrified. Fortunately, she did not offend Yang Jin. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Temporary bank card has been withdrawn. In the LV store, Yang Jin changed his clothes directly and threw his old clothes into the trash can. Sir, this suit is tailor-made for you. Lu Xiang stood next to Yang Jin and spoke flatteringly. Yang Jin looked at himself in the mirror and realized that, as the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. His overall temperament has improved a lot. A satisfied arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, let's send the rest to Building 1 of Yunshan Tianlai City. Clouds of Heavenly City Building 1? These words hit Lu Xiang's heart hard, and the smile on his face froze instantly. As a store manager who has been in the luxury goods circle for many years, he knows too well what Yunshan Tianlai City represents, not to mention that it is building number 1. Isn't it said to be not for sale? This young man in front of me is actually the owner of building number 1? Lu Xiang looked at Yang Jin's back with a look full of fear. This young man's background was not simple. His decision to get rid of Du-won just now seemed extremely wise. Okay, Mr. Yang. Yang Jin didn't say anything more, just nodded casually and left contentedly. He was strolling around the mall casually. After a while, he received a call from the courier company, saying that the blood-red dragonfish had arrived. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jin left the mall and drove straight to Yunshan Tianlai City. In just over 10 minutes, Yang Jin saw a van stopped outside the gate from a distance. Yang Jin stepped forward and slowly lowered the car window, revealing half of his sharp-edged profile. Is this the fish for building number 1? The courier looked over and said, Yes, you are Mr. Yang Jin Yang, right? Yeah. Yang Jin responded lightly, his eyes glancing at the security guard in the booth who had already recognized his license plate and was about to salute. Let me go, my shopping has arrived. The security guard did not dare to delay and immediately opened the gate with the remote control. Chapter 19, First Encounter with the Tang Family. Arriving at the door of the villa, 2 couriers nimbly opened the trunk door of the van. The sun scorched the asphalt road, and you could almost see the distorted heat waves. In addition to fish boxes, there are also some supporting facilities in the carriage. For example, color lamps, thermostats, water quality testers, etc., and there are several boxes of small fish and shrimp stacked next to them, which are obviously the food for the blood-red dragon. Yang Jin opened the door of the villa, took a quick look around the living room, and then pointed to the empty space at the kitchen door, put it next to the dining table. He gestured, saying that was the perfect spot. The 2 porters worked under the scorching sun, and sweat quickly soaked the backs of their work clothes. Yang Jin turned around and wanted to get 2 bottles of ice water from the refrigerator to cool down, but then he remembered that there was nothing in his refrigerator. Tisk. He sighed softly and had to think of another way. You guys go ahead and do your work. I'll be out for a while and back soon. Yes, sir. The young man responded breathlessly. Yang Jin got into the driver's seat, turned the steering wheel, and drove straight to the closer side gate of the community. As the car passed by the scenic lake, he caught a glimpse of the old man fishing whom he had seen before. It's such a hot day, and there are few people in the community. How can this old man still sit there and do nothing? Yang Jin muttered to himself, is fishing really such an addiction? He asked for 2 bottles of ice water at the security booth at the side door and immediately turned back. However, when passing by the lake again, the old man who was fishing had disappeared, leaving only the lonely fishing rod on the shore. Yang Jin subconsciously stepped on the brakes, lowered the car window, and looked at the lake. I saw that the water surface near the fishing rod was churning violently, and a straw hat could be vaguely seen floating up and down among the turbid water. Oh shit! Yang Jin's pupils suddenly shrank. He pushed open the car door, tore off his shirt and threw it into the car. He rushed to the shore in a few steps and jumped into the water without hesitation. Woo! Guliolu!
In the water, Tang Sihai whimpered in his throat, his arms slapping the water, and he was about to be swallowed by the lake. Yang Jin took a deep breath, pushed his toes hard on the mud at the bottom of the lake, and rushed closer. In the chaos, Tang Sihai felt someone approaching, and his instinct for survival made him grab Yang Jin's forearm tightly. What surprised Yang Jin was that the old man did not cling to his father frantically like an ordinary drowning person, but instead tried his best to cooperate.
Can you swim?
A hint of surprise crossed Yang Jin's mind, but his hands did not stop moving. He exerted force with his arms and steadily dragged the old man to the shore. The two men climbed up the shore dripping wet. Tang Sihai collapsed to the ground, coughing violently and heart-wrenchingly. It took a long time before his breathing finally calmed down.
My fish! Tang Sihai pounded the ground in frustration.
That white catfish weighed at least 30 kilograms, and it just slipped away like that.
Yang Jin looked at the old man's distressed expression with a strange expression on his face.
He just silently wrung the water out of his pants.
After a while, Tang Sihai finally got up and walked to Yang Jin, his face full of gratitude. Young man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I, an old man, would have died here today, both myself and the fish.
Yang Jin supported him and said with a helpless smile, Old man, you are too kind.
I see that you are in very good health.
Ah, Tang Sihai smiled bitterly and shook his head, holding his lower back.
What's so tough about that?
I couldn't even pull the fish just now, and I sprained my waist.
It's an old problem.
Yang Jin was about to tell him to be more careful next time when a quick shout suddenly came from behind him.
Grandfather! Yang Jin turned around suddenly.
I saw a beautifully dressed woman staggering towards me. Following behind him were several breathless community security guards. When they saw the old man drowning in the monitoring room, they hurried over. The woman rushed to Tang Sihai, her eyes scanning him anxiously, her voice trembling. Grandpa, how are you?
Are you hurt?
It's okay. Tang Sihai waved his hand to comfort his granddaughter, then looked at Yang Jin. Thanks to this young man, he pulled me out of the water. The woman's tense expression finally relaxed a little, and she looked in the direction of her grandfather towards Yang Jin.
Thank you so much.
Before he finished speaking, the security captain next to him stared at Yang Jin's face and exclaimed, Mr. Yang, Mr. Yang? Yang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the security captain, somewhat surprised that he recognized him. The woman was also obviously stunned and looked at the security captain with a questioning look. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the security captain's forehead and he looked at Yang Jin. Yang Jin knew what the security captain meant and nodded at him. The security captain finally felt relieved and explained to the woman, This is the owner of Villa Number 1, Mr. Yang Jin.
The owner of Villa Number 1?
A hint of astonishment flashed across Tang Shuyun's delicate eyes.
Villa Number 1 on the top of the mountain was actually sold? And the buyer was this young man in front of me?
Her heart was shaken. She remembered that her grandfather Tang Sihai had mobilized a lot of connections to get that mansion, but ultimately failed. She subconsciously looked at her grandfather with a look of confirmation in her eyes.
Tang Sihai ignored his granddaughter's gaze. His eyes were fixed on Yang Jin. No wonder.
He muttered to himself, I was wondering why he looked familiar. He's the young man I saw going to Villa Number 1 the other day. At this moment, a hurried and panicked sound of footsteps came from a distance.
Master, are you okay?
A middle-aged woman in maid clothes staggered over, her forehead covered in sweat and her eyes full of fear. When Tang Shuyun saw the person coming, her surprise was instantly replaced by anger. Her eyebrows raised, Auntie Wang, how did you take care of my grandfather?
Why did you let him run away alone again?
Aunt Wang shuddered all over, her head drooping even lower, her voice filled with tears. Miss. I'm sorry, it's the master who said he wanted to eat the jelly from Old Street and insisted that I go buy it right away.
I.
The more she spoke, the more frightened she became, her body trembling slightly, having already foreseen the most terrible consequences.
Okay, Shuyun. Tang Sihai interrupted in a deep voice.
He glanced at Wang Ma and softened his tone, it's none of Wang Ma's business.
I just had to come out and cast a few lines on my own. But Grandpa, you are.
Tang Sihai looked at his granddaughter, his tone a bit stubborn like an old child. Humph, what do you know, little girl? Old Zhang next door shows off his 20-pound grass carp in front of me every day.
If I.
Sigh. When talking about the 30-pound white catfish that escaped, he beat his chest and stamped his feet, even forgetting the pain in his waist.
Yang Jin watched the grandfather and grandson bickering, then looked at the frightened nanny. He didn't intend to disturb them as he had other things to do at home. As long as the old man is okay.
Here, Tang Shuyun was still saying something to Tang Sihai, but Tang Sihai suddenly exclaimed.
He looked around. Where's that young man? Where's Mr. Yang? Tang Shuyun also reacted immediately. She glanced around and immediately turned to the security captain beside her. Where is Mr. Yang?
The security captain quickly bowed and replied, Ms. Tang, Mr. Yang drove away a few minutes ago.
Chapter 20 Tang Sihai's Visit.
The setting sun melts into gold, coating the villa with a warm glow. When Yang Jin returned to the villa, he saw two couriers sweating profusely as they carried the last few boxes. He handed over 2 bottles of ice water.
Thank you, boss. The 2 men grinned, took the water without hesitation and drank it.
His Adam's apple rolled violently, and most of the bottle of water disappeared in an instant. After the last box was moved, Yang Jin took out 6 bright red banknotes and handed them out casually. Thank you for your hard work, this is some money for tea. Their eyes widened instantly, and surprise spread across their faces. These 2 red bills are worth most of their day's wages.
After thanking him repeatedly, he left in a hurry. After seeing the outsiders off, Yang Jin took a quick shower.
Then he came to the kitchen door and began to look at the blood-red dragon closely. Its body was round and blunt, like a cannonball, and its entire body was a bright blood red. Its scales were rosy and translucent, with purple tinged in the red, and the color was very layered.
He looked around the living room.
You know what, with a water tank, the style of the entire space is instantly elevated to a higher level.
Yang Jin nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that it would be even better if there were a few more valuable calligraphy and paintings.
Yang Jin curled the corners of his lips slightly, turned around and took some small fish and shrimp to feed them. While feeding the fish, I was thinking that my dad likes fishing and I wondered if he likes this.
As soon as his thoughts turned, Yang Jin thought of his parents in his hometown.
It is also time to bring the 2 elders to Nanjing to enjoy a good life and experience the customs and culture of this ancient capital of the 6 dynasties.
Just hire a nanny when the time comes, and it will be fine.
However, having lived in the countryside for most of their lives, they might find it difficult to get used to living in the city all of a sudden. It was almost noon, and Yang Jin was too lazy to go out in the sun to find food, so he was planning to order some takeout.
The doorbell rang.
Yang Jin stood up and went forward to open the door. The person who came in was none other than Tang Sihai. After having a private doctor examine her and confirming that there was no problem, Tang Sihai took a brief rest and then brought his granddaughter over. His face was full of smiles. Young friend Yang, I left in such a hurry just now that I didn't have time to thank you. I'm really sorry for this. I hope you will forgive me for coming to your house so presumptuously. He spoke in an earnest tone and held himself very low. A hint of understanding flashed across Yang Jin's eyes. He turned sideways to greet him with a bright smile. Old sir, you are too kind.
Please come in.
Yang Jin invited the 2 into the living room. I just moved in, and I don't have much tea. I'm really sorry for being so slow.
No, we were the ones who disturbed you first. How can we say that we are being disrespectful? Tang Sihai waved his hands repeatedly.
He sat down confidently and winked at his granddaughter. Tang Shuyun understood and took out a scroll from her brocade bag and placed it on the coffee table.
Tang Sihai untied the silk ribbon and slowly unfolded the scroll.
A vigorous and twisted green pine picture appears before your eyes, with dark ink color and profound artistic conception. Young friend Yang, I have no way of repaying you for saving my life. This is a painting of pine and stone from the Qing dynasty that I stumbled upon in my early years. While it's not a one-of-a-kind masterpiece, it's quite interesting. It's just a small gift, not a token of respect.
I hope you won't despise it.
Just consider it as adding a touch of elegance to this new home.
Tang Sihai gently stroked the edge of the scroll with both hands, observing Yang Jin's reaction. Yang Jin's eyes lit up. It was like a pillow was given to him when he was sleepy.
He was just thinking about getting some calligraphy and paintings, and Tang Sihai sent them to him.
His face remained expressionless, and he pretended to decline. Mr. Tang, you are too polite. Since this is your treasured treasure, how can I steal it away from you?
Hey!
Tang Sihai said with a bit of pride. Young friend Yang, you are wrong. Could it be that you think my courtesy is too low and you look down on me? Yang Jin laughed out loud, no longer pretending. Ha, Mr. Tang, you are too kind. I dare not refuse a gift from an elder.
In that case, I will not refuse it disrespectfully, so I will accept it. He rolled up the painting of green pine and placed it on the side of the coffee table. Oh,
I was so busy talking that I forgot to introduce myself. Tang Sihai slapped his forehead and smiled even more. My name is Tang Sihai. Friends are kind enough to call me Mr. Tang. Today, we met and we hit it off right away. We are equals, so let's just call each other friends. I'm older than you, so you don't mind calling me Brother Tang. Upon hearing this, young Jin was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This old man is too careless. As Tang Sihai spoke, he turned to Tang Shuyun, who had been sitting beside him, and said, Shuyun, what are you still standing there for? Come meet your Uncle Yang. Tang Shuyun's beautiful eyes widened instantly and she looked at her grandfather in disbelief. Grandpa, are you serious? Silly girl, what are you standing there for? Tang Sihai urged. Tang Shuyun's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said in a mosquito-like voice, Hello, Uncle Yang. Cough, cough, cough. Yang Jin was caught off guard and coughed repeatedly. He waved his hands and said, Tang Lao, this won't do. Please call me Yang Jin and I will call you Tang Lao. He didn't want to have such a big niece out of thin air. Tang Sihai glared at him and said, A gentleman's word is as good as gold. How can you take it back once you've said it? That's it. He suddenly stopped talking, his eyes instantly attracted by the blood-red dragon not far away. For an old fisherman, the fatal attraction of this blood-red dragon is so strong that he can't take his eyes off it. When a man reaches old age, he doesn't have many hobbies, and raising and appreciating fish is his greatest joy. Tang Sihai almost jumped up and came to the aquarium. He stared at the blood-red dragon in fascination, muttering to himself, Top quality, top quality. Brother Yang? Are you selling this fish? Yang Jin. Seeing Yang Jin's silence, Tang Sihai instantly realized his abruptness. His old face blushed slightly and he smiled self-deprecatingly. I am the one who is abrupt and out of control. A blood-red dragon of this quality has long surpassed the scope of ordinary ornamental fish and is a true collection-level living work of art. Yang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. He didn't know anything about fish, he just thought the fish looked good. He said casually, Mr. Tang, if you like it, why don't you just go buy one? Oh? Tang Sihai turned around suddenly, a helpless look on his face. Alas, Brother Yang, you don't know. Ordinary blood-red dragons can be bought with money, but a top-grade blood-red dragon like this one is no longer a matter of money. This kind of dragon is truly rare. Blood-red dragons cannot be bred in China, so they have to be imported from their native Southeast Asia. And to find a top-quality one with a perfect body and translucent scales. He paused and said, I'm afraid I need some connections in the international ornamental fish community. Yang Jin was thoughtful after hearing this. At this moment, Tang Sihai's heart was already in turmoil. On the one hand, it was because of the blood-red dragon's shock and ecstasy, and on the other hand, it was because of Yang Jin's nonchalant attitude, as well as the energy and financial resources behind it. This Brother Yang's identity is probably far beyond his initial imagination. P.S. Please submit company names, supporting character names, villain names, and your favorite plots. The author will reply when he sees them. Chapter 21 Inspection of Tenjia Pharmaceuticals. Tang Sihai's gaze was always on the blood-red dragon. TSK, I can't believe that Brother Yang has such elegant taste. Tang Sihai's voice was filled with amazement as he gently tapped the cold glass wall of the tank. This blood-red dragon, 1 in a million, is not enough to describe it. I'm afraid it must have cost me a lot of effort, brother. These words are 3 parts probing the bottom, and 7 parts sincere admiration. Tang Sihai prided himself on being an expert in fish, having invested tens of millions of dollars in it. But the famous fish he had raised were far inferior to this top-grade blood-red dragon. In the end, they were all fed to the king of hell and raised to death by him. The cost of raising fish alone is enough for an ordinary family to be rich for 10 generations. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, and then he remembered that the fish was a gift from the system for signing in. He waved his hand casually and said lightly, It's just a fish, a piece of cake. Tang Sihai's body stiffened. Move your fingers? What's going on? He turned his head abruptly, his usual smile reappearing on his face. I was blinded by your ignorance. I didn't know that young Master Yang actually has such a talent. The initial assessment in my heart that Yang Jin had some background was overturned. This kind of skill is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary rich kids. Tang Sihai felt relieved, thinking that this visit to Yang Jin was a very wise choice. Tang Shuyun was sitting in a corner of the sofa, holding her cell phone, not knowing what she was doing.
Just at this moment, the cell phone in Yang Jin's pocket rang.
Hello.
He answered the phone, his voice flat and without any emotion.
Hello? Is this Yang Jin, Mr. Yang?
The voice on the other end of the phone was a little humble.
It's me. Director Yang.
After confirming his identity, the other party's voice suddenly rose.
I am Chen Kaiwan, the head of Tianjia Pharmaceuticals. You have acquired Tianjia Pharmaceuticals. I wonder when you can spare the time to visit and provide guidance.
All of our colleagues are waiting for you at any time. Yang Jin hesitated for a moment and said, maybe in the afternoon.
I'll let you know the specific time. Can I contact you directly with this number?
Yes, Mr. Yang, this is my number.
Chen Kaiwan said hurriedly.
He didn't know the new boss's personality, and it was hard to say whether he could still keep his old chair. He was afraid that Yang Jin would make 3 big moves as a new official.
Yeah.
Yang Jin said lightly, his fingertips slid across the screen, and hung up the phone.
Tang Sihai had already sat back on the sofa before he knew it. What's up, brother Yang? Is there something wrong?
Yang Jin casually put the phone back into his pocket, his tone still calm. Nothing, I just closed a company and plan to go check it out this afternoon.
Oh? Tang Sihai became interested. I wonder what company brother Yang acquired. Maybe we can cooperate.
He speculated that it might be a small company with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars, and that his Tang family could also do such a thing.
Tianjia Pharmaceuticals.
Tang Sihai's face twitched and he almost fell down, his whole body stiffening on the sofa. On the other side, Tang Shuyun, who had been playing with her mobile phone with her head down, also stopped abruptly.
Tianjia Pharmaceutical.
Jinling is a pharmaceutical giant with a market value of nearly 10 billion yuan.
It is almost equal to half of his Tang family's empire. This young man actually acquired a multi-billion-dollar company so easily? Ha ha ha. Tang Sihai used laughter to hide his embarrassment.
I really didn't expect that Brother Yang would take over Tianjia Pharmaceuticals so easily.
This is one of the leading companies in our Jinling pharmaceutical industry. It's really bold. What a coincidence. I happen to be running a decent trading company. If you don't mind, Brother Yang, we can cooperate.
Sure. Yang Jin's face was calm, but in his heart he knew nothing about Tianjia Pharmaceutical.
I have to go to the company this afternoon to check out the situation.
Yang Jin raised his eyes and said, after I, the new official, finish my rounds, I'll call Brother Tang to discuss it in detail.
Okay.
Tang Sihai said 3 times in a row, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out.
Then I, your brother, will wait patiently for your good news. The two chatted for a while and soon it was noon. Tang Sihai invited him warmly, Brother Yang, do you have lunch? Why don't you come to my humble abode for a meal? I have a few cooks at home, and their cooking skills are decent. To be honest, he would have gone if Yang Jin hadn't ordered takeout. He loved the sweet duck rice he ordered, and besides, he couldn't bring himself to let the delivery guy make a wasted trip. I appreciate your kindness, Brother Tang. Yang Jin declined sincerely. Next time, let's make an appointment for a feast at Brother's house another day. It's your treat. I've got that in mind. Before parting, the two of them tacitly added green bubbles to each other. After seeing off the Tang family's grandfather and grandson, the sweet duck rice was delivered on time. Yang Jin sat cross-legged on the sofa and had just taken a few bites when his phone screen lit up again. A new friend request from Mayun popped up, with a concise note, Tang Shuyun. Yang Jin pointed his finger and passed the verification. And then nothing happened. The afternoon heat was gradually suppressed by the setting sun. Looking at the time, it was almost 5 o'clock, so Yang Jin dialed Chen Kaiwan's number. Chen Kaiwan, who had been sitting in the office for an entire afternoon, almost jumped up from the wide leather chair. He took a deep breath, his fingers flew, and he sent a message in the company management group. Everyone, the chairman will be coming to inspect the company soon. Please notify everyone and all personnel in each department to be alert. Upon receiving this message, department heads, please gather downstairs within 3 minutes. At Purchasing Department Li Jinjin, are all the items ready? Li Jinjin from the Purchasing Department, don't worry, Mr. Chen, everything is ready. Chen Kaiwan walked around the company and then led a group of executives to the first-floor lobby. The 2 young receptionists with exquisite makeup at the door were so shocked by the scene that they stepped back slightly. Oh my god, all the bosses are coming down, what big thing happened? Didn't you see the group message? The new chairman is coming to inspect.
The companion beside him lowered his voice. Apart from him, who else could make President Chen mobilize such a large force?
New chairman?
He won't be another old-fashioned guy.
Shu, keep your voice down.
If you are heard, you will be in trouble. Tianjia Pharmaceutical, a pharmaceutical giant with a market value of tens of billions, has its office building in a 15-story glass curtain wall building. It stands in the core of Jianling High-Tech Zone and covers an area of more than 100 acres.
3 kilometers away is the production plant.
At this moment, in front of the main entrance of the headquarters building, the carpet is spread from the revolving door all the way to the edge of the driveway.
Dozens of security guards stood on both sides of the red carpet, their postures upright.
After a while, a Ferrari supercar with sharp lines slid steadily into the company gate.
Chen Kaiwan frowned subconsciously. The chairman drives a supercar?
This was far from the top-level business car he had imagined. The moment the car door rose, Chen Kaiwan rushed forward, bent his waist into an arc, and opened the car door with both hands. Warmly welcome the chairman to visit Tianjia Pharmaceuticals to inspect and guide our work.
Welcome, Mr. Yang.
All the executives bowed in unison. At the same time, security guards on both sides of the red carpet pulled the fuses of the salute at the same time.
Bang 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 bang. Chapter 22, Drug Sale Slow.
The scene before him made Yang Jin frown slightly.
All right, Yang Jin waved his hand. Don't engage in this kind of empty formalism in the future. Come on, take me inside to have a look. Yes, Mr. Yang, I promise this won't happen again.
Chen Kaiwan reacted quickly, leaning sideways and spreading his hands, humbly saying, "Please come this way." He quickly caught up with Yang Jin, followed closely by a group of executives. 2 days ago, Yang Jin might have been frightened by this scene. But at this moment, he walked steadily, and the awkwardness had been slowly suppressed.
Oh my God. Is this our new director? He's so young? And so handsome. The girl at the front desk lowered her voice, unable to suppress her amazement.
Tisk, young and rich, Mom, I'm in love.
Mr. Yang, this way, the elevator on the right. Chen Kaiwan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, pointing the direction of the elevator for Yang Jin. The inspection of the office area lasted about 20 minutes.
Yang Jin's eyes swept across the rows of workstations, looking at the faces of those sitting in front of the computers, with expressions of concentration or numbness.
Young, old, some even looked older than his parents.
A strange weight weighed heavily on his heart.
Tianjia Pharmaceuticals, Yang Jin asked as he walked over, still holding the financial report he had just handed over, including the factory area. What is the total number of employees?
Director Yang, Chen Kaiwan quickly replied, currently, the company has 1,786 regular employees and 1,239 dispatched workers. Before they knew it, the group had entered the conference room. Yang Jin took the main seat as expected, with the financial statements spread out on the table. The executives below held their breath in concentration, and the space was so large that one could hear a pin drop. Yang Jin's eyes moved rapidly across the report. Last year, Tianjia Pharmaceuticals' total turnover was 5.6 billion yuan, with a net profit of only 250 million yuan and an interest rate as low as 4.46%. Looking at the first quarter of this year, the turnover was less than 2 billion and the net profit barely exceeded 100 million, a year-on-year decline of 11%.
Ding! Real-time task release. Helping Tianjia Pharmaceutical out of its predicament. Reward, Business Mastery.
During the mission, the host can temporarily use Business Mastery.
Awesome system.
Yang Jin was already thanking the system for 8 generations in his heart.
With business expertise, Yang Jin looked at the financial statement again and found that the gross profit margin was a bit low. How can a pharmaceutical company with a market capitalization of nearly 10 billion yuan have such a low profit margin? Is this normal or are there corrupt officials in the company?
He suddenly raised his eyes and slowly scanned every face around the round table.
Invisible pressure spread instantly.
Executives either stared at the desk with their eyes downcast or had their Adam's apples rolling. They were all on pins and needles, not daring to make a sound.
Bang!
Yang Jin closed the folder and pushed it aside. Before we get down to business, Yang Jin leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. Let's start with Mr. Chen. Everyone, please introduce yourselves so we can get to know each other briefly.
A brief round of identification ended.
Yang Jin leaned back in his chair, supporting his chin with one hand, and looked at the human resources manager. Manager Wang, please tell me about the company's current attendance system.
What are the regulations for the factory and office areas? The HR manager immediately stood up and spoke clearly and fluently. Yes, Director Yang.
The factory implements a comprehensive working hours system, operating in two 12-hour shifts from 8:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m., with a standard full attendance day of 26 days per month. The salary structure includes basic salary, position allowances, and performance-based compensation. The office area uses a standard working hours system, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., with a 1-hour lunch break, 2 days off a week, 22 days of full attendance per month, and compensation is a base salary plus performance bonuses. After listening to the report from the human resources manager, Yang Jin tapped his fingertips lightly on the conference table.
Change the factory working hours system to the standard system?
If this is the case, the already meager net profit, if added with the soaring labor costs, may not even be able to maintain 200 million.
This idea can only be put aside temporarily.
He turned to Chen Kai-won and said, Mr. Chen, please explain.
This year's revenue has dropped 11% year on year. What's the problem? Chen Kai-won's heart tightened.
He felt that the young boss's eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts. Mr. Yang, please be aware that our Tianjia's core product, Isatis root granules, has seen its market share continuously eroded by emerging pharmaceutical companies. The price war is fierce, and our profit margins have been significantly compressed. For other product lines, 70% rely on agent and distributor networks, and only 30% are direct sales channels. He flipped open the document and pointed at the data. Direct sales are relatively stable, but the problem lies in the distribution channels. This year, several important regional distributors have significantly reduced their purchase orders, resulting in a serious inventory backlog of many of our main drugs. Chen Kaiwan took a deep breath and said in a heavy tone, if this batch of inventory cannot be consumed within 6 months, it will be classified as a risky drug according to GMP regulations and market risk management procedures, and will ultimately have to be destroyed. Not only did this cause huge direct losses, but the company's stock price also fell by nearly 3 percentage points after the news broke.
Inventory overhang? Falling stock prices? Yang Jin frowned even tighter.
There have been reports online recently about a new type of influenza, so common medicines like Isatis root should be in high demand. Director Yang, Chen Kaiwan said, lowering his voice, according to our understanding, those distributors who cut their orders have switched to Jiling Bicom Pharmaceuticals. They've signed a new cooperation agreement, and subsequent orders are likely to continue to shrink.
The conference room fell into silence.
Drug sales are stagnant, sales channels are lost, profits are declining, and stock prices are suffering. The new directors were tripped up by the company right from the start, and they were implicated in everything. Yang Jin leaned back in his chair and thought of Tang Sihai. You guys sit down first. Yang Jin stood up, I'm going to take care of something. He walked out of the meeting room and dialed Tang Sihai's number.
Hello, Brother Yang? Tang Sihai's hearty laughter came from the other end of the line. Very efficient. Are you done with the inspection already?
Brother Tang, let's get straight to the point, Yang Jin said hurriedly, I just took over Tianjia and I've already run into a tough situation.
Oh? Tang Sihai was curious. What troubles can you possibly handle? Tell me about it. Maybe I can help.
Yang Jin raised his lips slightly, Brother Tang, you're right, you can really help with this matter.
Tang Sihai was obviously interested.
Tianjia Pharmaceuticals' main drugs are unsold, and Bicom has taken a large portion of its distribution channels, Yang Jin said succinctly.
The inventory pressure is enormous. If it continues, we will have to destroy them to stop the losses. Oh? How much inventory is on hold? Tang Sihai asked directly. If it's too much, my trading company might not be able to handle it. But?
He changed the subject and said, Brother, I know a few friends who have national distribution channels.
They have big business.
I can help you sell this batch of goods.
It shouldn't be a problem.
Yang Jin felt warm in his heart.
He had no intention of being polite to Tang Sihai. I don't know the exact amount yet.
I'll call you back later.
Brother Tang, I'll remember this favor. Yang Jin said decisively, let's make an appointment later.
I'll bring the person in charge to talk.
Okay, call me anytime. Tang Sihai laughed proudly, brother's business is my business.
In Tang Sihai's opinion, he would not be at a loss if Yang Jin could owe him a favor. After hanging up the phone, Yang Jin returned to the meeting room. Chen Kaiwan, take me to the factory warehouse so I can take a look. A few minutes later, the group took several shuttle buses to the factory.
Chapter 23: Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches.
In the factory's locker room, Yang Jin meticulously fastened the collar of his cleanroom suit and tightened the elastic band of his hood. After disinfection, he entered the production workshop. Afterwards, led by the workshop director, he made a symbolic inspection and looked at the running machines, which were very unfamiliar to him.
Due to a sharp drop in orders, several production lines have stopped operating. But there are still many production lines in operation.
Looking at these employees, there are old workers with gray hair on their temples, and also many students who have just graduated from campus.
12 hours a day, 2 shifts. Is this really how a human being should live? A sour feeling blocked Yang Jin's chest.
He made up his mind that once Tianjia Pharmaceutical got on the right track, changes must be made. The working hours system must be aligned with that of the office area, and the same should apply to all the companies under his command in the future.
It's just a matter of making less money. After all, working class, above all else.
After the inspection, Chen Kaiwan signaled the workshop director to lead the way and walked towards the warehouse.
Does the factory provide dinner? Yang Jin asked as they walked. The workshop director put on an attentive smile and said, "Yes, lunch and dinner are provided, as well as accommodation.
The standard meal is 4 dishes and 1 soup, plus a special dish every day. Monday is Shanghai braised goose, Tuesday is chicken drumstick, Wednesday is..."
What time does dinner start? Yang Jin interrupted him. 5:30.
Yang Jin looked at the time, it was 5:20.
Lead the way, let's go to the cafeteria. I want to try the workers' food.
Chen Kaiwan and the others paused and exchanged surprised glances. This young chairman always acted unconventionally. No one questioned it, and the group immediately turned around.
There are 2 canteens in the factory.
Due to the large number of people, the group will be divided into 2 staggered groups, 5:30 and 5:50. When Yang Jin walked in, it was exactly 5:30 and the huge cafeteria was empty and quiet. The dining area is self-service, and the dishes are fresh in appearance and generous in portion, at least 100 times better than the Yongjin High School cafeteria. On the wall, next to the recycling bin, there is a striking slogan.
Extravagance and waste are prohibited.
Violators will be severely punished. Nearing 6 o'clock, Yang Jin finally stood in front of the iron door of the warehouse. At the director's signal, the warehouse manager quickly retrieved the data and reported the backlog of drugs, overstock, approximately 53 million doses. More than 50 million doses.
Yang Jin's heart suddenly twitched.
This was all pure silver.
If converted into cash, wouldn't that be tens of millions? How to destroy it all? In a sense, what was burned was Yang Jin's money. No, absolutely not. After confirming the inventory, Yang Jin had no intention of staying any longer.
He turned around and left, going straight back to the office area downstairs. Yang Jin opened the car door and got into the Ferrari.
The engine let out a deep and powerful roar.
He lowered the window and said to Chen Kaiwan, who followed closely behind,
"I'll figure out the inventory issue. Expect my call tomorrow." "I understand, Mr. Yang." Chen Kaiwan bowed in response. "If you have any ideas, you can contact me at any time."
Yang Jin glanced at him, said no more, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away.
"Farewell, Mr. Yang."
After leaving Tianjia Pharmaceutical, Yang Jin was a little confused for a while.
Let's go back to the villa. There's nothing else to do except playing with my phone. It was past 6 in the afternoon and the heat had not yet dissipated, but the daytime heat had faded. Yang Jin drove his Ferrari into the traffic flow.
He planned to look at his watch to relieve his mood. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. If you don't have a car or a watch, play with birds, hide in bed and play with it. Every second of comfort is precious. There is still more than 1 million in the card, which should be more than enough to buy an entry-level watch worth tens or hundreds of thousands.
He doesn't know many brands, and Patek Philippe is one of them. Hyron International.
The unique sound of the supercar still attracted countless eyes.
Yang Jin was already used to it.
After getting off the car, he walked straight through the crowd. Inside the mall, it was the golden hour when the lights came on. When Yang Jin arrived at Patek Philippe, he walked in and was immediately greeted by a female salesperson, her eyes scanning his LV casual attire.
"Hello sir, welcome to Patek Philippe. How may I help you?" "Look at the watch," Yang Jin said concisely. Okay, this way, sir. The saleswoman led him to the men's section. Sir, please look over here. This is our classic Calatrava series. Simple yet elegant, it's the perfect match for formal occasions. The selling price is 283,900. More than 200,000?
Yang Jin raised his eyebrows, but remained expressionless.
Without pausing, the saleswoman pointed to another section. This is our collection of complicated timepieces.
For example, this 5524R001, which combines multiple complications and represents the pinnacle of craftsmanship, is currently priced at 419,600.
More than 400,000. Yang Jin's heart skipped a beat. How could this be just a watch? It was clearly a moving house. Carries more than 1 million suddenly seemed so thin. He could accept hundreds of thousands, but these 400,000. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he was about to say let's see. Ding! System benefits are here. It is detected that the host is in a state of value cognition distress, and exclusive benefits are issued. Reward, 1 million yuan only for buying watches. Hiss.
Yang Jin really took a breath of cold air this time, but the meaning was completely different.
System, I fucking love you. This sudden surge of confidence made his upright back seem to straighten a little more. His gaze returned to the 5524R, worth over 400,000, and he said calmly, Is there anything more expensive than this? The professional smile on the saleswoman's face froze for a moment. More expensive than over 400,000? This young customer must be very wealthy.
The huge surprise instantly dispelled her previous doubts, and her eyes lit up, more enthusiastic than before. If this order is successful, then she will have completed half of her sales for this month, not to mention the commission.
Of course, sir, please come this way. She almost led Yang Jin to another exhibition area quickly.
This is our Nautilus series, commonly known as the Nautilus, which is the perfect fusion of sportiness and elegance, and a top choice for everyday wear. She carefully pulled out a watch with a gradient blue dial. Look at this one, the Nautilus 5991S011, dual time zone display, blue sunburst dial with a current price, 619,100. Patek Philippe Sports 5990. Just as the sales sister finished speaking, a young man came to Yang Jin's side without knowing when.
Hey, buddy, you're also interested in this Steel King? Yang Jin glanced sideways. I saw a young man wearing branded clothes standing next to him. He was rubbing his hands and looking at the 5990 with interest. Chapter 24 Jinling Young Family. Yang Jin nodded in approval. It is indeed a good watch. He. The man next to him grinned. I've been envious for days, but I just don't have enough money in my pocket, ha. Oh?
Yang Jin raised his eyebrows and looked at him.
He is well dressed and doesn't look like a poor man. Could it be that he is just trying to save face? Since you like it? Then buy it.
Oh, the man's shoulders slumped.
I just bought a new car a few days ago, and now I'm bringing back a watch? My dad will definitely chase me and beat me up.
After saying this, he himself found it funny and laughed dryly twice to ease his embarrassment.
Ha. Yang Jin was amused by his vivid description and then looked at the man with a hint of sarcasm. Since you are short of money, then I am going to steal your love? Well, what are you talking about, buddy? The man waved his hands quickly, smiling brightly. The watch is not mine, so why bother taking it away? But... He rubbed his hands, took a step closer, and lowered his voice. After you buy it, hey, can you lend it to me to satisfy your urge to touch it?
After saying that, he subconsciously scratched the back of his head.
It's no big deal. Yang Jin agreed readily. He said to the salesperson waiting on the side, this is it. Wrap it up. The sales lady's eyes instantly sparkled with surprise, and the smile on her face immediately became extremely warm. That's generous, bro. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. Yang Xia, Yang for sun, Xia for summer. Yang Jin. Wow. Buddy, your last name is Yang too? Yang Xia's eyes lit up. Yang and Yang Lu, Yang Jin corrected with a smile, but it's a homophone, so it's fate. Yes, we are all Yang, we are one family.
Yang Xia patted Yang Jin's shoulder, and they smiled at each other, and the distance between them was instantly shortened. During the chat, Yang Jin learned that Yang Xia was from the Yang family in Jinling. He didn't know much about the genealogy of the Jinling family.
He only vaguely remembered that the former top leader of Jiling also seemed to have the surname Yang. As for whether the two were related, that was unknown. Soon, the sales lady came back with a low-key and luxurious packaging bag. Just as he was about to swipe his card to pay, Yang Jin suddenly had an idea. The system had given him 1 million, and there was nearly 400,000 left. Wouldn't it be a shame not to use it? Wait, he turned to the salesperson, could you show me the women's section? The sales lady obviously didn't expect Yang Jin to continue looking at his watch. She was slightly startled before she reacted, and the smile on her face was almost blooming. Of course, no problem, sir, would you like to choose one for your wife? Yang Jin didn't comment, just nodded slightly. He really wanted to bring one for Li Qingyao. Oh my god. Yang Jin, you still want to buy more? Yang Xiao was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. Then he leaned forward with a bit of a smug tone, hey, well, whoever sees it gets a share? How about giving me one too? Yang Jin turned sideways upon hearing this, okay, which one do you like? No, no, no. Yang Xiao was startled by his nonchalant response. He quickly waved his hands and took a step back, his face a little embarrassed. Brother, I'm just kidding. Don't take it seriously. We just met, how can I let you spend money? He was shocked. Who on earth was this gentleman? He spent money like water, so he must have a lot of money. Anyway, he would never believe that people of his age could be so rich on their own. We are all brothers, why be polite? Yang Jin said naturally. Yang Xia could only laugh dryly, not daring to respond any further, and obediently followed Yang Jin to the ladies' counter. Do you have any recommendations? Yang Jin glanced at the dazzling display cabinets. The sales lady was already extremely alert. After a moment's hesitation, she pointed to one model. Sir, this rose gold model, the 4947 or 001 complication timepiece, is a true classic. Its unique dial design embodies both elegance and artistry, making it a perfect match for women who pursue a refined lifestyle. She paused and said, the current selling price is 358,000. Okay, this is it. Fuck. Yang Jin, you really bought it. Yang Xia took a breath. Without blinking an eye, 1 million was gone? The money spent on the watch was almost as much as the price of his new car. I couldn't help but whine in my heart, why is my dad so stingy? He insists that I'm not doing my job properly and keeps my pocket money tight. The happiest person was the sales lady. She was so happy that her face was about to break when she thought about the huge commission. Okay sir, I'll do it for you right away. After payment, the sales lady respectfully handed the watch box to Yang Jin. After exiting the store's glass door, the two found a relatively secluded leather sofa in the mall's atrium and sat down. Yang Jin opened the 5,990 packaging. The platinum case shone with a cool luster under the soft light. After confirming that it was correct, he flipped it over casually and handed the watch worth more than 600,000 yuan to Yang Xia next to him. Here, would you like to inspect the goods? He. Yang Xia grinned and took it without hesitation. He took out his mobile phone to take a picture at the first moment, and then looked at it carefully. Snap this thing on your wrist and your aura will be fully unleashed. When you walk down the street, won't those guys call you Brother Yang properly? Yang Jin laughed, it's just a watch, is it that serious? You don't understand, Yang Xia raised his head, putting on an expert look. For a true watch lover, the satisfaction brought by this kind of craftsmanship and design, TSK, it's hard to explain. He spoke eloquently, as if he had been immersed in this field for many years. Only he himself knows that the so-called watch lover is just someone who was instantly struck by the appearance and brand halo of this watch when watching a video a few days ago and has been obsessed with it ever since. But his father is so stingy that he only gives him 300,000 yuan in pocket money a week. Asking him to save money until next week? That would be worse than killing him. He already feels stretched by 300,000 yuan, so why save money? After satisfying his visual and physical pleasures, Yang Xia reluctantly handed the watch back. Yang Jin took it, put the watch on his wrist, and threw away the factory packaging box. Coincidentally, both of their cars were parked in a ground parking lot. Yang Xia first led Yang Jin to a corner where his Lamborghini Huracan was parked. Of course, Yang Jin raised his eyebrows, his tone teasing, driving a Maverick and crying poor? Your standards for being poor are a bit high. Oh my young master Yang. Yang Xia immediately put on a bitter face, do you know how much I have sacrificed for this calf? Do you know?
Whoa, it's all tears if I say too much.
He pretended to cry and complained, which successfully earned him a cold look from Yang Jin.
Ha ha, alright. Yang Xia finished his training in a split second and asked with a grin, by the way, Yang Jin, what kind of car are you driving? Let me see it for myself.
Yang Jin said nothing and pointed to the other end of the parking lot.
Wow.
Yang Xia's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but walk quickly over there. If I'm not mistaken, this is the SF90?
Yang Jin followed slowly and nodded. It's a plug-in hybrid, with nearly 800 horsepower. Yang Xia circled the car.
Wow, it's much better than my 600 horsepower Maverick.
Yang Jin smiled bitterly in his heart.
His SF90 is a V8, while Yang Xia's Maverick is a pure V10 naturally aspirated engine. Of course, in terms of straight-line acceleration and overall performance, the SF90's hybrid system is indeed much stronger than the Maverick's.
I remember the domestic quota for this car was very small.
It seems to have been discontinued?
Now the used market is selling it for over 7 million yuan.
Damn, it's more expensive than a new car.
Yang Jin said
He also understood it, and it was a fact. After Yang Xia was satisfied, he took out his phone and looked at Yang Jin. Yang Jin, add a green bubble? Let's play together next time.
Okay. After adding each other's contact information, the two said goodbye.
Let's go, Yang Jin. See you another day.
Yang Xia waved his hand and got into his scooter.
Chapter 25: The Terrifying Meditation Boat.
When Yang Jin returned to the villa, it was already dusk and almost 8 o'clock. He casually put the things in the entrance, then lay on the sofa and called Tang Sihai.
Just as the bell rang, Tang Sihai's loud and smiling voice came from the other end. Young friend Yang, are you done? My old friends have agreed that they are all happy to meet you. I'm really sorry to bother you, brother Tang. Well, since you call me brother, why are you being so polite to me? We are all family. Tang Sihai laughed heartily. How about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? These old guys get up earlier than the chickens, and it's cool in the morning. Yang Jin chuckled softly. It's an honor for me that you seniors are willing to come.
I'll arrange the location, don't worry.
Okay, I'll leave it to you then.
After hanging up the phone, Yang Jin tapped the phone case with his fingers and pondered for a moment. Although the Prince Tang's palace is elegant, it is too elegant and not suitable for discussing serious business. The older generation prefers leisure and indifference, and is more likely to talk in the aroma of tea. He was not familiar with Jinling, so he planned to send a message to ask Yang Xia. This guy must know. Yang Xia, is there a tea house in Jinling with a nice atmosphere and a touch of ancient charm? I'm going to discuss something tomorrow. Yang Xia replied almost instantly. He, you finally asked the right person, arrogant. That Jing Xian Fong across the river has a great atmosphere. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Yang Jin raised his eyebrows, exited the background, opened the search engine and started some operations. Jingxin Boat, just like its name suggests, is actually a tea boat located on the lake. The artificial lake is vast and almost luxurious, covering an area of more than 200 acres. Amidst the shimmering water are several antique boat bases, on top of which are built attics with flying eaves, which are called fixed boats. What is even more amazing is the mobile boat that can actually float on the lake, like a mobile palace. It is called a tea boat, but in fact it is a water palace with the ancient charm of my hometown. Of course, the price is also amazing enough. Ordinary pavilion seat, 1888. Fixed boat, 8888. Xianfang, 118,888. Mobile boat, 188888. Good fellow. Yang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. This isn't drinking tea, this is drinking fucking gold. Although it has an affordable price of 1888, as if it is specially designed for ordinary people to see the world, even this number is definitely not something that ordinary people can afford. It might not be a big deal in the imperial capital or the magic city, as those tycoons in Shanghai and Beijing have plenty of money, but this is Jinling, and Jingxin Fong really dares to set a high price. He was about to reply when another message popped up on the screen. How's it going? Bro, my recommendation was correct, wasn't it? Proud. Yang Jin shook his head and laughed. Well, I saw it, it's really good. Ha ha, that's fine. Since you think it's a good idea, Yang Jin, I'll arrange it for you. He. Yang Xia finally sent a cheesy expression. Replied with a question mark. But the other end of the screen suddenly became quiet, and about 10 minutes later, the message appeared again.
Done. No one has booked the mobile boat for tomorrow, so it's empty anyway. I've already told my dad about it. Young Jean, you can come and use it anytime. Consider it a welcome gift from me, ha ha ha.
Yang Jin stared at the screen, stunned for a moment.
Jingxin Fong, is it Yang Xia's?
That is Jinling's top private reception venue, especially the mobile boat, which costs nearly 200,000 yuan to use once.
How could they just give it away? Yang Xia's father just gave Yang Xia this thing worth 200,000 yuan so casually? However, the reality is,
Yang Xia, Dad, I like that Patek Philippe watch, the one that cost 620,000.
Yang's father, no.
Yang Xia, then, the Jingxin boat's mobile boat, I want to spend a day there tomorrow.
Yang's father thought that since the house was empty anyway, it was better than his son wasting money on a watch, so he readily agreed, okay. This. Yang Jin was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. What? Yang Jin, you don't think I'm the kind of stingy person, do you?
Yang Xia pretended to be unhappy. Although I don't have much money, I have always been loyal to my brothers.
You treated me sincerely today, so I have to be kind too. I've already got the mobile boat. It will be empty if you don't come. Don't waste my kindness.
Looking at the messages sent by Yang Xia one after another, Yang Jin couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Although he thought this guy was a little immature, he felt his frankness and sincerity. Moreover, Yang Xia did not have the dandy airs that are common among rich kids. How about I transfer the cost of the mobile boat to you? I feel embarrassed for you to do this. Yang Jin hesitated for a moment, but still sent the message. Unexpectedly, Yang Xia replied immediately, No, I'm really angry if you ask for money.
A gentleman loves money, but he gets it in a proper way. Brothers don't play that game.
Yang Jin raised his eyebrows and muttered in his heart, This is not cheating my friends, but cheating my father.
Okay, then I won't be polite. Thank you so much this time. No big deal.
After the conversation ended, Yang Jin silently kept this favor in his heart. There is a long way to go, and there will always be rewards.
He then sent a message to Tang Sihai, quiet boat, moving boat. Tang Sihai was surprised when he saw the news.
He was not only surprised by the high price of the mobile boat, but also surprised that Yang Jin was able to book the meditation boat in such a short time.
You can't enter this place just by having money. Without a certain social status, you can't even make a reservation.
He believed that the Tang family already had a certain status in Jinling, but compared with the real powerful people, there was still a big gap. Even he had only been in there once on official business, accompanying the second in command of Jinling. The atmosphere and experience there are truly unforgettable, as if you were traveling back to an ancient and elegant place.
This young friend Yang Jin is indeed not simple.
Tang Sihai murmured, and finally replied with only one word, okay. When he told the news to several old friends, as expected, everyone was surprised.
The moving boat of the meditation boat? You can't get into this place just by having money. Do you know that young man? Does he have such wide connections?
Invisibly, Yang Jin's weight in the eyes of these old seniors increased a bit.
The next morning, the sky was just getting light. Yang Jin woke up very early. The first thing you do when you wake up every day is to shout. System, sign in. Successful sign in.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50% shares of Make a Media. The relevant equity documents have been automatically generated and stored in the system space.
The host can retrieve them at any time.
Congratulations to the host for becoming the largest shareholder of Make a Media. Yang Jin reached for his phone and immediately searched for Make a Media. An emerging media company that was established only 3 years ago, focusing on new media operations and internet celebrity incubation, has a market valuation of 4.3 billion. Now, with the explosive popularity of short dramas, Make a Media has also made a big move into the short drama field with rapid momentum.
Yang Jin pondered. 50% of the shares, converted to assets worth more than 2 billion.
The system actually gave me so much money directly when I signed in this time.
Awesome, system. Chapter 26 Expanding Your Network.
After closing the system panel and washing up briefly, Yang Jin sent a message to Chen Kaiwan, asking him to arrive at Jingxin Fong on time at 8 o'clock. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the dawn was just beginning and there was a slight chill in the air. Yang Jin randomly found a breakfast stall, ordered a bowl of soy milk and 2 fried dough sticks, ate them slowly, and then headed towards Jingxin Boat. At 7:40, the quaint gatehouse of Jingxin Boat was already in sight. What surprised Yang Jin a little was that Tang Sihai was already waiting in front of the door, dressed in a simple Tang suit, with his hands behind his back admiring the carvings on the door lintel.
Brother Tang, you're here so early. Why don't you come in and sit down first? Yang Jin parked the car and walked forward with a smile.
Upon hearing this, Tang Sihai turned around and laughed out loud, his voice as loud as a bell. Ha, I got turned away.
The security here won't let me in, ha ha ha. Yang Jin.
As they were chatting and laughing, a black car drove up steadily and Chen Kaiwan got out in a hurry. Soon after, several luxury cars arrived one after another, and all the people getting out of the cars were important figures in Jinling's business community.
Chen Kaiwan was secretly shocked.
These people, who could only be seen in financial magazines, were gathered here at this moment.
This can't be possible. They must have been called by Yang Jin. He swallowed his saliva.
It seemed that the new boss was much more terrifying than he had imagined.
Dear seniors, thank you for your visit. Outside is not the place to talk. Please come inside and chat. Yang Jin greeted everyone calmly.
When they reached the door, the security guard had already received the notice. When he saw Yang Jin, he bowed respectfully and led the way. Young Master Yang, please come in.
The boat is ready for you.
After passing through the moon-shaped gate, the view suddenly opens up. It looks ordinary from the outside, but it's a different world inside. With winding streams, lush green rockery and towering ancient trees, it feels as if you have traveled through thousands of years in an instant and found yourself in a place where scholars and elegant people chant to the wind and play with the moon. A maid in a light blue cheongsam came forward and led everyone onto an exquisite pleasure boat. The pleasure boat slowly left the shore and headed towards the center of the lake. In the elegant room inside the boat, a set of Ru-kiln tea sets is placed on the rosewood coffee table, the screen is embroidered with a picture of pine and crane longevity, and the air is filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance. Everyone took their seats one by one, except Chen Kaiwan, who still stood respectfully behind Yang Jin.
Why don't you sit down?
Yang Jin looked at him.
This. Chen Kaiwan was still in shock. He originally thought that this time it was just an ordinary boat.
After all, with Yang Jin's financial resources, it was not surprising that he could book the Jingxin boat. But it was not until just now that he realized that he was going to a mobile boat. He knew very well what this place was. It was definitely not a place that ordinary people could come to. Tang Sihai and several other elders nearby saw this and smiled and waved their hands. We are all family, no need to be so polite. Chen Kaiwan looked at Yang Jin and saw him nod slightly, then he carefully sat down at the last seat.
Ding, host behavior detected. Real-time task release, tea and discussion with Hu Jinjun. Quest reward, tea ceremony mastery. During the mission, the host can temporarily use tea ceremony mastery.
Yang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes swept over everyone present, finally landing on an old man on the right who had been silently looking at the tea in his hand. At this moment, the old man was using silver tweezers to pick up a handful of tea leaves, placing it to the tip of his nose and sniffing it, looking intoxicated.
A knowing smile appeared on Yang Jin's lips, and his body leaned slightly to the right.
The tea has a delicate fragrance, is shaped like a sparrow's tongue, and has a silvery white, emerald green color.
If I'm not mistaken, this must be the premium Biluakun tea from Dongting Mountain in Taihu Lake. And the one who could discern its essence at a glance must be Mr. Hu Jinjun, right? Hu Jinjun paused, holding the tweezers suspended in mid-air, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Young man, do you know me?
Yang Jin held the kettle and poured Hu Jinjun a cup of tea that was 7/10 full. The sound of water gurgled and the air was filled with mist.
We have never met, but we have known each other for a long time. Whom? Hu Jinjun instantly became interested. Jinling tea ceremony has a long history.
Since ancient times, it has been like 10 miles of Qinhuai River, the golden land of the 6 dynasties, a pot of clear tea to drink 1,000 years of elegance. Mr. Hu is well versed in the principles of tea and uses it to cultivate oneself. He is a leading figure in the Jinling tea art world. I have heard of him for a long time, and seeing him in person today, I can see that his reputation is truly well deserved. Relying on the mastery of tea art given by the system and his own impromptu performance, Yang Jin spoke fluently and explained things in a simple and easy-to-understand way.
He can even say that silver is gold. Hu Jinjun beamed. Who wouldn't want to hear sincere praise? He murmured inwardly, when did my fame reach the ears of the younger generation?
You are truly a formidable young man. Hu Jinjun put down his silver tweezers, his eyes full of admiration.
I never thought you would delve so deeply into the art of tea. It seems my trip today was well worthwhile.
The two of them looked like they had met too late, which stunned everyone around them.
Tang Sihai's eyes widened even more.
If someone didn't know, they would have thought that the two knew each other. Hu Jinjun personally held the kettle and poured a cup of bilyuakun for Yang Jin. Although this tea is not as good as the dahongpo from the Wui mother tree, it is also ranked among the top 10 famous teas.
My friend, please try it.
What are your thoughts? Yang Jin calmly picked up the white porcelain cup, first looked at its color, then sniffed its fragrance, and finally took a small sip, letting the tea linger on the tip of his tongue for a while, savoring it carefully. This tea has a blend of floral and fruity aromas, a sharp and long-lasting fragrance, a fresh and mellow taste, a smooth entrance, and a long aftertaste. Yang Jin paused. After drinking it, the fragrance lingers on the teeth and cheeks, leaving one feeling relaxed and happy.
Great.
Well said. Hu Jinjun felt like he had found a confidant and couldn't wait to pull out his phone. My dear friend, add me on Green Bubble. Let's discuss this more in the future.
It's my honor.
Hey.
Tang Sihai finally couldn't hold it in anymore and interrupted. Old Hu, this is not very considerate. If someone didn't know, they would think you were the host. Yang Jin smiled but said nothing.
Hu Jinjun didn't even raise his head, as if he was writing a note to Yang Jin.
All right, let's get back to the point. Tang Sihai composed himself. Everyone, this is the Yang Jin I mentioned earlier, young friend Yang.
Yang Jin stood up and greeted every senior present. Tang Sihai then introduced the three old friends he brought with him one by one. This is the founder of Mindong Group, Mindong Hua, from Zhengzhou, Hunan.
The guy next to him is who?
He needs no introduction.
Hey. Hu Jinjun was immediately unhappy. You old fool, what do you mean you don't need an introduction? You're almost on good terms with young friend Yang, but you're still going through all this trouble? That won't work either. We can't skip the rules. Yes, Tang Sihai smiled and shook his head. This is Hu Jinjun. The last one is by Giant Pain, the founder of Baiwu Sales Company, Limited. After this introduction, Yang Jin had a preliminary understanding of everyone present. What surprised him was that these seemingly serious business giants were actually very easygoing.
They took the initiative to come forward and exchange contact information with him, and the atmosphere was very warm.
Finally, it was Yang Jin's turn to introduce Chen Kaiwan behind him. Chen Kaiwan stood up a little awkwardly and greeted everyone. Everyone responded with a kind smile and did not pay attention to his nervousness. The biggest purpose of their trip was to make friends with Yang Jin. Chapter 27, Give Yang Jin a Warning?
Congratulations to the host for completing the task and receiving the reward, Mastery of Tea Art. The system prompt flashed by, but Yang Jin was not distracted and was chatting and laughing happily with Tang Sihai and others. This group of older generation figures who are influential in the business world have no airs and instead exude an easygoing air. Hu Jinjun, in particular, was extremely talkative and frequently pulled Yang Jin aside to chat.
The atmosphere was so lively that he was almost overwhelmed.
Chen Kaiwan was the only one in the audience who sat quietly aside, looking a little reserved, and just ate the fruit plate in silence.
So, you came to Jinling originally to attend university and acquired Tianjia Pharmaceutical? Yang Jin nodded with a smile. That's about it.
Oh, you are indeed Yang, young man.
Although young, you are quite courageous.
People no longer regarded him as an ordinary 18-year-old boy, but treated him as an equal and a peer.
We've had tea and chatted, so isn't it time for us to get down to business? Tang Sihai waved his hand.
Everyone nodded, indicating that they had no objection.
Chen Kaiwan. Yang Jin called. Chen Kaiwan, who was called, was cheered up. It was finally his turn to perform. Come and report to the seniors on Tianjia's current business situation. Yes. His Adam's apple rolled and he walked forward quickly. He first bowed politely, then opened the file on his mobile phone and reported in detail. The content was roughly the same as what he had reported to Yang Jin before. 10 minutes later, the statement was completed. This is the current situation of the company. Everyone pondered for a moment, and Tang Sihai spoke first. My trading company doesn't mainly deal in pharmaceuticals, but it can absorb some of the inventory. My Mindong Group can take on 10 million doses. Old Bai, your Baiwu trading company has stores all over the country. It would be unreasonable not to take 20 or 30 million doses. Tang Sihai joked. Bai Giant Pain smiled bitterly. You know that everything is now entirely managed by my good-for-nothing son. Forcing 20 million doses of medicine on me is unrealistic.
Although we are a trading company, we also have regular order partners. For your sake, Yang Xiaoyu, I am willing to take the order of 8 million doses and establish a long-term strategic partnership.
What do you think? Thank you very much, brother. Bye. Yang Jin thanked them one by one.
Old Hu, you and young friend Yang are the most compatible in this room.
How much can you digest? 12 million doses, any more is definitely beyond our capacity.
After several rounds of negotiations, the four of them took on a total of 33 million doses, but there were still 20 million doses that Yang Jin had to raise on his own.
Even so, Yang Jin is still sincerely grateful to these predecessors, and Tanjiao's drug inventory pressure has been greatly reduced.
It just so happened that he had just acquired Make a Media company, so maybe he could try selling medicines through live streaming? Thinking about it, he took out his phone and searched for the musical note. We discovered that Infu Pharmaceuticals' OTC live broadcast in September had 2 cases of daily sales exceeding 10 million yuan.
Thank you all for your help, Yang Jin will always remember it. I'd like to offer you all a toast of tea instead of wine.
He raised his glass and drank it all, and everyone returned the toast.
Hey, you're so polite. What do you mean by help? This is a win-win cooperation. We took your goods, and in the end, we did it to make a profit, right?
Yes, ha ha ha. The meeting lasted more than 2 hours and finally came to an end.
The subsequent cooperation matters were fully handed over to Chen Kaiwan.
Everyone was still not satisfied and toured the Jingxin boat for more than an hour, until lunchtime when they finally walked out of the gate. As soon as Yang Jingang stopped, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, attracting attention from all around.
Hello? A calm male voice came from the other end of the line. Hello, Mr. Yang.
I am Zhao Bixian, the president of Make a Media. In view of the recent significant changes in the company's equity, we have decided to hold a board meeting tomorrow.
I wonder if you are available to attend.
Zhao Bixian spoke in a tone of notification.
Tomorrow? Yang Jin murmured.
He has a class meeting tonight to collect his military training uniforms, and tomorrow is the first day of military training.
How could he have time to attend any board meeting? I'm afraid not tomorrow, he said bluntly.
Zhao Bixian paused noticeably on the other end of the phone. He had originally just asked out of politeness, and had never expected that this new shareholder would act so unconventionally.
He had bought 50 points of shares without any hesitation, and now he didn't even come to the board meeting?
His tone suddenly turned colder. Director Yang, the meeting of the board of directors is based on the company's articles of association and is decided by a majority of shareholders. The date cannot be changed.
Please attend on time at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Without waiting for Yang Jin to respond, Zhao Bixian added lightly, I wish you a happy life, and then hung up the phone.
Yang Jin frowned as he heard the busy tone on his phone.
Mr. Zhao's tone barely concealed his rejection of me.
Inviting me to the board meeting wasn't some kind of hongmen banquet, was it?
On the other side, in the office of the president of Make a Media, Zhao Bixian put his mobile phone on the table with a gloomy expression. Make a Media is the empire he built with his own efforts. In recent years, he has devoted himself to entering the short drama market, but has suffered repeated setbacks and has never been able to produce a hit work. As his capital chain became increasingly tight, he had no choice but to decide to go public for financing. For so many days, he has been carefully controlling the equity ratio and believes that he is still the largest shareholder. But he never expected that someone suddenly made a large-scale buying spree in the secondary market and acquired a large number of scattered shares. When he realized what was happening, the other party already held 50% of the shares, which was higher than his. This really scared Zhao Bixian. He was afraid that this mysterious person would interfere with the company's operations and threaten his position as president. Fortunately, thanks to his status as a founder and the connections he has built over the years, several other old shareholders have clearly expressed their support for him. Even if Yang Jin holds 50% of the shares, as long as other shareholders stand on his side, the position of president will still be firmly in his hands. In addition, according to the company's articles of association, the transfer of the president requires a 2/3 vote. And this time, at the board meeting, he wanted to give Yang Jin a warning. He wanted to make Yang Jin understand that he still had the final say and Make a Media.
Not coming?
Zhao Bixian snorted coldly, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. It's just right that you're not coming. At the entrance of Jingxin boat, Tang Sihai and the others beside him noticed that he looked strange, and hurried forward to ask with concern, Young friend Yang, what's wrong? You look upset, is there something wrong?
Yang Jin came back to his senses, smiled helplessly, and said casually, "Nothing, I just bought a company, and they urged me to go to the board meeting tomorrow. Unfortunately, I have military training tomorrow and can't spare the time." A few words were spoken lightly, but Tang Sihai and others were stunned on the spot, and they were unable to respond for a moment. Almost immediately, a thought crossed my mind. Aren't you still worried about Tianjia Pharmaceuticals' drug sales? Why are you suddenly acquiring a new company? Do you really think this company is just a piece of cake? After a while, Tang Sihai finally laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. You are indeed worthy of being called young friend Yang. I really hope that in my lifetime, I can also experience the same troubles as you. Why don't you go to the meeting for me? I happen to have something to do tomorrow. Oh, I almost forgot, my dog is going to give birth tomorrow. Lao Bai, isn't your dog a male? For a moment, the entrance of Jingxin boat was filled with a happy atmosphere. Several old people chatted with each other, amused by Yang Jin's nonchalant attitude, but also shocked by his unfathomable financial resources. Chapter 28 Jungle Bumpkin Li Dangue. Finally, several people forced Yang Jin to have lunch with them, and Yang Jin did not refuse. I just found a home-cooked meal nearby and had it. After the meal, everyone dispersed one after another. It was the hottest time of the afternoon, so Yang Jin decided to go back to the villa first and return to school after the sun set. He stayed in the villa until after 4 in the afternoon, then he slowly picked up his watch and threw the ladies' handbags into the passenger seat. These are all women's bags. They will just gather dust if I keep them. It's better to give them away. After packing up, he drove back to the school dormitory. It was almost 5 o'clock. It was still early for the class meeting at 6:30. He pushed the door open, but found the room empty. Li Dangue and the others probably went to eat. Not long after I sat down, I heard loud laughter outside the door, and then the door was pushed open with a bang. If you ask me, the girl in JK clothes on the first floor was really good. Her legs, wow. Wu Hong commented as she walked in. Vulgar. Li Dangue sneered disdainfully, it has to be that teacher on the third floor. She has the temperament and the figure. Damn it, Brother Jean. Who are you going to fuck? Wu Hong hadn't finished her words when she caught sight of Yang Jin sitting on a chair. Her eyes lit up immediately. Damn it, Brother Jean, when did you come back? He Mao squeezed his head out from between the two of them, pushed up his glasses, and greeted softly, Brother Jean, long time no see. Yang Jin turned around and smiled, are you going to eat? Of course. We can have lunch and dinner together, which saves us a meal. Li Dangue grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Yang Jin couldn't help but hold his forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He Mao had sharp eyes and immediately caught the silver light on Yang Jin's wrist. Brother Jean, did you buy a watch? This sentence immediately attracted the attention of the other 2 people. Wow, a Patek Philippe. Wu Hong rushed forward, her face filled with shock. Brother Jean, you're showing off your hard-earned goods without making any noise. Patek Philippe? Doesn't that sell shoes? Li Dangue scratched his head, looking confused. That's Bailey. He Mao corrected expressionlessly. Wu Hong gave Li Dangue a look as if he was looking at a local dog. What are you looking at? I'm talking about Belle. Okay, if you say it's Belle, then it's Belle. Li Dangue was speechless. Wu Hong was too lazy to argue with him and instead carefully examined Yang Jin's watch. The more she looked, the more surprised she became. This is a Nautilus, right? Yang Jin nodded with a smile. Which one? 5,990? Or 5,980? Wu Hong asked again. 5,990. Wow, this mechanical watch costs more than 6,000? In my opinion, it is not as cost-effective as the rice bracelet I bought for more than 2,000. Li Dangue shook his head seriously. Wu Hong held his forehead with his hand and almost fainted. Brother, I'm talking about the model, not the price. You are such a hopeless jungle bumpkin. Li Dangue. Wu Hong took a deep breath and asked word by word, do you know how much this watch on Brother Jin's wrist costs? 20,000? Li Dangue made a bold guess. It's too small, too small. Wu Hong held up 2 fingers. Official price, 620,000. The dormitory fell into dead silence in an instant. Li Dangue blinked, wondering if he had heard correctly. Duo. Duo Xiao? 620,000 yuan, dear. Wu Hong patted his shoulder. Fuck. Shit. Li Danggui opened his mouth and managed to utter a single word after a long while. 620,000 is enough to buy my life. Awesome, Brother Jean, really awesome. Only you, Brother Jean, can buy a watch worth over 600,000 yuan without any hesitation. When you go out, you carry a suite with you. Do you think it's cool? Li Danggui asked seriously. I guarantee it, brother, I guarantee it. Wu Hong nodded repeatedly with an exaggerated tone. After chatting with everyone for a while, Yang Jin lowered his head and sent a message to Li Qingyao, asking her if she was free now. I'm eating in the second cafeteria. Picture. Yang Jin glanced at the photo and stood up from his chair. I'm going out to eat and then go directly to the class meeting. I won't be returning to the dormitory. As he walked out, he typed a reply, I just happened to be looking for you for something, so let's have dinner. Li Qingyao seemed a little surprised. What's going on? Is it urgent? It's not urgent, just a small matter. But I'm with my bestie now. Yang Jin smiled nonchalantly. It's okay, it's not something shameful. Li Qingyao responded with an expression. He walked downstairs to the dormitory, took out a handbag from the passenger seat, and put the Patek Philippe 4947 RNLV's limited edition platinum bag in it. Then she picked up a pink and green handbag to give to her best friend Li Qingyao. The men's dormitory was some distance from the second canteen, and it took Yang Jin nearly 10 minutes to get there. Looking at the pictures sent by Li Qingyao, he quickly found Li Qingyao in front of a spicy hot pot restaurant. She was chatting and laughing with a well-dressed girl next to her. Yang Jin first went to the window to order a single meal, and then naturally sat opposite Li Qingyao. Junior Yang Jin, you're here. Li Qingyao's eyes lit up. Senior, Yang Jin responded with a smile, then nodded politely to the girl next to her. Hello, sorry to bother you. No. Deng Zi waved her hands quickly. Now, Yang Jin is recognized as the school idol on the campus forum. Seeing the campus hunk who was hotly discussed on the forum at such a close distance, she was a little nervous and her ears felt slightly hot. This is my best friend, Deng Zi. Hello, senior sister. Yang Jin greeted with a smile. Deng Zi couldn't help laughing. Junior, you're much more handsome in person than in the photo. Really? Thank you. Yang Jin smiled calmly. Didn't you have dinner? Do you want to order another one? Li Qingyao asked with concern. No, I just ordered it. Oh. Li Qingyao nodded and asked curiously, so why are you looking for me this time? Yang Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly, put the handbag on the table, and said in a light tone, I accidentally bought too much while shopping yesterday, and the label was torn off and I can't return it. I wonder if you like it. As he spoke, he took the watch box out of his bag. At that moment, Li Qingyao and Deng Zi covered their mouths at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Junior, this. It's a lady's watch. I have no use for it, Yang Jin said naturally. Open it and see if you like it. Li Qingyao was stunned for a moment. Even though she didn't know the specific style of the watch, she recognized the Patek Philippe logo. That is an international luxury brand, and every piece of it is worth a lot of money. Seeing that Li Qingyao did not move, Yang Jin personally opened the watch box, took out the exquisite watch, and lifted her wrist. Junior, wait. Li Qingyao subconsciously wanted to pull her hand back, but was grabbed by Yang Jin, who looked like a domineering CEO. This made Li Qingyao extremely embarrassed, but she had no choice but to lower her blushing face slightly. Chapter 29. Do you like your junior? Yang Jin put the watch on Li Qingyao. He looked at it for a moment, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his lips. It suits you very well. Li Qingyao hurriedly pulled her hand back and looked at the watch on her hand. The watch was indeed very beautiful, but she knew it was very expensive. She reached out to unfasten the clasp and said, No, this is too expensive. I can't accept it. Yang Jin held her hand and said angrily, If you take it off, I'll be really angry. He raised his eyebrows and smiled, his tone a bit domineering. This is a lady's watch. There's no use for me to keep it. Besides, I can't return it after I bought it. If you don't want it, I can only throw it away. But Li Qingyao was still hesitating. Once you wear it, it's yours, Yang Jin interrupted her. Do I really want to give it to someone else? Deng Zi quickly tried to smooth things over. Qingyao, this is a token of my junior's kindness, so just accept it.
She leaned over to Li Qingyao's ear and chuckled, "Do you think he cares about these tens of thousands of dollars?" Yang Jin looked at Li Qingyao with a burning gaze. She finally lowered her eyes and said softly, "Then, thank you, Junior." "It's not expensive, just a few thousand yuan," Yang Jin said lightly. Then he took out a gift box with the LV logo from his bag and turned to Deng Zi, "Senior, this is for you." Deng Zi covered her mouth in shock. She didn't expect that she was also involved. "Oh my god. This is so expensive." Although her family is well off, she cannot afford such a luxurious bag. He was torn between his conscience and his desires, but he finally shook his head. "No, we've only known each other for one day." Yang Jin stuffed it directly into her arms. "Senior sister, just keep it with confidence, it's not worth much." Li Qingyao found the right moment and leaned over to Deng Zi's ear and whispered, "Zi, this is a gift from my junior brother, just accept it." "Do you think he's someone who needs this little money?" Deng Zi was speechless. But she didn't refuse anymore. She held the bag and thanked him repeatedly, her heart already pounding. "Please give such a handsome, rich and considerate junior brother 10,000, oh no, 100 million. Unfortunately, Xingyao is already in his eyes." Just when the two thought it was over, Yang Jin took out another gift box. This time it was a limited edition platinum bag and handed it to Li Qingyao. "Senior, this bag is also for you." Yang Jin pushed another exquisite gift box in front of her. Li Qingyao was slightly startled and subconsciously waved her hand. "Really, no need. The watch is already expensive enough, why would you accept this?" At this time, the waiter brought the spicy hot pot. "Handsome guy, your spicy hot pot is ready." Yang Jin stuffed the gift box directly into her arms, his movement smooth and natural. "It's not worth much, I just think it suits you." As he spoke, he picked up a beef ball and put it in his mouth, but the scalding soup made him gasp, hiss, "Hot, hot, hot, hot." The exaggerated way he fanned himself instantly broke his previous image of a noble gentleman, making the two girls burst into laughter. Li Qingyao pursed her lips and chuckled, while Deng Zi laughed so hard that she fell backwards. The dinner ended with laughter and conversation. When checking out, Deng Zi was the first to scan the code, and Yang Jin did not refuse, but just nodded with a smile. As he was leaving, he glanced at his watch and said, "Next time we get together, I have to go to a class meeting. Goodbye, Junior." Deng Zi waved her hand. After Yang Jin walked away, he immediately took Li Qingyao's arm and said, "Honestly, a guy like you is hard to find. Handsome and considerate, don't you think?" Seeing that Li Qingyao just lowered her head and stroked the gift box ribbon, Deng Zi touched her shoulder mischievously. "Your face is red all the way to your ears? If you don't like it, I'm going to do it. Don't talk nonsense." Li Qingyao scolded softly, but couldn't hide the panic in her voice. She has never been attracted to anyone, and she can't count on her hands the number of confessions she has rejected over the years. But the appearance of Yang Jin was like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, creating ripples in her calm heart. The accelerated heartbeat every time they met and the inexplicable nervousness when looking at each other made her feel at a loss. Li Qingyao looked down at the bag in her hand, and a thought suddenly popped into her mind. Had she become the kind of gold digger that people talked about online? This thought made her heart tighten, and a shadow suddenly cast over her heart. Deng Zi noticed that her expression was not right, so she came over and asked, "Qingyao, how much do you think these things my junior gave me are worth?" "Didn't he say, a few thousand yuan?" Li Qingyao answered softly. "You believe this?" Deng Zi raised her eyebrows and took out her cell phone to take a picture of her bag. When the recognition results popped up, she gasped. A high-end snakeskin handbag, with an official suggested retail price of 115,000 to 168,000? Is that the few thousand yuan he was talking about? She turned sharply towards the bag in Li Qingyao's hand. Her own bag was so expensive, so the one in Li Qingyao's hand must be. The phone camera trembled as it focused. The moment the search results appeared, Deng Zi's voice trembled. "LV co-branded limited edition platinum bag, over 1 million? Li Qingyao's hands trembled and she almost dropped the bag in her hand. Her little face turned pale and she stood there in a daze. After coming to his senses, he turned around and was about to go back. "This is too valuable, I have to return it to him." "Wait." Deng Zi hurriedly pulled her back. "My junior brother specifically mentioned a few thousand yuan because he was worried you'd feel a sense of burden. He's already in the classroom. If you rush over like this, won't you be letting him down?" She lowered her voice, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's a limited edition and it costs $1 million to buy. Junior brother is really thinking hard for you." The tips of Li Qingyao's ears instantly turned crimson, and her heart was beating like a drum.
Let Deng Ziyi pull him towards the dormitory. Does Yang Jin really like me?
At the same time, Yang Jin had just stepped into the classroom when he heard his roommate calling out, "Brother Jin, here." As soon as he sat down, Li Dangui winked and teased, "You're eating so slowly, are you going on a date?" "I had a bowl of spicy hot pot." The food was served a little slowly. Yang Jin said lightly, lowering his head to check his phone. What he didn't notice was that since he entered the classroom, several pairs of eyes had been following him quietly. The girls were whispering to each other, their eyes filled with unconcealable surprise.
The two roommates exchanged glances and smiled meaningfully. TSK, you're really worthy of being Brother Jin, you've captured everyone's attention the moment you walked in. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. We've been sitting here for ages and no one's even looking at us.
But whenever Brother Jin sits here, he becomes the center of attention. Himao, who had been quiet the whole time, pushed his glasses and said calmly, "Don't judge Brother Jin by your mortal standards.
You can't envy this kind of treatment."
Fuck you, Himao, which side are you on?
I'll lock your throat.
Yang Jin was speechless. He looked up and was met with several burning gazes. He nodded slightly, and the other person immediately blushed and looked away, causing his friends beside him to laugh. Just then, the classroom door was pushed open and the counselor walked into the classroom. The noisy classroom slowly quieted down.
Chapter 30. No, buddy? Zhao Liang walked into the classroom with a stack of information in her hands and walked briskly.
She was dressed simply with her long hair tied up, looking capable and impressive. Clap, 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 she clapped her hands from the podium, the clear sound instantly drowning out the noise in the classroom.
All right, students, pay attention.
The classroom gradually became quiet and all eyes were focused on her.
She smiled slightly and continued, "Did you have a great summer vacation? But from now on, you are all members of Jinda University. I hope that in the future we can work together and make progress together. I won't waste your time, let's get straight to the point."
She flipped open the document in her hand. First of all, it is the military training that everyone is most concerned about.
Tomorrow morning at 7:30, please assemble in the playground. Classroom signs will be posted at the entrance, and instructors and companies will be assigned. The opening ceremony will begin promptly at 10 o'clock.
She spoke steadily and clearly, but it still took more than 10 minutes. At first everyone was listening attentively, but gradually, there were murmurs in the audience until she finally closed the materials. "Next, we'll take measurements and collect our military training uniforms.
We won't register one by one.
I'll send the online form to the class group chat, so everyone should fill it out as soon as possible." Finally, half an hour later, everyone received a set of fitting camouflage uniforms. "If there's anything inappropriate, please give us your feedback immediately.
Now, let's move on to the final task."
She paused, her voice rising, "Select a class monitor.
Is there anyone who would like to recommend themselves?" She glanced across the class.
As soon as he finished speaking, a boy immediately stood up. He was the acting monitor for the past few days. Everyone recognized him because he was busy running around. Yang Jin glanced at him and thought that this person was reliable and there should be no problem. Seeing this, Zhao Liang added, "If you perform well, you can get extra credits at the end of the semester." As soon as the word extra credits was heard, there was an uproar in the audience, and several people who were originally watching stood up one after another.
"I say, Li Dangui, why don't you go?" Wu Hong couldn't help but complain. "You're kidding me, but why can't I come?" Li Dangui retorted unconvincingly, "Fair competition, what's the problem?" "No problem, you're awesome."
At this moment, a well-dressed boy in a shirt stood up calmly. "Since we're choosing a class monitor," he smiled, "then this person must have leadership, cohesion, and a willingness to contribute.
I think there's no one more suitable than me in the class."
Yang Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the boy who stood up, and tried hard to search his memory. Yes, when introducing himself that day, this person seemed to have mentioned that he was from the Zhou family in Jinling. Although he didn't know how powerful the Zhou family was, he knew that the man was no ordinary person when he saw the man's well-tailored shirt and the famous watch casually revealed on his wrist. In just a few days, Zhou Chang had gathered a small group of people around him with his generous manners and calm demeanor. As expected, as soon as he stood still, several echoing voices immediately rang out from different corners. "That's right. We all support Master Zhou. Mr. Zhou is the most suitable person to be the class monitor. Our class will definitely get better and better. That's right, I vote for Master Zhou too."
To be honest, Zhou Chang's appearance is indeed outstanding.
He is tall and straight, with handsome eyes and eyebrows. Coupled with his prominent family background, many girls not only in his class but also in other classes have come up to him and talked to him. At this moment, he stood there with a calm and confident look, naturally attracting a lot of attention. The reason why he stood up to run for class monitor was not because he was really keen on serving the collective, but more because he wanted to show off a little in front of a certain girl. His eyes swept across the crowd and finally stopped on a girl who had remained silent near the front door. Although Li Qingyao is beautiful, unfortunately she is not his type. Besides, that was the person Yang Jin liked. He was not so stupid as to compete with Yang Jin for a woman. What he really cared about was the girl sitting in front of him who didn't care about anything and seemed to be out of the matter. The girl seemed to sense something and looked towards Zhou Chang. As a result, her eyes met Zhou Chang's, and Zhou Chang threw a coquettish glance at her, which made the girl almost vomit.
No, buddy, I'm a man.
Go Jiangyang smoothed his long hair aside, revealing a delicate yet distinctly masculine face. Oh, Zhou Chang said without changing his expression, I love you even more. The classroom suddenly fell silent. Zhao Liang staggered and almost lost her balance. This was a student's personal hobby, and it was difficult for her to intervene. Oh my god, bro, I'm begging you, Go Jiangyang said, tears welling up in his eyes.
What do you like about me? Can't I change it?
These days, Zhou Chang often harassed him on the phone. He was indeed handsome and fair-skinned, and his long hair often led people to mistake his gender for hers, but this was the first time a man had obsessed her to this extent.
I love everything about you.
The younger brothers around Zhou Chang all stood there in a daze, looking at each other.
What's going on? The big brother I recognized actually likes this?
The girls also started whispering, they didn't expect Zhou Chang to be this kind of person. What a pity, such a good person, but the voting result was no surprise. Except for his few subordinates, almost no one voted for Zhou Chang. Unexpectedly, Yang Jin topped the list with more than 40 votes.
Yang Jin was speechless. Are you kidding me? He didn't even run for office, so why are so many people voting for him? He is so busy every day, how can he have the time to be a squad leader? Just as Zhao Liang was about to announce the result, Yang Jin hurriedly interrupted, Counselor, wait a moment. The whole class's attention was instantly focused on him. Counselor, I am usually lazy and lack experience in managing a class. For the sake of the class, I think we should choose a more suitable candidate. Yang Jin said sincerely. Zhao Liang nodded after thinking about it.
Democratic elections are important, but being a class monitor does require a sense of responsibility and time and energy. I think Hu Jiawei is a good fit, Yang Jin continued. First of all, he's been acting class monitor for many days and has accumulated experience. Secondly, everyone has witnessed that he has managed the class affairs in perfect order these past few days. I believe that he is the best person to be the class monitor. These words made Hu Jiawei, who was originally disappointed, look at him with gratitude. He had already given up hope, but unexpectedly, there was a ray of hope. Although he didn't care about the position of class monitor, he felt a little sad about losing the election.
Zhao Liang looked at Hu Jiawei. Hu Jiawei, what do you think? He's been really good these days.
Hu Jiawei didn't know how to respond for a moment.
What do you think, classmates? Zhao Liang asked again.
Everyone looked at each other. Since Yang Jin said so, naturally no one had any objection. After all, most of the people who voted for Yang Jin were girls, and they voted for him because of his looks. In the end, Hu Jiawei was successfully elected as the class monitor. I'm honored to have your trust, Hu Jiawei said as he stood at the podium.
I will definitely lead the class in a better direction.
I would also like to express my special thanks to Yang Jin. There was warm applause in the classroom. Yang Jin breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to continue being a free man. Chapter 31 Make a Media Board of Directors. After returning to the dormitory, I stayed there until about 10:30 in the evening. Suddenly, the weather outside the window changed color, lightning tore through the sky, and then thunder roared.
Boom!
Holy crap! Wu Hong, who was lying on the bed, shuddered violently and almost threw her phone away. I'm really impressed by this guy. He scared me to death. Li Dangue below was still wearing headphones and playing CS as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Yang Jin was watching a short video. When he heard thunder, he opened the weather app. The interface clearly shows it will rain lightly in 20 minutes, and then turn into heavy rain tomorrow, which will last for about 13 hours.
With this noise, you tell me it's just light rain? Yang Jin couldn't help but complain. Ha ha ha.
Wu Hong suddenly laughed out loud while holding her phone, looking excitedly into the dormitory. Hurry up and check the weather forecast.
It's going to rain heavily tomorrow, so doesn't that mean?
He winked and drawled his words. Himao slowly replied, no military training tomorrow.
Ha ha ha, God helps me.
After finishing a game, Li Dangue took off his headphones and looked at Wu Hong, who was dancing with joy.
Wu Hong, what's wrong with you? Have you become stupid after watching too many positive energy videos?
Wu Hong rolled her eyes at him and said, go to the balcony and take a look yourself and you'll know.
Question mark. Li Dangue had a puzzled look on his face.
He put down his headphones and walked towards the balcony. He had just opened the balcony door.
Boom!
The thunder exploded again, followed by a crisp clang sound.
Li Dangue?
Wu Hong called out, but there was no response.
Holy crap, are you going to fall into the toilet?
He quickly got out of bed and rushed to the balcony.
Fuck you, Mr. Li, you broke my senior sister Mai's pot by sitting on it. Li Dangue got up from the ground in a panic. Can you blame me for this?
You didn't tell me there was thunder outside, and you scared me to death. I don't care, you have to compensate me. Then who will compensate me for my mental damages? Yang Jin ignored the noise over there, looked down at his phone, and something in his mind moved. I was originally worried that I wouldn't have time for military training tomorrow, but now it's just perfect because I can go to make a media.
The phone vibrated and a new message popped up.
Zhao Liang, at everyone, due to weather conditions, the school has decided to postpone tomorrow's opening ceremony.
The gathering time is to be determined.
If the rain stops, we will gather at the playground as usual. Please reply to receive it when you see this.
Receive. Receive. Yang Jin continued playing with his phone until almost 12 o'clock, then gradually fell asleep.
Sure enough, at 6:30 the next morning, it was still raining.
Yang Jin slept until 9 o'clock before slowly getting up. The company holds a board meeting at 10 o'clock.
It's just the right time to get up, wash up, and have breakfast. Taking out his cell phone, he habitually opened the system interface.
System, sign in.
Successful sign in, congratulations to the host for obtaining 18.6% of Make a Media shares. The host currently owns 68.6% of Make a Media S shares and has achieved absolute control.
Oh.
Looking at the system prompt, Yang Jin raised the corner of his mouth. I was originally worried that with only 50% of the shares, it might be difficult to deal with Zhao and the company.
Hey, is his name Zhao Bixian or Zhao Xianbi? Yang Jin rubbed his forehead. It doesn't matter. Since he has absolute control, the company is up to him.
He wants to see if this Mr. Zhao can still go to the sky.
The roommates were still sleeping soundly and peacefully. Yang Jin got out of bed quietly, washed and dressed, picked up his umbrella and quietly left the dormitory.
It was raining outside the building, and many students were hurrying back and forth with umbrellas.
Yang Jin unlocks the vehicle. The Ferrari in the rain was like a dormant beast, waiting for his arrival between the flickering lights. Who among my family members understands the sense of redemption that comes from having a car on a rainy day?
Yang Jin got into the car swiftly with an umbrella, started the engine, went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, then turned on the navigation and headed straight for Make a Media. 9:50, Make a Media conference room. Zhao Bixian sat in the main seat with a sullen expression. On both sides of the long table, company executives and shareholders were all present, except for their new shareholder, Yang Jin.
Zhao Bixian glanced at his watch and said in a low voice, Dr. Yang hasn't arrived yet? No one answered from the audience, and there was silence. Mr. Zhao, it's only 9:52 now. How about, we wait a little longer?
A shareholder asked tentatively.
Zhao Bixian glanced at the entire room and suddenly realized something was wrong.
In addition to Yang Jin, 4 other shareholders were absent.
Why didn't Director Zhang and Director Wang come?
Everyone looked at each other, and no one responded.
Zhao Bixian frowned slightly.
These 4 people are his partners since he started the business. They hold 18% of the company's shares.
He notified them one by one yesterday, so why haven't they come today? But even so, Zhao Bixian didn't feel anything. Forget it, I guess he was delayed by something. If you haven't arrived, please call and let us know. Let's get started. But Director Yang hasn't yet. Someone else reminded in a low voice. Humph, Zhao Bixian snorted coldly, since Director Yang is late, let's start discussing the agenda first. He gestured to the assistant at the door, close the door, we are officially. Etc. A clear voice came from outside the door, interrupting him. Everyone looked towards the door. A young man who looked to be in his early 20s stood there, dressed simply and with a calm expression. Zhao Bixian was displeased. What's wrong with the security guard at the door? They let anyone in? He said sternly, didn't I make it clear today that during the board meeting, no outsiders are allowed to enter without my permission? Yang Jin smiled slightly. Judging from the voice and the seating arrangement, the person sitting in the main seat is undoubtedly Zhao Bixian. Mr. Zhao, we just spoke on the phone yesterday. You personally asked me to come to the board meeting. Have you forgotten? He said jokingly, I'm so sad. The conference room fell silent, and all eyes were focused on him. Zhao Bixian's pupils shrank slightly. Are you Yang Jin? I will never change my name, I will never change my surname, I am genuine. In an instant, a suppressed gasp was heard in the conference room. This young man who looks younger than their son is actually the company's mysterious new shareholder? There was a sudden murmur from below, and everyone was talking to each other, speculating. Zhao Bixian's face darkened, quiet. He turned to Yang Jin and said sarcastically, didn't Director Yang say yesterday that he was very busy and might not be able to come? What's the matter? Are you suddenly free today? The board meeting was convened in accordance with the charter and approved by a majority of shareholders. It was you, President Zhao, who reminded me to be on time, Yang Jin retorted calmly, you really are a forgetful person. He wouldn't fall for this hypocritical trick. Since the other party was rude, there was no need for him to show mercy. Zhao Bixian's face became more and more ugly. What did Yang Jin mean by embarrassing him right from the start? Since Director Yang is here, he gritted his teeth, please find a seat. Chapter 32 Why am I attending a meeting if I'm not a shareholder? Yang Jin's eyes casually swept across the entire room, and the corners of his lips curved slightly. Looking for a seat? I don't think that's necessary. He pointed in Zhao Bixian's direction and said, get up. I want to sit here. Zhao Bixian's face suddenly darkened, Yang Jin, I call you Director Yang to give you face, don't be shameless. He pressed his right hand against the table, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and said word by word, this is the president's seat. Yang Jin chuckled, from now on, you are not. The entire conference room suddenly fell silent. Zhao Bixian was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter as if he had heard a huge joke, and even several of his confidants in the audience showed sarcastic expressions. You mean, you want to remove me? A young man is just a young man? He stopped laughing and looked at me with contempt. Director Yang, the company rules require more than 2/3 of the shares to remove the president. What qualifications do you have to say you want to remove me? He stood up and walked over to Yang Jin, the workplace is not like the playhouse you learned in school. Listen to my advice, young man. Just go back home and lie on your bed and wait for your dividends. Don't humiliate yourself. You are still too young to get involved in media's affairs. Zhao Bixian's words were full of gunpowder. The executives below the stage looked at each other with flickering eyes. Mr. Zhao is clearly targeting the new director. Yang Jin remained silent, just staring at the other person quietly. That look made Zhao Bixian's heart tremble for no reason. Why, Director Yang has an objection. Zhao Bixian suppressed his uneasiness. Since Director Yang has an objection, how about asking all shareholders to vote? Before he finished speaking, several voices rose one after another from the audience. I support Mr. Zhao. I also support Mr. Zhao. The executives were at a loss as they watched the shareholders take sides. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhao Bixian was trying to intimidate Yang Jin. Zhao Bixian's eyes swept across the executive seats, and everyone lowered their heads and avoided him, not daring to look at him. Only one person stood up. Shi Zhua, the company's data director. He holds a small amount of employee shares and has long coveted the position of vice president. In the past, the reason why this position remained vacant was because Zhao Bixian was worried that the position of vice president would take away his power and affect his status in the company. But not long ago, Zhao Bixian personally promised that as long as he publicly supported it at the board meeting, the position of vice president would be his. Shi Zhua felt that he had a sure win. Even if Yang Jin holds 50% of the shares.
But Mr. Zhao also has a considerable proportion of equity support.
With Mr. Zhao's foundation in the company, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with an outsider?
He stood up and spoke with a firm tone. Mr. Zhao has led the company all the way.
Whether it is strategic vision or business wisdom, everyone can see it. Although Director Yang is young and promising, he is still far behind President Zhao. The position of president still requires someone with rich experience.
He said this without reservation and flattered Zhao Bixian at the same time. Since he chose to take sides, he was already standing against Yang Jin. Yang Jin glanced at Shizhuo lightly, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes.
Zhao Bixian really put a lot of effort into dealing with him.
Seeing this, Zhao Bixian couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips in a smug arc.
All shareholders support him, plus the company's executives. What can Yang Jin use to fight him?
As for Mr. Wang and his colleagues who were not present, they were all his old partners. They had been partners since the beginning of the company and could be dealt with just one phone call.
Many executives secretly shook their heads and felt sorry for the new director Yang Jin.
Mr. Zhao's influence in the company is deeply rooted, and this young director may find it difficult to interfere in the company's affairs.
It's a pity that I was sidelined just after becoming a major shareholder of the company.
But it's good for young people to experience more setbacks.
Mr. Zhao must be Mr. Zhao, right? Yang Jin finally spoke. Zhao Bixian's face froze. My name is Zhao Bixian. It doesn't matter. You can call it whatever you want. Yang Jin waved his hand casually.
Have you ever calculated whether the combined shares held by those who support you exceed 50%?
Executive support? What good is executive support?
He holds 68.6% of the shares and has absolute control. Even if Zhao Bixian pokes a hole in the sky, he cannot change this fact.
Yang Jin just watched Zhao Bixian perform quietly.
Zhao Bixian sneered. He himself held 27.1% of the shares, plus the shares of several shareholders in front of him totaling 31.4%, and adding the shares of Mr. Wang and others, it was exactly 50%.
What? Director Yang is worried that I can't raise 50%? Zhao Bixian's tone was a little provocative.
Indeed, I don't have 50% of the shares at the moment, but the remaining shareholders just had something urgent to do and couldn't come. He raised his phone and looked at Yang Jin provocatively. Since Director Yang insists on seeing the results, then I will make a call and convince you. The meeting room was silent, and Zhao Bixian called Director Li in public. The long busy tone was particularly harsh in the silence, and in the end no one answered. Zhao Bixian was puzzled and quickly dialed another number. This time the call went through, and he couldn't wait to press the speakerphone button.
Hey, Mr. Wang, is there anything that delayed you today? It's Mr. Zhao?
A leisurely voice came from the other end of the phone.
It's okay, I'm fishing by the lake. Zhao Bixian's face froze. Director Wang, it's raining today. Why did you go fishing? Did you forget the company's board meeting? Board of directors? Director Wang put away his pole. You need equity to participate. Zhao Bixian laughed dryly. Mr. Wang is such a joke.
You're saying this as if you don't own any shares in the company.
I certainly didn't. I transferred it this morning.
Director Wang said in a relaxed tone. Oh, I'm so stupid.
I was so busy fishing that I forgot to inform you. The equity change notice should be arriving at the company soon, right? Click. The phone fell directly to the ground. Zhao Bixian's face turned pale and he froze in place. What did he just hear? Share transfer? At this critical moment?
He suddenly looked up and met Yang Jin's half-smile. Yang Jin calmly took out a few documents from behind and gently threw them on the table.
Mr. Zhao, are you interested in looking at these documents? Yang Jin asked jokingly.
Those were several equity transfer contracts. The transferor was Mr. Wang and others, and the transferee was clearly named Yang Jin. There was a sound of gasps in the conference room.
The most fucked up one is Shizhuo.
His face was already ashen, and he slumped in his seat. He had staked his career on it, and it was over before it even began.
Zhao Bixian couldn't believe it and couldn't make a sound. He picked up the contracts tremblingly. Sure enough, the name above was Yang Jin.
Looking at these contracts, Zhao Bixian became more and more shocked. After careful calculation, he found that Yang Jin already held 68.6% of the shares.
This. Chapter 33. Tell me, how much is the rent? How is this possible? Mr. Wang and his team had been working with him for so long, why would they suddenly transfer their equity? Could it be because the company had recently encountered some difficulties? But it was written clearly in black and white, and even if he didn't want to believe it, it couldn't change the fact. He trembled all over and finally collapsed weakly in the chair, his eyes empty, as if all his strength had been drained away. Upon seeing this, several executives quickly picked up the document and passed it around, then their eyes widened. The new director has absolute control over the entire Manga media. Wouldn't that mean he will have the final say? Director Yang, Director Yang. A trembling voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that Shizhua had knelt in front of Yang Jin without them noticing any moment. Director Yang, it was Zhao Bixian who forced me to do this. He was the one who forced me to do this. If I didn't support him, he would have fired me. I really had no choice. I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. Please give me another chance, please. His voice was choked and he almost cried. He has worked hard for many years to get to this position, with a monthly salary of tens of thousands. If he is really fired, where can he find such a high-paying job again? Who will help him pay off his car loan and mortgage then? At this time, Zhao Bixian was slumped in his chair, not caring at all about what Shizhua was saying. Yang Jin glanced at him coldly, his disgust clearly visible in his eyes. This kind of fence-sitter doesn't deserve any sympathy at all. He pushed Shizhua away and said in a cold voice, "Go back and sit down." Yes. I'll sit down right now. I'll be obedient. Shizhua felt as if he had been pardoned. He crawled back to his seat, thinking that he had escaped a disaster by luck. Yang Jin slowly stood up and scanned the entire audience. I hereby announce the immediate dismissal of Zhao Bixian and Shizhua from their positions. From now on, I will serve as the president of Manga Media. The vacancy left by Shizhua will be filled by the Human Resources Department. We will review suitable candidates and discuss this later. The whole audience was silent for a moment, followed by applause. No one raised any objections, except Zhao Bixian and Shizhua, who slumped in their chairs with deathly pale faces. Shizhua understood that he was completely finished. Regret surged into his heart like a tide, and he wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did he jump out and openly criticize Director Yang? Now all the hard work he had put in over the years had gone to waste. It's all Zhao Bixian's fault, it's all his fault. Shizhua thought to himself and looked at Zhao Bixian fiercely. The meeting was followed by a discussion on the company's future direction. Yang Jin believes that the short drama track is the general trend and the direction is correct, but there is pressure in terms of funding, which he will solve personally. The meeting lasted until after 11 o'clock. When Yang Jin walked out of the conference room and entered the president's office, Zhao Bixian had already packed up and left. He told his secretary to find someone to clean the office thoroughly, then turned and left. After sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari, he took out his mobile phone and saw the message from his good brother Manhwa. This was one of the few friends he had in high school, and the two had been classmates since junior high school. 10:46. Emoji, what are you doing, Yang Jin? How are you doing at Jinling University? 11:21. Yang Jin smiled and replied, "It's okay, the school atmosphere is good." What's wrong, Ajay? He was just about to put down his phone when the other party replied immediately. I'm in Jinling. You came to Jinling? Didn't you get admitted to a local vocational school? Yang Jin was a little surprised. Size, I think it doesn't matter whether I go to college or not, so I'm not planning on going. I want to get out and start making money soon. Yang Jin was silent for a moment. Since it was Mojia's own plan, he couldn't interfere too much. Why don't you go to Shanghai or Guangzhou? Yang Jin asked. The cost of living there is too high. I'm afraid I'll end up sleeping under a bridge before I even find a job. Awkward. Ha ha ha. Yang Jin couldn't help laughing. With your ability, I'm not surprised by this ending at all. Smiles, Yang Jin, what do you mean? Are you not allowed to tell the truth? Yang Jin raised the corner of his mouth and typed quickly with his fingers. Okay, wait for me. I'm about to get off the high-speed train and will come to your school to find you. Fuck, you really came to Jinling? Yang Jin originally thought that he was just mentioning it casually, but he didn't expect that this kid would actually come over. You thought I was joking with you? I gave you a surprise. So, you're scared, right? Ha ha ha. I was really scared. Yang Jin was a little amused. How much money did your uncle give you? Have you found a place to live? Don't mention it. My dad is so stingy. He just gave me 1,000 yuan and told me to find a place to stay. If I asked for more, he would start reciting his old stories, saying how he went to Guangzhou to work when he was 16 and came here with no money. Yang Jin looked at the message and couldn't help laughing again. Okay, I happen to be free now. Do you want me to pick you up? You don't have classes? No. Come pick me up by bus? Don't worry about it. Mo Jie sent a string of ellipses. Okay, then, come on. Send me the location. Let me see if it's Jinling Station or South Station. After getting the location, Yang Jin started the engine and drove straight to the train station using the navigation. Mega Media is located in the city center, some distance from the train station. Fortunately, it was raining today and it was a weekday, so the road was smooth. Soon, he drove into Area B of the underground garage of the train station. Where are the people? Didn't we agree to keep them in Area B? I'm already here. Yang Jin sent a message. Shit, I think I'm lost and ended up in Area D. Wait for me. Yang Jin was speechless. More than 10 minutes later, MOGS sent another message. I'm here, didn't see you? Yang Jin took a picture outside through the car window and happened to frame MOGS, who was looking around not far away. MOGS stared at the photo for a few seconds, then suddenly realized something. He looked up abruptly and saw the conspicuous Ferrari at a glance. He approached hesitantly, bent down, and looked carefully through the car window. Oh shit, is the person driving really Yang Jin? No? He was completely stunned. The car window slowly rolled down, and Yang Jin raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you so tired? MOG's mouth twitched. No, didn't you say you'd take the bus? What's going on? Where did you get this Ferrari? When did I say we were taking the bus? Yang Jin laughed. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Put your luggage away and get on the bus. Oh. Emoji was still a little dazed and subconsciously wanted to open the back cover. In front. Yang Jin reminded. Yes, the trunk of the supercar is in the front. It's called the front trunk. As soon as he got into the car, Emoji couldn't help but look around, touching the interior again and again, with an incredulous look on his face. Tell me the truth, how much is this car for a day? It's not cheap, is it? It's not expensive. I'll probably get about 500 of them in total. Over 5 million? How can renting a car for a day be that outrageous? What I mean is, Yang Jin rubbed his nose and said in a pretentious tone, I bought this car for over 5 million. Emoji paused, then burst out laughing. Come on, you're still pretending to be nice to me? Tell me the truth, how much did you get for rent? Chapter 34 Jinling Hotel. You still don't believe it? The license and driving license are in the armrest box, you can see for yourself. Yang Jin smiled. Emoji opened the armrest box doubtfully, and sure enough, he saw 2 driving licenses and a motor vehicle registration certificate lying inside. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. No way? Could this guy really have made a fortune? When he picked up the driving license and saw the 2 big words Yang Jin written in the owner column, his fingers couldn't help but tremble. Damn, Yang Jin, did you rob a bank? He almost shouted, his voice full of disbelief. A car worth more than 5 million yuan, he had never touched such an expensive thing in his life, let alone owned one. The last time I saw this number was in an urban novel. Yang Jin held his forehead helplessly. Can you please hope for me? If I don't rob a bank, I won't be able to have money? Not robbing a bank? Emoji looked Yang Jin up and down, his eyes suddenly brightening. Could it be that you've hooked up with a rich woman? With your looks and talents, it's not impossible. Real-time task release. It has been detected that the host's friend has arrived in Jinling. Please invite him to lunch and help arrange accommodation. Mission reward, ownership of Jinling Hotel. Jinling Hotel is a state-owned enterprise, but it is treated as a private enterprise here. Hearing the system prompt sound, Yang Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. Can this trigger a quest? Although I don't know the details of the Jinling Hotel, just hearing the name makes me feel that it is something extraordinary. Alright, Yang Jin interrupted Emoji's thoughts with a smile. It's time for dinner, let's go eat first. I'll show you some meat today. Ma Wen Tai, I've made it clear that I won't be polite with you. Emoji rubbed his hands together, his eyes flashing with excitement.
Although he was curious about how Yang Jin suddenly became rich, he was more happy for his brother. As for where the money came from, he wouldn't ask unless his brother told him. Then you have to work hard, or you'll end up with a bad result. Don't worry, today either I burst my belly or you go bankrupt. Mojs suddenly thought of something and quickly added, except for the buffet. While they were chatting and laughing, the Ferrari had already stopped in front of the Jinling Hotel. Yang Jin checked the information about the traffic lights on the road. This hotel was approved in 1979 and opened in 1983. It was one of the first 5-star hotels in China involving foreigners and was also the tallest building in China. Although the price is not as luxurious as Teng Wangfu Hotel, its historical heritage is even better. Looking at the towering building in front of him, Yang Jin's heart was filled with emotion. An industry worth nearly 5 billion will soon belong to him. 5-star hotel? Mojia gasped. Yang Jin, are you sure you want to eat here? Although he wanted to make a killing out of Yang Jin, he didn't expect the scale to be so high. What? Who said just now that we only eat expensive food? Yang Jin raised his eyebrows and was the first to push the door and get out of the car. Stepping into the lobby, Mojia was immediately stunned by the magnificent decoration. When he opened the menu and saw the prices, his hands trembled. Is this dish made of gold? How about we go to another restaurant? Yang Jin couldn't help laughing. Look at your ability, don't worry, eat as much as you want. Are you sure? If you don't have money to pay later, don't come to me. I say, Mojia, when did you become so procrastinating? In the end, the two of them only spent more than 2,000 yuan, and Mojia ate so much that his stomach was full and he kept burping. 2,000 yuan, do you want to split the bill? Mojia asked again when paying. Just take a rest. Okay, I'll take a rest. He lay on the sofa in the lobby and said with emotion, oh my, it's different to be supported by a rich man. When paying, Yang Jin also booked a room for Mojia. Mojia showed a rare embarrassed look. This isn't good, both for food and shelter. Yang Jin laughed out loud at the sight. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, 100% equity of Jinling Hotel. The moment the payment is successful, the system prompt appears as expected. Yang Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What's the difference between this task and giving it away for free? The two of them rested in the lobby for a while to digest their food. When they were about to leave, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked over quickly. He smiled broadly and asked, excuse me, are you Mr. Yang Jin? Yang Jin nodded, I am. The man's voice trembled with excitement. Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Zhang Guoqing, the lobby manager of the Jinling Hotel. I just received notice that the hotel has been transferred to your name. What? Mojia stood up suddenly, his eyes wide open. Yang Jin, is this hotel yours? Yang Jin coughed lightly and smiled faintly. It wasn't just now, but it is now. 666, it's not even salty anymore. Mojia was shocked and stood there in a daze. Yang Jin didn't expect that this system was so efficient. From receiving the reward to Zhang Guoqing coming over, the whole process took less than 5 minutes. It's worthy of being a system. Zhang Guoqing bowed and asked, Mr. Yang, do you need me to show you around the hotel? Yang Jin waved his hand, please help my friend arrange accommodation first. The manager hurriedly looked at the front desk and asked, what room did Mr. Yang just book? The receptionist was stunned for a moment. She thought the person in front of her was just an ordinary college student, but unexpectedly it was her immediate superior. This young man who looked even younger than himself was actually the owner of the entire Jinling Hotel. The receptionist seemed to have just woken up from a dream and stammered, luxury business suite. Immediately upgrade to the presidential suite. Okay, manager, I'll take care of it. The receptionist responded quickly as if she had been pardoned. Mojia scratched his head in a daze. Yang Jin, this is really too much. How much is this hotel worth? The current valuation is around 5 billion. Yang Jin said lightly. 5 billion? Mojia gasped and suddenly hugged Yang Jin's shoulders. Brother, I'm going to be with you from now on. You can't look down on me. Yang Jin laughed loudly, of course. You take the hardship and I take the happiness. We are on your side. Right. I'll take on the hardship, and you'll be blessed. Hey, isn't this right? Led by the manager, the three of them went directly to the presidential suite on the top floor. When the door opened, the prosperous scenery of Jinling City came into view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The majestic figure of the building and the leisurely flow of Qinhuai River are in full view. Emoji stood at the door in a daze, and after a long while he finally uttered two words, "Fuck." Is this the view from the presidential suite? It's like a monarch surveying his kingdom. Yang Jin patted Emoji's shoulder. How is it? Are you satisfied? Emoji nodded heavily, his eyes gleaming with emotion. Brother, having a friend like you is the greatest luck in my life. Before he finished speaking, he pounced on Yang Jin, hugged Yang Jin, and was about to put his big lips on Yang Jin's face. Hey, I've been so good to you, and you're repaying me with evil. Yang Jin was in a panic and tried to block it with his hands, but it didn't work. Fuck you, Iku. Seeing that his hands were useless, Yang Jin kicked back. Ah. Chapter 35 System Mall. After the manager left, only Yang Jin and Emoji were left in the room. Yang Jin leaned back comfortably on the sofa, raised his eyebrows and asked, "How is it going? What are your plans next?" Emoji didn't respond immediately. He did come to Jinling, but he had no idea what to do next. The worst-case scenario was to go into the factory and screw in screws, but he felt uncomfortable when he thought about becoming a soulless body on the assembly line. I haven't decided yet, Emoji said with a wry smile. Let's take it one step at a time. If it doesn't work out, I'll just go deliver food. Delivering food? You? Yang Jin sneered. You're unfamiliar with the place. How much money can you make delivering food? Besides, do you have a motorcycle license? No, I only have a C1 driver's license. That's all right, isn't it? You can deliver food on your electric scooter. If you get caught by Uncle Hat, you'll behave yourself. The late emperor died before he could even begin his career. Emoji was speechless. Can you please stop criticizing me all the time? Okay. Yang Jin smiled and raised his hands. No attack. At this moment, Emoji suddenly turned his head, with malicious eyes flashing. Yang Jin was too familiar with his expression and immediately became alert. Fuck, what do you want to do? Hee, my dear, Brother Jin. The cry of Brother Jin went straight to Yang Jin's head, making his scalp numb. Damn it, don't try this on me. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't touch me. Emoji deliberately flirted and moved closer. How about? I come to your hotel and work as a waiter? Yang Jin was stunned and reached out to push him away. Here? You want to be a waiter here? Yeah, such a big hotel must be short of people, right? Yang Jin didn't answer immediately, but looked at Emoji thoughtfully. This guy is not traditionally handsome, but there is a ruffian air between his eyebrows, a bit like a street thug. He is rough, but very recognizable. Clean up a bit and play a villain in a skit, maybe you can do it. Emoji felt uneasy when he was looked at, and quickly hugged himself and shrank back. Brother Jin, I won't sell my body. Yang Jin was so angry that he laughed. You think it's a nice idea? I'm asking you, are you interested in filming a skit? Short drama? Emoji was stunned. One of those adaptations of exciting novels, the kind with a few minutes per episode? Yes, you must have seen the Green Fruit short drama app, right? Not only have I seen it, I've even subscribed to the membership. Emoji was excited. What? Do you have any connections? Yang Jin slowly raised his chin and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Don't you see who I am? Emoji reacted instantly. The man in front of him was a billionaire. If he wanted him to film a short drama, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Yes, of course. Emoji answered immediately. Call Daddy and let me hear it. Dad. Yang Jin lost his temper after being called out so crisply. Okay. Since Emoji was so open-minded, Yang Jin didn't plan to beat around the bush. With his status, it would be easy for him to get a supporting role in the crew of Mecha Media. There is definitely no chance for him to play the male lead, but if he plays the villain, it suits Emoji's temperament, and the director will not refuse him this honor. The more Yang Jin thought about it, the more reliable it seemed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. In this way, I am happy, Magia is happy, and we get the best of both worlds. Suddenly, Yang Jin could already imagine Emoji playing the villain in the play. But don't be too happy too soon. Yang Jin restrained his smile and said seriously, it's not difficult to arrange the roles, but acting is a technical job. You have to learn it seriously. Emoji patted his chest and vowed, don't worry, I guarantee it will be a good performance, guaranteed. Yang Jin shook his head helplessly, took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his assistant, briefly explaining the situation and emphasizing one sentence in particular. The person I arranged is a good villain. Please ask them to take care of him. Within a few minutes, Assistant Xiao He replied. The crew of I Killed a Mentalist in the Divine Realm is in the process of preparing, but is currently stuck at the funding stage and hasn't officially started yet. Yang Jin raised his eyebrows and replied, I'll take care of the funding issue. It will be in place within the next 2 days. He turned to look at Mo and said in a relaxed tone, I'll send you a position later. Go audition first. Then take a few days off. Filming should start soon. Mo almost jumped up when he heard this, and said excitedly, Brother Jin, I'm so grateful for your kindness. When I become famous, I'll give you plenty of autographs. Yang Jin was amused by him. Okay, I'll be waiting. He joked, but quietly called out the system world in his heart, hoping that the system would be more powerful and kick Xiaobishan out completely. System, I'm in urgent need of money. Is there any way? Bite. The system panel popped up with a faint blue light. The host can redeem the required items through the system mall. Yang Jin was stunned. You also have a mall? Why didn't you tell me before? Host, you didn't, he asked. Yang Jin's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, Okay, it's my fault. He clicked on the system interface and found an entrance in the upper left corner that he had never noticed before, System Mall. When was this thing here? It has always been there, but the host didn't notice it. Yang Jin clicked in doubtfully, only to see the words First Level Mall marked at the bottom of the mall. The upper right corner shows, System Points, 6. How do I get these points in the system? Host gets +1 points for each system task completed. Yang Jin suddenly realized and started browsing the mall content. Property area. 1 million cash, 1 point unlimited purchases. 5% shares of Manga Media, 2 points unlimited purchases. Ability Zone. Art Mastery, 10 points limited to 1 purchase. Mathematics Mastery, 10 points limited to 1 purchase. Props Area. 10x cashback card, 5 points limited to 1 purchase. 100x cashback card, 40 points limited to 1 purchase. He quickly calculated, what if he exchanged all his points for cash? 6 million seemed too little. It was the 10 times cashback card that caught his attention. System, this cashback card, does it give you 10 times the cashback no matter how much you spend? Yes, after using it, the host will receive 10 times the cashback for a single purchase. Yang Jin's eyes lit up. The money was here. He now has more than 1 million yuan in hand, and a tenfold cashback would only be around 10 million yuan, which is still not enough. But what if I take out a large loan first? The corners of his mouth slowly rose. I have made up my mind to go to the bank in the afternoon. After Tianjia Pharmaceutical signs the contract in the next 2 days, Yang Jin should let the contracted anchor of Manga Media promote the products. In the early days of Manga Media, the focus was on incubating internet celebrities, but recently it has shifted its focus to the film and television industry. Yang Jin has read Manga Media's financial statements last year. It has thousands of contracted anchors and hundreds of high-quality internet celebrities, with a total number of fans on the entire network of nearly 2 billion. Although compared with those large media companies, Manga Media is slightly smaller in scale, it should definitely not be underestimated. Today is a joyous day, the author went to watch the military parade. Chapter 36 Loan of 80 million. System, purchase a 10-fold cashback card. Purchase successful, congratulations to the host for receiving 10-fold cashback card. Points, 1. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun was shining brightly. Yang Jin first sent emoji to the crew interview location, and then drove directly to the nearest Jinling Bank. As a financial institution ranked 91st among the world's top 1,000 banks, its strength is formidable. Yang Jin pushed the door open and walked in, and the cold air blew towards him. Seeing this, the security guard came forward to ask, and Yang Jin directly stated his purpose, I'm here to apply for a loan. He took a number, but waited for about 10 minutes before it was his turn. The female salesperson behind the counter smiled professionally. Hello, sir, do you need a loan? That's right. A glimmer of light flashed across the woman's eyes. She was almost done with her loan performance for this month, and this customer came at the right time. She skillfully pulled out an application form and handed it over. Please fill out this form first. Also, do you have your ID and bank card with you? I don't have a bank card.
Yang Jin took the form. The woman was visibly startled, but quickly regained her smile and said, "It's okay, we can handle it for you on the spot." Yang Jin said no more and lowered his head to quickly fill out the form. But after a moment, he handed the form back. The woman took it, glanced at it, and her smile froze instantly. She looked up in disbelief and looked at the person in front of her again. He was indeed well dressed and had a calm demeanor. 100 million? She took a deep breath and tried to remain professional. "Sir, are you sure the amount you're applying for is correct?" "I'm very sure." Yang Jin nodded in response. Please wait a moment. The amount involved is too large. I need to inform our manager." She stood up and walked hurriedly towards the manager's office at the back. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit with a badge engraved with President Liao Fushi walked quickly towards her. The manager was on leave today, so the lady at the counter asked for the bank president when she couldn't find the manager. Liao Fushi's eyes were as sharp as torches as he quickly swept over Yang Jin's body, a shrewd glint in his eyes. He personally came out of the work area and extended his hand. "Hello, sir. I am Liao Fushi, the president of our bank. What is your name?" Liao Fushi was quite humble. Although he was not sure whether Yang Jin was looking for trouble, he was also not sure whether Yang Jin really had any background. "What if? My last name is Yang." Yang Jin shook hands with him and got straight to the point. "President Liao, I'd like to borrow 100 million yuan." His voice was not loud, but every word was clear, like a stone dropped into calm water. Several customers who were waiting nearby couldn't help but look sideways, and whispers could be heard faintly. "Honey, 100 million? Did I hear it right?" A young woman asked in a low voice, covering her mouth. "Everyone knows how to brag," the man next to her scoffed. "I'm still looking to borrow 10 billion. But his clothes look very valuable." "Xiaomei, there are so many fakes these days. Some people just like to pretend to be rich and fake, specifically to scam little sisters like you. Hee, then we have to stay away from it." This made the woman giggle. "Why rush? It's a good opportunity to watch the excitement." President Liao seemed oblivious to the discussions. His smile remained unchanged as he stepped aside to lead the way. "Mr. Yang, this place is crowded and noisy, not a good place for conversation. Please proceed to the VIP room for further discussion." In the VIP room, the heavy mahogany door completely isolates the noise from the outside world. Liao Fushi bowed and asked Yang Jin to sit on the imported leather sofa, and personally poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Yang, please have some tea." President Liao sat down opposite him, folded his hands on his knees, and looked much more solemn than before. "Mr. Yang, with all due respect, I need to confirm the loan amount you filled in on the application form." "It's just 100 million. Yang Jin picked up the teacup and gently blew away the floating leaves. "I won't borrow it for long, just 2 days." President Liao leaned forward slightly, speaking cautiously. "Mr. Yang, our bank values customers like you very much. However, according to the head office's risk control regulations, the approval process for large loans is quite rigorous. More importantly, our bank currently does not offer ultra-short-term loan services." His eyes were sharp as he scrutinized the young man in front of him. "So, what is the shortest period your bank can process?" "At least 4 days, and special approval from the head office is required." "But that's not the key point." President Liao paused, his voice lowered. "For a large loan, without a large amount of collateral, I'm afraid." Yang Jin calmly put down his teacup and said, "I can provide collateral." Tenjia Pharmaceuticals and Meika Media, these two companies should be familiar to President Liao, right? Liao Fushi's pupils suddenly contracted. He was more than just familiar with them. Both companies were renowned Jinling companies, with a combined market capitalization exceeding 10 billion yuan. Could it be that this young man? He looked at the other person carefully again. His young face showed a calmness and sophistication that was inconsistent with his age. "So Mr. Yang is from these two companies." President Liao's tone couldn't help but become more respectful. The actual controller, Yang Jin, added calmly, "Your bank can verify the equity structure at any time." No need. Mr. Yang is as good as his word." President Liao waved his hand quickly, a gleam in his eyes. "What do you mean?" "I'm using part of the equity of these two companies as short-term collateral," Yang Jin said calmly. "Even if we use the lowest valuation, it should be more than enough to cover the 100 million yuan in principal plus interest." Liao Fushi's brain was working rapidly.
Although the other party is willing to provide collateral, such a large short-term loan still requires approval from the head office. What's more, the loan amount needs to be assessed based on the actual financial situation of the enterprise. But then again, the value of this collateral far exceeds the loan amount, and the risk is completely controllable. Although the 2-day deadline is an exception, it is not impossible to do so. There was a brief silence in the VIP room. About half a minute later, President Liao took a deep breath and said, "Mr. Yang, please provide me with your company information and the specific loan amount. I need to report to the head office immediately." Yang Jin handed over the prepared document bag with a slight smile on his lips. Liao Fuxing left in a hurry and returned to the VIP room 5 minutes later with a hint of excitement on his face. "Mr. Yang, the head office has made a slight adjustment to the amount for risk control reasons. The approval process for a round number of 100 million yuan is complex, and short-term operations are difficult.
80 million. The deadline is 2 days as you mentioned.
We'll go through the special approval channel and ensure the funds are in place before the end of the day."
What do you think? 80 million.
Although it was 20 million less than expected, it was still a huge sum after using the cashback card. Yang Jin stood up without hesitation and extended his hand. "It's a pleasure to work with you, President Liao."
Ha! Liao Fuxing beamed, happy cooperation.
He shook Yang Jin's hand and said, "I will arrange the contract immediately and handle the pledge procedures as a priority.
Please sit down and have some refreshments. It will be ready soon." Chapter 37: The Fastest Way to Spend Money.
Liao Fuxing is extremely efficient and personally coordinates various procedures, including equity document review, company value assessment, pledge registration, etc.
The whole process was amazingly fast.
Yang Jin cooperated with the signing calmly. During this time, the female salesperson who initially received him came in to serve coffee. Her eyes fell on Yang Jin's profile, and she seemed to want to say something but stopped herself, with disbelief written in her eyes.
In just 1 hour, all the formalities were completed.
"It's a pleasure to work with you, President Liao."
"It's absolutely a pleasure," Liao Fuxing said, putting the contract into his folder with a smile on his face. "Mr. Yang is young and promising.
I look forward to more cooperation in the future.
Please sit down for a moment. I'll personally oversee the loan.
The funds will arrive within an hour at the latest."
After spending 2.5 hours at the bank, Yang Jin finally got the loan. This is because the president has made special arrangements.
If it were an ordinary person, it would probably take an entire afternoon. After the formalities were completed, Liao Fuxing respectfully escorted Yang Jin out the door.
This is a client with a net worth of tens of billions, not to mention he is so young.
Liao Fuxing had already determined in his heart that this man must be the son of a wealthy family, and that they had formed a good relationship and would have a long future together.
The loan went so smoothly. "Thank you, President Liao."
"No, Mr. Yang, you have excellent reputation and strong capabilities."
The two walked out of the VIP room chatting and laughing.
What surprised Yang Jin a little was that more than an hour later, the gossiping couple was still in the waiting area.
"Honey, look, he's coming out."
The man immediately stood up, refreshed, but saw the bank president personally seeing him off with a warm attitude, and his heart skipped a beat.
Impossible? Could he have really borrowed 100 million?
When he watched Yang Jin walk out of the hall, walk towards the eye-catching Ferrari at the door, open the door and calmly sit in the driver's seat, he was completely frozen. That Ferrari is his. He had previously wondered whose luxury car this was, but he never expected. Liao Fuxing returned to the hall, and the man hurried forward.
"President Liao, excuse me, the person just now." Liao Fuxing glanced at him and said calmly, "You are a VIP client of our bank. What's the matter?" No. Liao Fuxing said no more and left.
"Honey, he actually got a loan, and he drives a Ferrari."
Could he really be the young master of some family?
The woman muttered softly, and the man's face turned pale. He waited for 2.5 hours, hoping to see the fun and see Yang Jin being driven out by Liao Fuxing. But he didn't see the scene of being driven out, but he saw Liao Fuxing respectfully sending him out.
The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel.
Fortunately, the other party didn't seem to take him seriously at all. As the Ferrari drove away from the bank and waited for the red light at the intersection, Yang Jin held the steering wheel with one hand and swiped the screen of his mobile phone with the other. Now that the funds are in place, the next step is to spend the money.
If you want to talk about the fastest way to spend money, it is undoubtedly buying a house. 80 million is enough to buy a top-notch villa or an entire building in Jinling.
His fingertips paused, stopping at a piece of real estate information.
Qianke Golden Domain Huafu.
The outer part is an ordinary house with 2 elevators and 6 households, and the center is a large flat with 1 elevator and 1 household, and the floor height is 13.
That's it.
He turned on the navigation, and when the light turned green, he stepped on the accelerator and merged into the traffic flow. Not long after, he arrived at the door of the sales center. The salesman at the door saw the Ferrari from afar, their eyes lit up, and they rushed out in an instant. However, the company has regulations that customers must be received in order, so even if others are jealous, they can only watch.
Xiaoli, you're lucky, it's your turn this time.
That's right, this guy who drives a supercar is obviously a fool with a lot of money, so he's the easiest to deal with.
Oh, what a pity. Xiaoli, don't let the duck that is in your mouth fly away.
If I were to say, if your face were on me, I could easily sell a house.
Ha 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 ha. At the front desk, several salespeople were chatting and laughing.
The Xiaoli they are talking about is Du Wanli, an intern who just graduated and has been working for 2 months.
There were no results in the first month of training.
In the second month, I still didn't sell a single house and only received a basic salary of 2,200 yuan.
The company has a rule that if there are no transactions for 3 consecutive months, the employee will be fired.
She was also worried about this matter, but saw Yang Jin pushing the door open. Du Wanli calmed herself down and encouraged herself in her heart that she must make this deal. However, just as she was about to step forward, a figure nimbly stepped in front of her.
Xiaoli, these high-end clients are very picky. You're still inexperienced.
For the sake of closing deals, I'll do it. Du Wanli opened her mouth, but the words were stuck in her throat, but she managed to speak. The person who stole her client was the sales manager. The other party didn't give her a chance to refute at all. He turned around and faced Yang Jin with a warm smile.
Manager.
Du Wanli called out silently, but it was of no use.
Hello sir, welcome to Qianke Jinyu Huafu. Are you here to view the property?
Yang Jin nodded. I want to see the large flat here.
Okay, please come this way.
The manager led the way and calmly loosened the collar of his shirt, revealing a piece of snow-white skin. She talked incessantly about the location advantages and product highlights, but Yang Jin didn't hear a word she said. What made him even more uncomfortable was that the manager inadvertently rubbed against him several times during the process. This made Yang Jin somewhat disgusted with the female salesperson. In the manager's opinion, a young man like Yang Jin who drives a Ferrari probably has little social experience and can be easily controlled with a few tricks. When she reached the corner of the property model, she deliberately leaned over and pointed at the large flat, her collar falling down, revealing her spring scenery.
Yang Jin was concentrating on looking at houses and didn't pay attention. The manager was a little annoyed.
Under normal circumstances, those male customers would have stared at her with their eyes wide open, wanting to get close to her face to see her. She stood up and moved closer to Yang Jin, introducing the apartment layout while leaning forward again. Look, this is a bright and transparent apartment with double balconies on the north and south sides, which provides excellent lighting and ventilation. Yang Jin was concentrating on looking at the house when he suddenly felt a soft touch on his arm. He glanced sideways and saw that the manager's chest was almost touching his hand. He immediately dodged and spoke in a cold tone.
Ma'am, please respect yourself. I was sexually harassed while looking at a house. Is this a mistake? Yang Jin was already unhappy.
Ahem, the manager coughed twice to hide his embarrassment. Sorry, I was so engrossed in what I was saying that I didn't pay attention.
Yang Jin was too lazy to pay attention and was speechless. Seriously, so your shirt buttons broke because you were so engrossed in your explanation?
Yang Jin complained in his heart. However, making money is the top priority now, and he has no intention of getting entangled with the female salesperson.
However, Yang Jin originally thought that the female salesperson would not harass him again.
Unexpectedly, when he moved slightly to the side and wanted to take a look at the houses outside, he almost bumped into the female salesperson again. Fortunately, Yang Jin was proficient in martial arts and quickly dodged, otherwise it would be hard to explain.
Chapter 38 Buying an entire building? Yang Jin's face darkened slightly, and he glanced at the female salesperson, feeling annoyed. Forget it, I won't watch it anymore.
After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. The action was so quick and decisive that even the manager was unable to react for a moment.
Why are you pretending to be serious when you don't even take advantage of the free things? What man doesn't like this?
The manager cursed in his heart, but still quickly caught up with him, saying anxiously, Sir, wait a minute.
The manager forced a smile and leaned closer, saying, Are you dissatisfied with the room? Why don't you leave your contact information? We have an event coming up soon.
No need, Yang Jin didn't give her a chance to finish, I'll go look somewhere else. After several attempts to persuade him to stay failed, the manager lost his patience and turned around and went back to the lounge area and sat down.
What's wrong, Sister Lan? Several salesmen came over to ask. You're not here to buy a house at all. You take advantage of me and then try to run away. Bah!
Sister Lan said sarcastically and rolled her eyes.
Ah!
Everyone looked at each other. He is obviously wearing designer clothes and driving a supercar, and looks like a high-quality customer. Could it be that there is a pervert who is specifically here to tease the salesperson?
Whoever wants to take it can do so. I won't serve this guest anymore.
Oh, how can we dare to accept a customer who even you, Sister Lan, can't handle?
That's right, this kind of person is hard to deal with at first glance.
A few words of flattery made Sister Lan's expression ease a little. She glanced and saw Du Wanli standing silently aside, and suddenly raised her voice. Shaoli, this is the client you originally took on.
Why don't you give it a try? Du Wanli felt upset. You yourself broke down the negotiations with the client, and now you push the responsibility on her to clean up the mess?
But she had no choice but to take a deep breath and quickly chase after him. As soon as Yang Jing opened the car door, he heard a slightly hurried voice coming from behind him. Sir, please wait a moment. He turned around and saw a salesperson with a pretty face and gentle temperament standing there, completely different from the one just now.
Hello, I'm Du Wanli, the sales representative here. Could you please tell me if there's anything about our property that you're dissatisfied with? Or have you already found a better option?
Yang Jin raised his eyebrows and said in a softer tone, the house is okay, but the people are not.
Du Wanli was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. He thought Yang Jin thought their manager was not pretty enough.
Then, I heard a cold voice, as for that girl just now, she touched me repeatedly. I was being polite by not reporting her to the police for sexual harassment. There was disgust in Yang Jin's tone. This kind of woman had been slept with by countless men in order to sell the house.
Wasn't she just a bus?
After saying that, Yang Jin was about to get in the car.
Sir, please stay. Du Wanli hurriedly stepped forward and said sincerely, I apologize for our manager's unprofessionalism. If you don't mind, could you let me give you a detailed introduction again?
Yang Jin paused and his gaze lingered on her face for a moment. This girl had clear eyes and a sincere tone, completely different from the previous one. He was silent for a moment, then got out of the car and closed the door.
Okay, now we're here. Du Wanli felt relieved and quickly led him back. Sister Lan, look, Shaoli actually brought that guy back. A salesperson exclaimed. Sister Lan looked up, her expression suddenly darkening as she snorted, isn't it just relying on her youth and beauty? Anyone else can do the same?
After saying that, she straightened her clothes and walked over with a professional smile again. Du Wanli was carefully introducing the flat to Yang Jin, but Sister Lan interrupted again with a pretentious tone. Sir, I'm sorry for the offense just now.
Shaoli is our sales intern and isn't familiar with many things yet. To save your time, may I serve you? She spoke sincerely, as if she was really considering Yang Jin. Du Wanli couldn't believe her eyes. How could they steal customers so blatantly? It was you who caused them to leave just now, and now that you've finally brought them back, you're trying to snatch them away again?
Shaoli, you can go and have a rest, or you can learn more from me. Manager Sister Lan said to Du Wanli.
Yes.
Du Wanli felt aggrieved, but helpless. Yang Jin glanced at Sister Lan, pointed at Du Wanli, and said coldly, no need, I want her to introduce you.
He didn't even look at Sister Lan's frozen expression and said to Du Wanli, let's continue.
When Yang Jin saw her hesitation, he immediately realized that it was because of the manager. He waved his hand impatiently, don't stand there, take me to see the house, I'm in a hurry.
Okay, sir, please follow me.
Du Wanli calmed herself down, as if she had made some kind of decision, and led Yang Jinchao inside. Sister Lan, who was left there, turned pale. She had been working in sales for all these years and had never been humiliated like this. Staring at Yang Jin's back, she almost gritted her teeth and felt a surge of resentment. After Du Wanli gave a professional and clear introduction to the property, Yang Jin listened silently and made quick calculations in his mind. The price of ordinary houses in the periphery is 15,003 per square meter, which means that one house costs more than 1 million. The price of a large flat in the core area is 40,116 per square meter, which means about 6.5 million per square meter. Yang Jin thought about his own funds. He had a bank loan of 80 million yuan, more than 1 million yuan on his own, and some online loans, a total of more than 84 million yuan. An idea gradually became clear. Among the large flats here, are there any whole buildings with no units sold yet? Yang Jin suddenly asked. The whole building isn't sold? Du Wanli was slightly startled, then replied, yes, there is one unit in Building 3 that is currently unsold. Can you introduce it to me? Building 3 is 13 stories high, with one apartment per floor, each 163 square meters, north-south ventilation, and fully furnished. The more Yang Jin listened, the more satisfied he became. Without waiting for her to finish, he asked directly, what's the total price of this building? Per square meter. Du Wanli subconsciously wanted to quote the price per square meter, but suddenly stopped and looked up in disbelief. Sir, you mean the price for the entire building? Yes, Yang Jin said calmly, I want the whole building. Du Wanli took a deep breath and was completely stunned. Others have to consider for a long time before buying a large flat, but this person actually buys it by the building? For the entire building, the preliminary estimate is over 80 million. The specific details require detailed calculation. Then let's decide now, Yang Jin said in an unquestionable tone, I've chosen this one. Du Wanli encountered this situation for the first time and was a little bewildered. Sir, please wait a moment, I have to report to our manager. The one just now? Yang Jin narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. No, Du Wanli quickly waved her hands. The person just now was just the manager of our sales team. The one who's really in charge is the department manager here. Yang Jin nodded, then go quickly and come back soon. Chapter 39, 800 million received. Sister Lan, did you hear that? The man Xiaoli brought in said he wanted to buy the entire building. Oh my god, how rich is this? Several female salespeople gathered together, whispering in amazement and glancing towards the VIP room from time to time. Sister Lan snorted coldly, a hint of sarcasm tugging at the corner of her mouth. Tisk, isn't it just relying on your family? Do you really think you have any ability? Several people fell silent immediately, exchanged glances with each other, and understood each other tacitly. This is clearly sour grapes. Who doesn't know that the most important thing in this business is to serve these rich people well? Besides, if someone is lucky and has a wealthy family, then that's awesome. Just then, Xiaoli came quickly with department manager Zhang. Manager Zhang was wearing a neat suit and had a professional smile on his face, but his slightly hurried pace still revealed his inner turmoil. Mr. Yang, nice to meet you. I'm the person in charge here, my last name is Zhang. He stepped forward and handed over his business card with both hands, his tone respectful. What you just said, are you really planning to buy the whole building? Yang Jin nodded. After receiving Yang Jin's affirmative answer, a look of disbelief flashed in Manager Zhang's eyes. A total of 13 luxury houses, with a total price of more than 80 million. He took a deep breath and quickly suppressed the shock in his heart. Okay, Mr. Yang, we will give you priority right away. In the VIP room, Manager Zhang personally made tea. The clear Huangshan Malfoam tea soup expands in the cup, exuding a refreshing fragrance. Mr. Yang, this tea is very good. It is a specialty I brought back from Huangshan last time I went there. Manager Zhang said with a smile. Yang Jin took a sip and nodded in approval. He knew in his heart that there was a reason why this manager could sit in this position, and he probably flattered his superiors a lot. Putting down the teacup, Yang Jin casually said, Your sales manager outside doesn't seem to know how to entertain guests. Manager Zhang's heart skipped a beat and he immediately understood that it was Yao Yuelan. The woman's monthly sales were indeed not low due to her good looks, but she also caused him a lot of trouble. But who would have thought that this woman actually had an affair with a company executive, which made Manager Zhang a little annoyed. I'm so sorry, Mr. Yang. He smiled apologetically. Her situation is a bit special. I will definitely report your problem to the higher-ups. Yang Jin said no more, and stopped there, adding, Xiaoli handled the entire process of today's order. Of course, don't worry. Manager Zhang understood. Half an hour later, Du Wanli came in with a thick stack of contracts, with a dazed look on her face. When she saw Yang Jin signing his name one after another without changing his expression, her fingers were shaking slightly. Every signature is a luxury house worth more than 6 million.
In just a few minutes, more than 80 million was spent.
She swallowed subconsciously and felt her throat dry.
Is this the life of a rich person?
Although manager Zhang appeared calm on the surface, his palms were sweating as he checked the results. He has handled many big deals, but this is the first time in his career that he has sold an entire building at once. Mr. Yang, there are 13 units in total, with a total price of 83,441,280 yuan. Manager Zhang carefully handed the POS machine to Yang Jin.
Yang Jin took out his bank card. System, use the 10-fold cashback card.
Successful use, the host will receive a 10-fold rebate on the next purchase. Seeing that the cashback card was used successfully, Yang Jin raised the corner of his mouth and swiped the bank card lightly on the machine.
Beep, payment successful.
Almost at the same time, the system prompt sounded in Yang Jin's mind.
Host consumption, 83,441,280 yuan, 10-fold refund amount, 834,412,800 yuan. Funds have been transferred to the host account through legal channels. The phone in my trouser pocket vibrated at the right moment.
Yang Jin knew that more than 800 million in cash had arrived.
I felt so happy.
I spent 80 million and earned 800 million.
How can I find justice for this?
Du Wanli stood aside, her eyes still fixed. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't envious, but she was more filled with uncontrollable joy. She couldn't even imagine the commission she would get from this order. Manager Zhang suppressed his excitement, a smile plastered across his face.
Congratulations, Mr. Yang. From now on, this entire building is yours. We will handle all subsequent formalities for you as quickly as possible. Du Wanli also came to her senses and hurriedly followed suit to congratulate. Yang Jin didn't seem to notice their compliments.
At this moment, he had only one thought: I'm going to the bathroom. Now he just wanted to find a deserted place and confirm the astronomical figure with his own eyes.
Anyone who suddenly has so much money would inevitably feel excited.
Yang Jin considered himself to be worldly wise, but when he actually possessed 800 million, he still couldn't suppress the urgency of wanting to see it with his own eyes. Walking into the bathroom, he quickly opened his mobile banking app.
Not a penny less. An unprecedented sense of joy swept over my whole body.
He first opened those loan apps and paid off all the more than 1 million he owed, and then transferred another 100 million to his Jinling bank card, which was enough for automatic deductions in 2 days. The interest of tens of thousands of yuan in 2 days is just a drop in the bucket for Yang Jin now.
After completely filling all the financial holes, Yang Jin felt relaxed and walked out of the bathroom.
But when he reached the door of the VIP room, he suddenly stopped. The conversation between Du Wanli and manager Zhang was heard from inside the door.
Manager Zhang, if I resign now, can I still get this commission? Resign?
Manager Zhang's voice was filled with surprise. We just closed a big deal, why are you leaving so suddenly? Don't worry, your commission will be paid with next month's salary.
That's good. What happened? You were doing well, why did you suddenly leave? Nothing.
Du Wanli's voice was a little low, unwilling to say more. I will submit my resignation letter tomorrow, I hope you will approve it.
This.
Manager Zhang hesitated. He knew that Du Wanli was not really suited to the sales industry, and leaving might not be a bad thing. What's more, she had just brought him such a huge amount of sales, and he had originally wanted to train her well.
Yang Jin outside the door understood. Why did Du Wanli resign?
He could probably guess in his heart that it was undoubtedly because of him that he offended the sales manager Yayuelan. In the future, there will definitely be a lot of overt and covert exclusion in this place. Not to mention a little girl like Du Wanli, any man would not be able to stand this kind of workplace violence, and it would be better for him to leave on his own initiative.
Yang Jin's mind turned and he pushed the door open. Mr. Yang.
Manager Zhang greeted him hurriedly. Du Wanli also quickly stepped aside and lowered her eyes. Yang Jin sat down and looked at Du Wanli. I just heard you say you wanted to resign?
Du Wanli was stunned.
She obviously didn't expect that she would be heard, and she didn't expect Yang Jin to actually ask her.
She could only nod. What major did you study in college? Yang Jin asked again. Accounting. Chapter 40, a reward worth 10 billion. An accountant switching careers to sales? That's quite a leap.
Yang Jin's heart moved slightly, but then he thought that the assets under his name were increasing, and he really needed a professional to manage them. What's more, he has just acquired more than a dozen properties and is in need of staff to manage them. I just don't know how capable Du Wanli really is.
How come you're an accounting major and working in sales? Yang Jin said straight to the point, is your professional ability not up to par?
Du Wanli quickly waved her hands, no, sir, although I can't say that I'm outstanding, my professional ability is definitely not weak. I won many awards during my university years and also passed the junior accountant certification exam. Yang Jin didn't know much about the value of certificates in the accounting industry, but seeing Du Wanli's clear eyes and calm tone, she didn't seem to be exaggerating.
Then why?
Du Wanli sighed softly, a hint of bitterness etched on the corners of her lips. I offended the boss's son at my internship company before, and not only was I fired, but he also threatened to ban me from the industry. I went to interview at several companies, but they avoided me as soon as they heard my name.
Yang Jin raised his eyebrows. Which young master is so capable?
I am often banned in the industry, and those who don't know me would think I am writing a novel.
Guangding Technology, surnamed Zhang. The Zhang family?
Yang Jin seemed to be lost in thought. I've been walking around the Jinling business district these days and have heard a bit about the local wealthy families. Some time ago, I heard Brother Tang talk about the Zhang family.
The Zhang group under its umbrella is quite famous locally. Guangding Technology is probably a subsidiary of the Zhang group.
I heard that the Zhang family is currently having a huge fight with the Yu family over the cooperation with the Dai group. He didn't want to get involved with the local wealthy businessmen in Jinling so early. Just as Yang Jin was weighing the pros and cons, a system prompt suddenly rang in his mind.
Real-time task release.
Host, please hire Du Wanli. Mission reward, 31% of Dai Group as shares. The host can refuse this task.
Fuck me. Yang Jin almost cursed out loud. I was just trying to avoid the Zhang family, but now the system is messing with me?
It wants me to hire Du Wanli. But when he saw the content of the reward, his breathing stopped.
No, there is a problem. Dai Group? Isn't this the company that the Jiang and Yu families are begging for cooperation? Is this company so powerful that it can actually cause a fight between the two families?
Yang Jin opened his phone and searched. You wouldn't know if you didn't T-search, and once you did, you'd be shocked. Dai Group is a real giant enterprise in Jinling, a behemoth with a market value of over 50 billion. 31% of the shares, that means a value of over 10 billion.
This is a great deal. The risk and return are totally disproportionate. The return is too high.
Yang Jin changed his mind instantly. No matter how capable Du Wanli was, he had to have her. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart and looked at Du Wanli calmly. Since you have already resigned, are you interested in helping me? Du Wanli looked up in surprise, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Don't worry, Yang Jin chuckled.
I don't mean any harm.
As you can see, I have quite a bit of assets under my name, and I need a professional to take care of them. You're an accounting major, so you're just right for me. He paused and continued, I'll give you a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, with bonuses and year-end bonuses calculated separately. Your main job is to help me manage my assets, and you can arrange your time freely when you have nothing to do.
Of course, it's okay if you don't want to. The last sentence was purely a courtesy.
Yang Jin had already made up his mind that he would get this talent worth tens of billions of dollars no matter what. Du Wanli was obviously shocked by such good conditions and was speechless for a moment. Among her college classmates, the best performing one only earned 6,000 yuan a month and had only one day off a week.
Now, such a good thing happened to me? I do.
She responded hastily, afraid of missing this opportunity.
Thank you for your appreciation, sir. I will submit my resignation tomorrow and then.
No rush, Yang Jin interrupted her, you can complete the resignation procedures tomorrow.
I'll contact you when I'm free.
Please leave me your phone number. He looked at Du Wanli's happy expression, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. No matter how you look at it, he made a lot of money in this deal. Manager Zhang next to him was speechless.
This, poaching people in front of me, is this right?
On this side, Du Wanli had just agreed when the system voice came. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, 31% of Dai Group as shares.
Host points +1, balance, 2. Comfortable.
The house was bought, the money was received, and the task was completed. I'll trouble you, Manager Zhang, for the follow-up matters. You are so kind, Mr. Yang, please rest assured and leave everything to me.
Yang Jin left his seat respectfully accompanied by the two men. As he passed the door, he noticed an unfriendly gaze. It was the sales manager from before, who was staring at him gloomily. Yang Jin didn't take it seriously. He thought he was just an executive of a real estate company and not worth his attention. I just hope that the other party will be more sensible and not cause trouble for themselves. Walking out of the sales office, the rain was still falling outside the window. But the clouds are thinning, and I guess it will clear up by night. Yang Jin felt annoyed when he thought about the fucking military training that would start tomorrow. Now that he had the money, Yang Jin decided to go to Manga Media immediately to solve the company's capital chain problem first. On the way, he sent a message to Mo Jia and learned that the other party was still following up on the work in the crew. So Yang Jin didn't delay any further and asked the driver to drive straight to the company. I didn't expect to leave in the morning and have to go back in the afternoon. He succinctly sent a message to his assistant, notified the senior management to gather in the conference room in half an hour. Now that he holds absolute control, he does not need to consult anyone when making company decisions. Half an hour later, Yang Jin sat at the head seat at the conference table again. Without any greetings, he turned directly to the finance manager and said, "Tell me about the company's current financial situation." Mr. Yang, the funds currently on the company's books are only enough to maintain daily operations and cannot support the investment in filming of any new projects. Moreover, due to Mr. Zhao's frequent use of public funds recently, multiple funding gaps have occurred. He paused briefly and handed over a report. If we want to fill all the gaps, it is estimated to cost around 120 million. But if it's just to meet the basic needs of the next round of film and television investment, about 60 million yuan can be enough. Yang Jin glanced at the report and fortunately, the amount was much smaller than he expected. After all, Zhao Bixian was not stupid enough to engage in open embezzlement. He was just playing a clumsy trick of robbing Peter to repair Paul. As a result, the hole became bigger and bigger, and both the east and west walls were leaking, forcing him to go public to raise funds. Now that the shares have been liquidated, Yang Jin can imagine that Zhao Bixian should have several hundred million in his hands, enough for him to live a carefree life for the rest of his life. But what Yang Jin wants is to completely take control of Manga Media. In this way, he can act drastically without any scruples. Otherwise, I would always feel that the money I invested would be divided up by Zhao Bixian in the end, and I would feel uncomfortable. Chapter 41: Cooperation with Manga Media. After another half an hour of struggling, Yang Jin didn't say anything and directly paid the funding gap out of his own pocket. After transferring money, making notes, and going through the process, a sum of cash was immediately injected into the company account, marked as investment. Once the funds arrive, the company can continue to carry out the project. Since he was already in the company, Yang Jin put the sales issue of Tenjia Pharmaceuticals on the agenda. He called the operations manager and explained the situation of Tenjia Pharmaceutical. The operations manager nodded repeatedly, indicating that there was no problem. Yang Jin then contacted Chen Kaiwan again and asked the two teams to coordinate on the details, and only asked that the final cooperation plan be submitted to him for review. Everything was arranged properly, but Yang Jin was still thinking about one thing. Once Tianjia Pharmaceutical stabilizes, the work system must be reformed. He works from 9 to 6, with one day off on weekends, so that the frontline employees who work day and night shifts can also have time of their own. Working in 2 shifts for 12 hours every day is too much for even the strongest person. It was almost 7 o'clock in the evening when I walked out of Manga Media. The rain gradually subsided, leaving only the last sound of the dripping sound. Yang Jin got into the car, planning to go see Mo Jia first before returning to school. Before starting the engine, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number skillfully. The phone rang once before being picked up. "Hello, Mom." "What's wrong, son?" Deng Jiling's usual gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's okay, I just missed you guys." "Have you eaten?" "Not yet. Your dad is busy in the kitchen." Just as he finished speaking, a faint muttering came from the other side. "Who is it?" "My son's phone call." "Oh, this kid actually called back on his own initiative?" Yang Tianwan washed his hands, wiped them on his apron, and leaned over to the phone. "Hey, son, your dad has quit his job. What's going on over there? Is your friend reliable?" He remembered that Yang Jin had mentioned a while ago that he wanted to start a business with a friend. "I'm doing well here," Yang Jin said with a smile on his face. "I happen to be riding the wave of the market and made some money. I've invested in a few companies, and they're all very strong." He paused and said half-jokingly, "Your son, I'm a millionaire now." Ah, good, you really are worthy of being my offspring. Yang Tianwan laughed heartily. Go away, get out of here. Deng Jiling pushed her husband away angrily and took back the phone. Son, it doesn't matter how much money you make. I just want you to be more stable. The world is complicated. Don't touch things that you shouldn't touch.
Yang Jin smiled bitterly on the other end.
Sure enough, it came again.
You're not even 20 yet, so studying is the most important thing. As the old saying goes, you never stop learning. Yang Jin leaned back in the car seat and listened to his mother's instructions for a full 10 minutes before he finally got the chance to interrupt.
I know, Mom. I called you today because I really have something to talk to you about. What's going on?
I bought an apartment in Jinling, and it feels so empty living alone. He said with a sly smile, how about, you two come stay for a while? 2 days ago, he called his father to persuade him to quit his job. Now everything is arranged, and it is time to bring them over to enjoy a good life.
Sure, no problem, Mom.
Deng Jiling agreed immediately, her tone full of joy.
What about my dad? He's in the kitchen, picking up some braised pork. Let me ask him.
She turned and called, Lao Yan, Lao Yang, our son wants us to go to Jinling.
Are you going? No, no, no. Yang Tianwan muttered, I'm used to living in the village. I don't want to go anywhere else. Okay, you take care of the house. Wait, you're going?
Of course.
Can't I go see the world? What did you ask me just now? Ask you if you're going to Jinling. Go. You must go. Okay, I still have military training these days.
I'll arrange a special car to pick you up tomorrow. Yang Jin's hometown is less than 200 kilometers away from Jinling, and with a special car, the round trip takes at most 4 hours. He couldn't bear to let his parents squeeze into the train, so he just called a luxury business car. Comfort was the most important thing.
Okay. Deng Jiling agreed readily. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yang Jin hung up the phone. Then he called Mo Jie. Hey, Ma Jie, did you finish the interview? Ha, nonsense, who am I? Of course I passed, male number 1. Yang Jin suppressed his laughter. He must be the villain. Congratulations, my great star. Ha 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 ha.
The two of them burst into laughter.
Are you still in the crew? Yang Jin asked.
I had just finished a meeting and was about to leave when I was suddenly notified that the company's funding had arrived and the project would start immediately.
The specific start time of filming is yet to be determined. Sure, how much is the pay? 280 a day. So high? Yang Jin exclaimed in agreement. In fact, this number is not low for newcomers.
Many extras only earn 80 yuan a day, but Mo Jie earns 280 yuan a day. Once I become famous, earning millions will not be a dream.
Mo Jie is full of confidence. Shall I pick you up? Let's go out for a meal to celebrate.
No, I have to control my diet.
The director specifically told me to pay attention to my figure.
Okay, then I'll have to enjoy the double food stall I bought by myself.
Actually, it's not a problem to eat a little.
At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the two walked out of the food stall with satisfaction.
Burp Mo Jie burped, and suddenly remembered something. By the way, Yang Jin, what were you busy with this afternoon? Why didn't you reply to my messages? I didn't do anything, I just bought a building. Oh, you bought a building. Mo Jie stopped abruptly. Xiao Madai, what did you buy? A building? It's not the whole building, it's just that they cleared out all the units in that building. Over 80 million, what's wrong with that?
Mo Jie was petrified on the spot.
You beast, you really are a beast. Yang Jin smiled but said nothing. When I become famous, I will film a movie for you.
Then you can give me a reward of 1 or 2 million. Mo Jie's face changed instantly, and he came forward to hook his arm around Yang Jin's shoulders.
Okay, I'll reward you 100 million then. Okay, I recorded it.
In the end, Yang Jin took Mo Jie back to his villa, mainly because Mo Jie insisted on seeing with his own eyes what rich Yang's house looked like.
As soon as he reached the door, Mo Jie froze in place and couldn't move. Damn. Is this the little villa you were talking about? Is it very big? Isn't this big? This is simply too big, okay? You kid, now you drive a luxury car, live in a villa, and have unlimited glory. Fine, fine, I don't care. From now on, I will stay here with you forever. No problem, you will live in the second bedroom on the second floor, and my parents will live on the first floor. Yang Jin responded readily. When Emojie heard this, he hesitated for a moment. Uncle and the others are coming? Yes, it will be there tomorrow. Ha ha ha, then I'd better stay in a hotel. Hotels are actually quite nice, and the key is that they're free, ha ha. Yang Jin. Chapter 42 Military Training begins.
The next morning, Yang Jin was still asleep when he was awakened by a sudden ringing of his cell phone. He squinted his eyes and touched his phone, and saw that it was Wu Hong calling. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard an urgent voice from the other end. Brother Jin, where are you? Hurry back to school. It's time for military training. I'm going to go to the playground to gather first. I've hung your military training uniform next to your bed. Yang Jin suddenly lost all sleepiness. Oh my god, this is impossible. He sat up suddenly, not even bothering to sign in daily on the system. He grabbed his phone, rushed into the bathroom, wiped his face roughly, then hurried out, started the car, and rushed to school. Even so, it took more than 10 minutes to arrive at the school gate. On campus, you can still see students in camouflage uniforms running towards the playground in groups of 3 or 4. Yang Jin breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was not late yet. He quickly returned to the dormitory, changed into his military training uniform, glanced at the gathering location in the class group, and quietly slipped to the end of the line to stand. He gasped for breath, regulating his breathing and trying to steady his heartbeat. The student union members on the rostrum were adjusting the microphone. The classes below were still noisy, and many students were playing with their mobile phones with their heads down. Yang Jin also took advantage of this opportunity to take out his phone and sent a message to Chen Kaiwan, arrange a special car to pick up my parents from my hometown. The location was attached at the end, and the location of Jinka Tianlai City was told. Not long after the message was sent, Chen Kaiwan replied almost instantly, "Got it, Director Yang, I'll arrange it immediately." Chen Kaiwan was quite frightened. In his mind, Yang Jin was so young and yet he was in charge of a 10 billion yuan group. His parents, what kind of people were they? Could they be from Beijing? He did not dare to delay at all and immediately mobilized all his connections to contact the car dealership. He had to get a business car of the highest specifications to be worthy of this mission. On the other side, Yang Jin saw Chen Kaiwan's reply and replied calmly, "Thank you for your hard work." "You're very kind. It's my honor." Closing the phone, Yang Jin's mind moved slightly and called out the system interface. Don't forget the most important sign in every day. System, sign in. Byte. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 kilograms of mother tree dahongpo. Mother tree dahongpo? Yang Jin raised his eyebrows, feeling slightly shocked. Hasn't this been banned for a long time? How can you even get this, system? He is well versed in tea making and naturally knows the value of the mother tree dahongpo. Since 2006, the harvesting of the mother tree dahongpo has been prohibited, and the genuine product is no longer available on the market. The last auction price was as high as 208,000 yuan for 20 grams, equivalent to more than 10 million yuan per kilogram. There is absolutely no demand for it. And once the system takes action, it weighs 10 kilograms. System, you are so awesome. Yang Jin couldn't help but chuckle. He could imagine how shocked the old tea maniac would be if he took some of this tea to Hu Jinjun for tea one day. Thinking of this, a playful smile appeared on Yang Jin's lips. It's just right, I should invite him out one day to have tea and talk about philosophy. At this moment, the originally noisy playground suddenly became quiet. Yang Jin collected his thoughts and looked up. The student union members have taken their seats on the podium, and the counselors have also appeared next to the class formations. A soft sound of testing came from the microphone. Hello, 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 ahem. Then, a clear and powerful voice spread throughout the audience. Dear teachers, dear students, good morning everyone. On this vibrant and hopeful day, we gather here to solemnly hold a standard 10-minute opening sequence. The principal and several school leaders took turns to come on stage and gave welcoming speeches with cheerful faces. Then there was the usual opening ceremony and finally a talent show by the seniors. I have to say, the senior students danced really well, drawing constant applause from the audience. Then came the chaotic grouping phase. A teacher stood on the podium and directed the classes to their positions, but the whole place became a mess and in the end the students had to find their own classes. After more than half an hour of struggling, the entire grade was barely divided into 6 columns.
After that, the instructors came in and assigned companies.
Yang Jin was assigned to the 16th company. The instructor was a sturdy man with strong muscles and a sharp gaze. Yang Jin even felt that this man could knock down a cow with one punch. As a result, we didn't do any training all morning, and the real military training didn't start until the afternoon.
It's over.
I feel like I'm going to die before the training even starts.
If the training really starts, won't I just lie down on the playground? After lunch, several people stayed in the dormitory to rest.
We don't gather until 2 p.m., so we can still slack off for more than an hour.
Li Dangue, you look so strong, but you're afraid of military training?
What does being strong and being afraid of military training have to do with each other?
Of course not. You look like a martial artist, judging by your physique. Look at me, I'm as thin as a bamboo pole. What's the difference between military training and trying to kill me? Yang Jin did not join in the complaints. He walked to the balcony alone and called home. Mom, are you guys here yet?
Here we are.
We have already arrived in Jinling.
I just had a quick bite outside and am on my way to your house now.
The code is 6/8. It's an electronic lock. Just go in. I know. By the way, have you started military training? How do you feel? Are you tired? Yang's mother asked earnestly from the other end of the phone. It's okay, Mom. I haven't started the formal training yet.
The military training will start in the afternoon.
I'll be back after the training is over. Okay, Mom will cook for you tonight. Let me know when you get back. Okay. As soon as Deng Jiling hung up the phone, young Tianwan came over and asked, "Is it my son's number?"
Well, he's in military training.
Military training is good, young people should exercise. The physical fitness of these kids nowadays is far worse than our generation. When we were young, Yang Tianwan couldn't stop talking about it.
Okay, stop talking. Deng Jiling interrupted him and signaled with her eyes that the driver was sitting in the front seat. Yang Tianwan fell silent and sighed, but this car is really comfortable, much better than the train.
It's comfortable, but it's a waste of money. Why are you so worried? My son is successful now, so what? I've worked hard for most of my life, so can't I just enjoy myself?
And the person sitting in the driver's seat at this time was none other than Chen Kaiwan himself. When he received the news from Yang Jin, he decided to go and pick them up in person.
These were Mr. Yang's parents, people of what status?
Being able to leave a good impression in front of the two elders and become familiar to them will definitely bring only benefits and no harm in the future. While driving, he listened to the two old people chatting in the back seat and was secretly shocked. As expected of Mr. Yang's family, this realm, this structure.
I can no longer understand the world of the rich.
He sighed silently and felt more and more that Yang Tianwan and his wife were no longer ordinary people, as if they had already transcended the mundane world and returned to nature. This is the attitude of a truly strong person, low-key, calm, like still water running deep. In the dormitory, Li Dangue walked up to the balcony with a smile on his face.
Brother Jean, are you reporting the situation to your sister-in-law? Your tone is so gentle.
Yang Jin glanced at him and put away his phone. It's my mother, they came to Jinling.
Oh my god. It's mother. Chapter 43, just a little bit short of Yang Jin. It was a little after 2 in the afternoon and the sun was shining brightly. Yang Jin stood on the playground again.
It was pouring rain yesterday, but it is sunny again today.
The weather changes faster than a woman's temper.
The training content in the afternoon was not complicated, including standing at attention and individual soldier formation movements. I practiced turning left and right for over an hour.
These are nothing.
What is really laughable is that there are people in the team who can't tell left from right and are always clumsy.
Sure enough, where there is a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick.
There were some seniors sitting in groups of 3 or 4 in the audience, looking at the freshmen who were training below with an air of excitement.
Some people even carried speakers and stood in the front row.
Chef soy sauce is delicious and fresh, sun-dried for 180 days. This action, of course, raised the hatred value of all the freshmen in the field. The senior student was also very smart. After the advertisement was looped twice, he picked up the speakers and ran away.
Don't run? If you don't run, you'll be beaten to a pulp.
Li Qingyao and Deng Zi were also sitting in the shade of the audience seats at this time.
Xingyao, have you found out which company your junior brother Yang Jin is in?
Li Qingyao glared at her and shook her head.
Hey, treat me to mousse cake and I'll tell you. Okay.
Li Qingyao agreed without hesitation.
Wow, so straightforward?
It seems like you really want to meet your junior. Deng Zi deliberately teased her.
Li Qingyao's ears felt hot, and she murmured softly, you can say it or not. Alright, for the sake of your love, I'll be a good person for once. Deng Zi smiled and pointed to a certain formation. See?
That company, the fourth row, the third from the left.
Li Qingyao looked in the direction she pointed and saw Yang Jin at a glance.
TSK, this junior is so handsome, Deng Zi exclaimed, he even wears his military training uniform so straight and handsome, so manly. Li Qingyao didn't respond, but a faint smile appeared in her eyes. At this moment, Yang Jin seemed to have sensed something, and while the instructor was not paying attention, he looked up at the audience. The two gazes met without deviation. Li Qingyao's heartbeat suddenly quickened, she lowered her head in a hurry, her cheeks flushed. Yang Jin was also slightly stunned, and then the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously.
Xingyao, did your junior look at you just now? Didn't he? Deng Zi pulled her arm excitedly. Stop screaming,
Li Qingyao said in a low voice.
Okay, she changed the subject. Hey, it's time to rest soon. Why don't you consider bringing some water to your junior? The water dispenser will definitely be packed soon. Are you willing to let your junior squeeze through the crowd? Besides, they gave us such an expensive gift, wouldn't it be too much for you to give them a bottle of water in return? Deng Zi tried her best to fan the flames.
Yang Jin gave her such a good thing, so she naturally wanted to do her best to match her best friend and junior. If Li Qingyao didn't also like Yang Jin, she might have rushed in herself. Li Qingyao pursed her lips, feeling both nervous and expectant, but finally nodded slightly. She stood up and wanted to go to the store to buy some water, but Deng Zi grabbed her and said, you sit down, I'll go buy some, you just wait here.
Forget it, I'll just go with you. On the playground.
I don't know how long it took, but the instructor finally blew the whistle, 10 minutes of rest. Li Danggui and his companions felt as if they had been pardoned, and quickly pulled Yang Jin to hide under the shade of a nearby tree.
I give up.
I thought it was going to be cloudy today, but it turned out to be super sunny.
That's right, yesterday's rainstorm was just lonely.
Several people slumped on the tiles beside the tree, wishing they could stick to the ground to cool down.
Wu Hong sighed to the sky, alas. If a senior student could bring me water at this time, I would love her forever. You're dreaming. Isn't the water dispenser right behind?
If you want to drink water, go quickly, otherwise there will be a lot of people here soon.
Li Danggui complained. Then I'd rather be thirsty. Ha 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 ha.
As they were talking and laughing, a boy came over with a smile and sat down next to them.
It was Daijio, Yang Jin's classmate.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Daijio said, waving his hands modestly. I've only been at school for a few days, and I've already got a girlfriend.
She's a sophomore. Fuck, Daijio, is this true?
Wu Hong's eyes widened, and it seemed that the two knew each other very well.
Why would I lie to you? Yang Jin looked at Wu Hong with a little curiosity.
Hey, brother Jin, this is Daijio from the dormitory next to ours. He often comes to visit us when you are not around.
Wu Hong hurriedly introduced. Yang Jin nodded. A few people were chatting when a tall senior schoolmate came over with a bottle of water. Wu Hong's eyes widened instantly.
Although the senior sister's appearance is not stunning, she is pretty and attractive, especially her figure is very outstanding, which can be described as above average.
Daijio immediately came forward and called out affectionately, Xiao Mei. Are you tired from the military training? Here's some water.
The senior student handed him the mineral water with a smile. Daijio took the water and raised his eyebrows at Wu Hong proudly.
Damn it, this kid is pretending again. What right does he have?
Wu Hong was so angry that he jumped up and down, looking dissatisfied. Just as Wu Hong was jumping up and down, a graceful figure approached quietly. Li Qingyao was walking towards Yang Jin with 2 bottles of sports drinks in her hands, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her steps were a little hurried, revealing her inner nervousness. Wu Hong's gaze was immediately drawn to her, and she opened her mouth wide. Oh my god, this senior looks so familiar, and her looks are incredible. Of course she's tall. This is our school's most beautiful girl, Lee.
School beauty Lee?
Wu Hong suddenly remembered something and slapped her thigh.
Damn, could she be here to bring water to Brother Jean? Apart from Brother Jean, who else is worthy of having the campus beauty Lee personally deliver water?
When Yang Jin saw Li Qingyao, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, and he stood up and walked forward to greet her.
Junior Yang Jin, the weather is hot, so drink some sports drink to replenish electrolytes.
Li Qingyao handed the drink to Yang Jin in a gentle voice.
Yang Jin took the drink and smiled warmly. Thank you, senior sister, why are you here?
Li Qingyao's face turned even redder, and she whispered, seeing you're training hard, it's just on my way. Wu Hong, who was standing by, was so shocked that she pulled Li Dangue's arm and wailed, why don't I get this kind of treatment?
Li Dangue patted his shoulder and teased him with a serious look on his face, isn't this simple? It's because you are not as handsome as Brother Jean. Ahem, Wu Hong coughed dryly. I admit that Brother Jean is handsome, but I'm only a little bit off, okay? Puff Daijio, who was drinking water, sprayed it out. Wu Hong, I beg you, can you please have some shame?
Although Daijio envied Yang Jin, he was not jealous at all.
After all, Yang Jin is indeed outstanding, with good looks and family background.
If he were a girl, he would also like someone like Yang Jin.
Daijio, can you speak?
If you dare, come and have a solo show in the dormitory tonight.
Anyone who dares is a grandson. Chapter 44 New Project of Dei Group. At the same time.
In the city center, CBD, skyscrapers stand in rows. Inside one of the high-rise conference rooms, the huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a magnificent view of the city skyline. Inside the room, Deng Shifei sat at the head seat of the long table and sorted out the documents at hand. He raised his head and scanned the entire audience. The group's board of directors has made the final decision, he said. Building a brand new smart city living platform that integrates the Internet of Things, big data, and cloud computing is not about keeping up with trends, but about giving our vast commercial real estate and user base greater future value. The project has been scheduled for bidding, and the date for the cooperation is Sunday, September 9th, which is the day after tomorrow. He paused and continued. I won't elaborate on the importance of this project. If it succeeds, the company will reach a new level in the business discourse not only in Jinling but also in the national business community. The board of directors approved the establishment of a special bidding committee. Our mission is to refine all cooperation requirements, technical standards, funding thresholds, and expected goals. It took him more than 10 minutes to explain the project bidding matters clearly, and then he stepped aside and gave up his position as the main speaker. The man who had been waiting on the side stepped forward immediately. He opened the folder in his hand, and the projection behind him switched, showing a list. After several rounds of preliminary screening and pre-qualification, the man said quickly, there are 6 local Jinling companies qualified to bid for our platform project. They are Jiang Group, Yuqing Group, and Tanyun Technology. After he finished speaking, he paused deliberately. Objectively speaking, both the Jiang Group and the Yuqing Group have demonstrated a significant advantage in terms of capital, technology, and control over local resources. It is generally expected in the industry that the final partner will be 80% likely to be between these two companies. Several senior executives below the stage remained calm, nodded slightly, and exchanged glances with each other. The man then quickly outlined the characteristics of the other 4 companies, but everyone's attention was clearly no longer there. Everyone knows the role of the runner-up. The bidding process will proceed strictly according to the timeline, he said. Tomorrow, Friday, the request for bids will be formally issued to the 6 companies. A QA session will be held at 9 a.m. on Sunday in the conference center on the 3rd floor of our headquarters. The final bid submission deadline is 5 p.m. on the following Monday. Please allow ample time for the subsequent closed bid evaluation. Deng Shifei stood back in the center position with his posture straight. Is everything clear? His voice echoed in the quiet conference room. The board of directors is personally monitoring this project. I hope everyone can select the strongest and most reliable strategic partner for the group. That's all for today. Dismissed. Xiao Wang, please come to my office in 10 minutes to detail the weighting of the evaluation criteria. As soon as Judge Xiao Wang returned to the office, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The caller was the person in charge of the Jiang family, Jiang Taiguei. Hello, Manager Wang, are you busy? Jiang Taigui's deliberately smiling voice came from the other end of the phone. Wang Zhao responded calmly, his tone somewhat nonchalant, Master Jiang is a very busy man. What brings you here?
Haha, Manager Wang is really good at joking. No matter how busy I am, I can't compare to you. I wonder if you have time tonight? I'll treat you to a chat at Prince Ting's mansion. As the boss of a wealthy family, Jiang Taiguei had already received news that the bidding for Dai Group's Smart City project was about to start. Moreover, his Jiang family was determined to win, not only to make a profit, but also to use it to suppress their old rival, the Yu family, and secure their position as the richest family in Jinling. Wang Zhao just chuckled and said calmly, Master Jiang, I appreciate your kindness, but before the bidding officially begins, it would be better for us not to meet in order to avoid suspicion. To prevent any gossip from arising, don't you think? Jiang Taigui's face darkened on the other end of the phone. He had already cursed in his heart, but he still smiled apologetically. Manager Wang is right. Then I wonder, is there anything you can reveal about your company's current bidding plans? Wang Zhao straightened his voice and said in a businesslike tone, Master Jiang, this involves company secrets. If I tell you, I'll lose my job. Jiang Taigui cursed inwardly, knowing that he was going to bargain. He gritted his teeth and made an offer directly. I understand, I can't let you take the risk in vain. How about 500,000? Wang Zhao didn't respond, but snorted coldly inwardly, Master Jiang, I think. Jiang Taigui immediately increased the offer, 800,000, this is the highest I can offer. Wang Zhao then smiled slightly, and his tone softened a bit. Master Jiang is indeed straightforward. Since you are so sincere, I might as well say something. After the company's initial evaluation, the final partner selected is likely to be either the Jiang Group or the Yuqing Group. That's it? That's all? Jiang Taigui almost couldn't suppress his anger. This news is as good as nothing. Who in Jinling doesn't know that the final bidders are the Jiang and Yu families? Wang Zhao anticipated his reaction and added calmly, well, considering Master Jiang's sincerity, I'll give you another piece of news. The company's equity has changed recently, and I guess there will be new shareholders coming in. Jiang Taigui was so angry that he had no place to vent his anger. He could only laugh dryly and finally hung up the phone. Then I won't bother Manager Wang anymore. Wang Zhao put away his phone, chuckled, and was about to pack up the documents and go to the president's office when the phone rang again. This time, it was the Yu family. The caller was Eugene Jin's son Yu Duxiu, or rather, his daughter. He sold information not only to the Jiang family, but also to the Yu family, making the most of both. Over the years, Dai Group has made tens of millions of dollars from this business alone. Manager Wang, I've heard a lot about you. My father asked me to bring you some of this year's Junshan Engine tea, a fresh tea. I just delivered it to the guardhouse at your community gate. It's just a small token of my appreciation, and I hope you enjoy it. I hope we'll have the opportunity to work together in the future. Wang Zhao smiled slightly. The Yu family is really good at handling things. He might not be interested in the Junshan engine, which was newly released this year. He pondered for a moment and responded, Mr. Yu, you are so polite. I appreciate your kindness, but the company has strict regulations that prohibit any employee from accepting any form of gifts. I'll have the guard return the tea the same way it came. Your company's strength is obvious to all. We welcome you to compete fairly with your proposal at the bidding meeting. The implication is that giving tea is not an option, giving money directly is the best option. It also implies that if the gift is really tea, then take it back quickly. Chapter 45 The Jiang Family's Methods. Yu Duxiu immediately understood Wang Zhao's hidden meaning on the other end of the phone. Although she is young, she has been with her father Eugene Jin for many years and has long understood the secret codes of the business world. She chuckled and spoke more humbly, Manager Wang is teaching me that I was rude. Using these vulgar things has actually humiliated your reputation. My father always taught us to behave decently and to respect rules and friends. He changed the subject and lowered his voice. Well, to show my Yu family's sincerity, a small fee for the tasting will be transferred to your overseas account later. It's not much, just 1 million. Just treat it to a cup of tea with you and your friends, and chat about the future of Jinling. I just hope that Manager Wang can help me grasp the direction of the wind at a critical moment, while complying with the regulations. Yu Duxiu spoke these words very clearly, not at all like a young man in his 20s. Wang Zhao showed a satisfied smile on his face. It is easy to deal with smart people. The Yu family is much more generous than the stingy old man Jiang Taigui. He pretended to ponder for a moment before slowly speaking, Mr. Yu, you are too serious. The structure of Jinling's business community is obvious to everyone with a discerning eye. The trend always favors strong and well-regulated companies.
What the board of directors values most is the comprehensive strength and future potential of its partners. What he said sounded like empty cliches, but when combined with Yu Ducho's tasting fee, the meaning was very clear.
I'll take the money. I'm optimistic about your Yu family and will speak for you at the board level.
As for the rest, Wang Zhao paused, but the content was almost the same as what he told Zhang Taigui. The group may have new changes in the near future, and the top management may have new considerations. Mr. Yu, perhaps you could pay more attention to the dynamics at the group level and make all the necessary preparations. The same piece of news was sold to two companies, but Wang Zhao didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Anyway, they paid for it and I'm willing to sell it, so why not do it? There's only a competition between the two companies, what does it have to do with him? After a few more polite words, Wang Zhao hung up the phone. He looked at his phone with a smug expression on his face. In just a few minutes, 1.8 million is about to be in hand. It's really fast to make money. He straightened his collar, picked up the prepared documents, and walked towards the office of President Deng Shifei.
Chang Group.
Zhang Taigui sneered and threw his phone on the mahogany desk.
Shame on you.
He said to his confidant in front of him, this Wang Zhao pretends to be so noble. The office was eerily quiet. The trusted executive spoke cautiously, Mr. Jiang, Wang Zhao is a hungry wolf, notorious for his greed. I suspect he's playing both sides. I'm afraid he's also benefited greatly from the Yu family. The Dei project ultimately depends on real strength. Our proposal and offer must surpass the Yu families.
Humph, do I need you to teach me this?
Zhang Taigui waved his hand impatiently.
Where's the plan?
I want a top-notch team and top-notch design.
Money is not a problem.
He suddenly seemed to remember something, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Oh, right, I heard, that girl from the Yu family who just graduated not long ago, Yu Ducho, is the contact person for this project?
Yes, Mr. Jiang.
Eugene Jean seems to be interested in training her. Oh, Eugene Jean is getting more and more confused as he gets older, Zhang Taigui sneered.
Training a woman is fine, but handing such a big project to a young girl? It's child's play.
He turned his gaze to his confidant, make some trouble for her, but do it cleanly and don't leave any evidence.
Do you need me to teach you how to do it? The confidant immediately understood and bowed, saying, Understood, President Jiang.
Zhang Taigui nodded with satisfaction, and turned his eyes to catch a glimpse of his son Zhang Tianming, who was slumped on the sofa next to him, looking at his hands.
The anger that had just been suppressed suddenly surfaced again.
All I do all day is hold on to this broken phone, either playing games or getting into trouble with me.
If it weren't for your mom.
Zhang Taigui pointed at his son and scolded him angrily, but his tone softened a bit in the second half of the sentence. Look at the daughter of the Yu family. How old is she?
She can already stand on her own. Look at you. Comparing yourself to others is really infuriating. How could he have given birth to such a useless ancestor? Zhang Tianming's ears were calloused from his father's yelling.
He lazily stood up from the sofa with a look of impatience on his face.
Dad, here you go again. With my level of skill, if I really try to match you with a project, will you be unwilling to do it?
You scold me when I go out to play, and you scold me when I stay home.
Does that mean even breathing is wrong?
Zhang Taigui was choked and his face flushed red. Just as he was about to explode, he was interrupted by Zhang Tianming.
Okay, Dad, stop yelling and tell you something serious. Do you remember that woman we banned 2 months ago? Zhang Tianming shook his phone. Which woman?
I'm so busy at the company every day, how can I have time to remember these things? Zhang Taigui sat back in the boss chair in annoyance. It's the former intern from Guangdong Technology, the one who didn't know how to appreciate it, her name was Du Li.
Zhang Tianming reminded. Zhang Taigui frowned and tried to recall, I seem to have some impression. What? She wants to beg you? Beg me? Not really. Zhang Tianming sneered, I just received news that she resigned from Chenka. Dad, guess what? Someone actually asked her to be a personal accountant. Isn't this a slap in the face of our Zhang family? That's just a trivial matter? Zhang Taigui lost interest immediately. Can't you handle this kind of trivial matter yourself?
Zhang Tianming shrugged and collapsed back onto the sofa.
The person who tipped off Zhang Tianming was Yao Yuelan, Chenka's sales manager. She is well informed thanks to her unclear relationship with the top management.
After returning home that night, she became more and more angry. She went out of her way to find out about Du Wanli's background and found out that she was banned by the Zhang family. The next day, she saw Du Wanli resigning, so she immediately asked her partner about the matter. Following the clues, she found out that the person who hired Du Wanli was the young man who embarrassed her in public. New and old grudges suddenly flooded my mind. Yao Yuelan immediately used her connections to tip off Jiang Tianming about this.
Humph, you dare to turn your back on me, Yao Yuelan? I want to see if you, Yang Jin, and that Du Wanli can still be so arrogant after young Master Jiang takes action.
On the other hand, Yang Jin was still undergoing hard military training on the playground. Fortunately, there was not much time left in the afternoon and it passed in a flash. The class was dismissed on time at 5:30, and the students wailed one by one. Yang Jin is proficient in martial arts and his physical fitness has been greatly improved, so he does not feel any pressure during military training.
Chapter 46, Too Much Charm is a Trouble.
I was planning to go home, but suddenly I was notified that I would have military training again in the evening. Yang Jin had no choice but to call his mother back and tell her that he would not be going back for dinner. On the other end of the phone, his mother's answer surprised him. "It's just right that you didn't come back. I searched for the vegetable market for a long time this afternoon but couldn't find one. In the end, your father ordered takeout. There's not even a place selling vegetables nearby. It's going to be difficult to buy groceries in the future." Yang Jin was stunned for a moment before realizing the problem. The nearest vegetable market was indeed several kilometers away, so he had to go to the underground supermarket to buy vegetables. But the vegetables in underground supermarkets are not as fresh as those in farmers' markets. Many farmers' markets are street stalls where the vegetables are picked and sold right away. He briefly told his mother that he would be back home in the evening, and then saw the message sent by Chen Kaiwan at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Director Yang and Mr. Yang have been safely delivered.
Yang Jin didn't say much and directly transferred 10,000 yuan.
After deducting travel expenses, fuel costs, etc., Chen Kaiwan can still make a net profit of more than 1,000 yuan. As soon as he put his phone back in his pocket, he was pulled and pushed to the cafeteria by several roommates. Along the way, many freshmen took the initiative to greet him. Yang Jin is now a celebrity among the freshmen, a well-known rich man, and the idol of many girls. Fortunately, his roommates were all there, especially Li Dangue, who helped him block a lot of people along the way. As soon as he left the playground, he saw Li Qingyao and Deng Zi sitting on the chairs across the road, as if they were waiting for him. Brother Jin, your sister-in-law is waiting for you." Wu Hong pulled Yang Jin's sleeve and winked at him. Yang Jin smiled helplessly. "It's great to have a girlfriend. Even after a day of military training, I'm exhausted, and I still have someone to comfort me."
"I want one too."
"It's simple," Himao replied calmly, "as long as you are a little more handsome than Brother Jin and a little richer than him, that's all."
"Why don't you let me reach for the stars? Is that even human language?"
Wu Hong rolled her eyes.
Yang Jin ignored their bickering.
Seeing Li Qingyao and the other two approaching, he took the initiative to walk over and asked, "Senior, why are you here?" Li Qingyao opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Deng Zi answered first, "Hey, Junior, Qingyao said you've had a hard time with military training, so I want to treat you to some fried chicken on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria." Li Qingyao secretly glared at Deng Zi. "She never said that. It's not that I'm reluctant to spend the money, I was simply stunned by the lyrics my best friend made up on the spot." Behind Yang Jin, Himao and the other two stopped in tacit understanding. "You looked at the sky, I looked at the earth, our eyes looked at our noses, and our noses looked at our hearts. Okay, let's just have a meal together as 3 bachelors." Li Dangue shrugged.
"What else? Do you want to come over and act as a light bulb?" Himao complained.
Only Wu Hong was stunned and didn't respond, with a wandering look in her eyes.
"Wu Hong? Why aren't you talking? What are you daydreaming about?"
No." Wu Hong came back to her senses and waved her hands. "I just think, the senior sister next to my sister-in-law is pretty, right? She has a good figure, and her looks are a little inferior to senior sister Qingyao, but she's pretty good too." Li Dangue narrowed his eyes, smiled slyly, and said with an expression that said, "I understand you."
"Oh? You mean you want to pursue Senior Deng Zi? Why, is it not possible?"
Wu Hong replied stubbornly, but her ears turned slightly red. Li Dangue and Himao looked at each other, as if they had caught someone's handle.
"I've kept you waiting for so long, so let me treat you to a meal. Don't be polite to me,"
Yang Jin said with a smile.
Deng Zi didn't hesitate at all and responded readily, "Okay, thank you, junior brother." The group walked into a cafeteria, which was already bustling with people. There were long queues in front of every window and every seat was full. "It's over. With so many people here, I'm afraid we won't be able to eat fried chicken." Deng Zi curled her lips. Just as they were hesitating whether to change seats, several girls at a table near the aisle noticed Yang Jin. Junior Yang Jin. A short-haired girl's eyes lit up and she immediately stood up. "There's room here. Come squeeze in with us." Her companion hurriedly tugged at her clothes and lowered his voice, "Stop it, don't you see Li Qingyao is here? How can you be so attentive?" The girl disagreed, "So what? They haven't made an official announcement yet. Besides, even if we're together, we're not married yet, are we? Even if we're married, we can still." Upon hearing this, Yang Jin just smiled politely in that direction and did not respond. But this movement has attracted the attention of people around, and whispers are everywhere. Li Qingyao looked at this scene and felt a slight movement in her heart. Junior Yang Jin is a hot commodity in school, with so many girls eyeing him. "I really..." Just then, a familiar voice was heard. "Yang Jin, sister-in-law, this way, we're done eating, the seat is yours." Yang Jin looked over and saw that it was his classmate Hu Jiawei and several of his friends. Yang Jin didn't refuse and walked over with a smile. "Did you finish eating so soon? I had a bowl of noodles and don't have much appetite. Please sit down. There are just 4 seats." Hu Jiawei said with a smile. "Thanks, brother. I'll treat you to milk tea some other day." Hu Jiawei waved his hands repeatedly. "You're welcome. You helped me so much last time, and I haven't thanked you yet." After a few pleasantries, Hu Jiawei tactfully took his friend away. Several people sat down smoothly. Li Qingyao was still a little embarrassed, but Deng Zi generously pulled her to sit down and winked at Yang Jin. "Junior brother, you are not bad. You have acquaintances wherever you go." "Ah, it's my classmate." Yang Jin stood up and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll go order it." "Then I'll just have a hamburger and a Coke." Li Qingyao relaxed a lot. "Don't think that beautiful women don't eat these things. She is a real foodie, and she is the type who can eat a lot without gaining weight." "I want the single meal set number 6, thank you, Junior." Deng Zi continued. "No problem." Yang Jin came to the ordering window and lined up. Most of the people in the front were freshmen. After recognizing Yang Jin, many of them offered to give up their seats, but he politely refused them all. Alas, too much charm can also be a trouble. At this moment, Yang Jin's cell phone rang. He took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, is this Mr. Yang Jin?" A steady male voice came from the other end of the phone. "I am, who are you?" "Hello, Mr. Yang. I am Deng Shifei from Dei Group. I am currently the group's president and secretary of the board of directors." The other party's tone was respectful. "I'm sorry to bother you. I'm calling you to formally inform you that according to the equity change registration confirmation we just received, you have acquired 31% of Dei Group's shares and are now the group's largest shareholder. The board hopes to arrange a meeting with you as soon as possible. When would be convenient for you?" Chapter 47 School Bully? Deng Shifei's voice was faintly heard through the receiver. Yang Jin did not turn on the speakerphone, but the boys standing next to him still heard some fragments. They heard the word group clearly. An enterprise that can be called a group must be quite large in scale. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Yang Jin behind him, the recognized male god and rich man on campus, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. He is truly worthy of being called the supercar brother. He acquired a company while chatting and laughing. Yang Jin's expression remained calm, as he was already accustomed to such scenes. He leaned slightly to the side and said calmly into the microphone, "I understand, but I'll be busy these days. I'll contact you when I have time." Okay, I understand. I won't bother you anymore. I look forward to meeting you." As soon as he hung up the phone, Yang Jin turned around and met several shocked gazes. The freshman behind him murmured, "As expected of supercar brother, he managed to close a deal worth hundreds of thousands of dollars over a meal, didn't he?" "Hundreds of thousands? That's too small, too small. Judging from the tone, it must be at least several million." Yang Jin just smiled calmly and didn't say much. A few minutes later, his number 43 was called at the pickup window.
Yang Jin took the meal and returned to the dining table.
So fast? Yang Jin raised his eyebrows teasingly. Isn't this a pre-prepared meal?
Don't worry, Junior, Deng Zi explained with a smile, the school's catering hygiene is very strict.
These are semi-finished products prepared in advance. It would be too late to make them during peak hours. That's true. Yang Jin nodded, thinking it made sense.
He handed the dishes they had ordered to the two girls.
Thank you.
Li Qingyao smiled faintly, her eyes slightly curved.
Thank you, Junior.
Yang Jin naturally took the lunchbox in front of Li Qingyao, carefully opened the package, and gently pushed the hamburger and Coke in front of her with a gentle voice.
Senior, you've been waiting in the playground for so long, you must be hungry, right? Come and try something. Deng Zi took a bite of a chicken wing and jokingly said, "Oh, you don't understand, do you? Our Qingyao is not hungry at all.
She is clearly worried that you will be kidnapped by some pretty senior or junior schoolmate, so she went to the playground to wait for you."
Right, Qingyao?
Li Qingyao's cheeks instantly turned red, and she looked particularly charming under the bright lights of the cafeteria.
She reached out to cover Deng Zi's mouth. "Z, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't save a seat for you in the next professional class."
Yang Jin looked at them laughing and a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. He considerately squeezed ketchup onto a paper plate and placed it in the middle of the table.
Here's the ketchup. If you like sweet and sour, you can dip it in this.
As he said this, he opened his deluxe meal, which consisted of a hamburger, chicken leg, French fries, and a Coke. He took a bite of the chicken leg. The skin was fried to a crispy crisp, while the inside was tender and juicy.
He couldn't help but exclaim, "The chicken legs here are really good."
Of course. Deng Zi raised her eyebrows proudly. This is Qingyao and I's treasured shop.
If the food isn't good, will there be a long queue every day?
Ah, then next time when I'm free, I'll treat you guys to dinner again.
Okay. Deng Zi immediately responded, nudging Li Qingyao beside her with her elbow. Qingyao, what do you think?
Li Qingyao swallowed the hamburger in her mouth, looked at Yang Jin with a smile, and said softly, "This time it's my junior who's treating us, next time, it's our turn to treat him."
Yes, we will treat you next time, Junior. Deng Zi quickly agreed.
At this moment, there was a sudden commotion at the cafeteria entrance, and the crowd parted to both sides like a tide. A boy wearing a fancy shirt and with an arrogant look on his face swaggered in with a few followers. He glanced around and finally stopped at Yang Jin's table, with a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the senior students around lowered their heads, packed up their plates and hurried away, while a few freshmen were still sitting there in a daze. Hurry up, someone whispered, "That's Xiao Xiao, a famous bully in the school.
Even the principal has to give his family some face."
The freshmen gasped and hurriedly grabbed their plates and ran away. Xiao Xiao walked straight to Yang Jin's table and kicked away the empty chair next to it. "Hey, isn't this our supercar idol?" he said sarcastically. "He's living a good life, surrounded by girls."
Yang Jin slowly put down the Coke, frowning slightly. "Do we know each other?"
"Humph, Xiao Xiao, have you heard of it?" Xiao Xiao raised his chin. Yang Jin shook his head honestly. "I haven't heard of it." Xiao Xiao's face froze, and then he turned angry and embarrassed. "Why are you acting so high and mighty?
It's just a shabby supercar, isn't it? Do you really think you're such a big shot?"
Li Qingyao stood up suddenly, her pretty face frosty. "Xiao Xiao, please speak with more respect.
Junior Yang Jin is much more polite than you."
"Oh, you're still protecting me?" Xiao Xiao sneered and suddenly stretched out his hand to push Yang Jin's shoulder. "I want to see what you are capable of today." In a flash, Yang Jin flipped his wrist, accurately grabbed Xiao Xiao's wrist, and pulled and pushed it. Before anyone could see his movements clearly, Xiao Xiao stumbled and fell to the ground, a dog eating shit.
"Don't embarrass yourself,"
Yang Jin said in a cold voice, without even standing up. Xiao Xiao lay on the ground in a daze. He didn't expect that this seemingly gentle freshman was actually a martial artist. He was about to fight back in anger and humiliation, but was stopped by the cafeteria security who came rushing over after hearing the noise.
"Student Zhao, please respect yourself,"
the security captain said with a serious expression. In public, even if he has a background, he would not dare to make a big deal out of it. Xiao Xiao was helpless and glared at Yang Jin fiercely. "Okay, I'll remember you, we'll see." After saying this, he left dejectedly with a group of followers. Deng Zi breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest, saying, "I was so scared."
"Junior, you were so handsome just now. It was like being in a movie." Li Qingyao frowned slightly and said worriedly, "Are you okay, Junior? Zhao Xiao suffered a loss today, and he will definitely not let it go." Yang Jin smiled calmly, picked up a French fry and handed it to Li Qingyao's mouth naturally. "It's okay, don't worry, senior sister. Come, try the French fries, they are still crispy." Li Qingyao was caught off guard, two blushes appeared on her face, and she subconsciously opened her mouth to catch the French fries. Downstairs in the cafeteria, Zhao Xiao rubbed his aching wrist, his face ashen. The younger brothers standing by were silent. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Seeing the caller ID brother Jia, Zhao Xiao was startled and quickly picked up the phone. "Where the hell have you been?" a cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Jia, brother Jia," Zhao Xiao swallowed his saliva, "I just went to meet that young Jean." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "Who told you to go? How many times have I told you not to mess with him? Do you have donkey hair stuck in your ears?" Zhao Xiao defended himself aggrievedly, "But he's just a freshman, why is he so arrogant? He even stole the limelight from you, brother Jia. I just can't stand him." "Can't stand it?" The person on the other end of the phone laughed angrily. "What the hell are you so dissatisfied with? Your pig brain? Get back here. If you continue to act on your own, don't call me brother Jia anymore." Beep beep. A busy tone sounded, and Zhao Xiao stood there in a daze, holding the phone, his face turning pale and blue. Chapter 48 Fishing Friends. After dinner, Yang Jin said goodbye to Li Qingyao, feeling quite relaxed. Being proficient in martial arts, he is naturally confident. Not to mention ordinary college students, even if the army's top soldier came, Yang Jin was confident that he could fight him off for a few moves. But Li Qingyao frowned, and worry was still in her eyes. "Qingyao, don't worry. Don't you know my skills?" Yang Jin's tone was gentle, and even his way of addressing me became intimate unconsciously. Li Qingyao was slightly stunned, but did not refute, just nodded slightly. Deng Zi beside him also laughed and joked. "Junior brother knocked Zhao Xiao down with one move, what are you still worried about?" Looking at Li Qingyao's back as she walked away, Yang Jin felt a warm feeling in his heart. Apart from his mother, she was the first woman who cared about him so much. When he returned to the dormitory, he was naturally teased by Wu Hong and others, but Yang Jin was already used to it. An hour later, we gathered again for military training at 7 p.m. and did not disperse until 9 p.m. The freshmen flocked out of the school gate and enjoyed themselves to the fullest before the dormitories closed at 11 o'clock. Yang Jin drove straight back to the villa. When I opened the door, I saw my mother Deng Jiling lazily sitting on the sofa watching TV. As soon as she saw her son coming back, her eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly stepped forward and hugged Yang Jin in her arms. "Son, you're finally back. Mom missed you so much." Yang Jin smiled and patted his mother's back. "Mom, I miss you too. Where's Dad?" "He said he was going out for a walk, but who knows where he went." As soon as Deng Jiling finished speaking, Yang Tianwan called. "Jiling, I'm out fishing. I'll be back later." "Is my son home yet? What fish are you fishing for? You didn't even bring a fishing rod." Deng Jiling asked back unhappily. "Really? I met a fishing friend by the lake. We got along really well and he lent me a rod." Yang Tianwan exclaimed in amazement on the other end of the phone. "Honey, you don't know this, but this rod is a custom-made one from Aoshi. We're well off now, so could you get me one someday?" "What do you mean by arrogant or not? All you do all day is go fishing. Aren't those fishing gears from back home enough for you to mess around with? What do women know? All my things combined are not as valuable as this pole of hers." Hearing his parents start their daily bickering again, Yang Jin tactfully slipped upstairs to take a shower. On the other side, by the lake, Yang Tianwan was too lazy to continue arguing, so he simply hung up the phone and said to the person next to him with a smile, "Excuse me, my husband always talks nonsense about my fishing." "Ha," the other person said with a knowing smile, "my granddaughter is the same. I just sneaked out to play a few rounds while she was out." "Ha ha." Yang Tianwan couldn't help but laugh. "I can't believe it. You look like you're in your early 60s at most, and your granddaughter is already in her 20s? It's worse than when I was a kid. Now you control everything I do. I really envy you. My boy is idle all day long and doesn't even have a girlfriend." Yang Tianwan shook his head and sighed. "What's your fishing friend's name?" the man asked while sorting out his fishing line. "Yang Tianwan. What about you?" The old man smiled slightly and said, I am Tang Sihai.
After saying that, he looked at young Tianwan carefully. His surname is Yang, he looks to be in his 40s, and most importantly, he looks familiar. By the way, he looks like a copy of Brother Yang. Could it be? Yang Tianwan did not notice Tang Sihai's distraction. His mind was captured by the feel of the fishing rod in his hand, and he was amazed. This touch is truly amazing, Tang Sihai, you truly are a hidden master. Upon hearing this, Tang Sihai just smiled slightly, not caring about the other party calling him by his name, and his mind was turning. If he is really Yang Jin's father, and Yang Jin and I are on the same level, shouldn't I still call him uncle? Wouldn't that mess up the generations? Why didn't I think of this at the time? He collected his thoughts and smiled calmly. Equipment is ultimately external, the joy of fishing lies in the heart. The two of them had a great conversation and forgot about time while fishing. Until Yang Tianwan's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked at the screen and saw Deng Jiling. He looked at the time again and it was already past 11 o'clock. Ouch. He slapped his thigh and hurriedly apologized to Tang Sihai. I'm so sorry, my boss at home is checking on me and is asking for my life. I have to go back quickly. It's a pleasure to meet you today. When we have time another day, we can discuss your advice. It's okay, family matters are more important. Tang Sihai nodded with a smile and watched Yang Tianwan hurriedly answer the phone. I'll be right back. The embarrassed look made the smile on his face deepen. Just at this moment, his own cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was his granddaughter calling. The night is quiet and the breeze by the lake is dying down. When Yang Tianwan stepped into the house, he saw the lights in the living room were bright and Yang Jin and Deng Jiling were sitting on the sofa. Deng Jiling's face showed no emotion, she just looked up at him quietly, her eyes so kind that it made Yang Tianwan feel uneasy. Oh, my son is back too? He smiled awkwardly and made small talk. Yang Jin looked at his father helplessly. Usually, my father makes all the decisions at home, except for fishing. Every time my mother catches my father, he acts like a child who has done something wrong, and loses all his dignity. Seeing Deng Jiling remain silent, Yang Tianwan straightened his back and pretended to be calm. I was just fishing, what's wrong? Okay, Deng Jiling said calmly, then from now on, just follow your fish and don't come into my bed at night. Yang Tianwan suddenly panicked. How could this be possible? He was in the prime of his life, and this was a matter of great importance. He immediately put on a smile and stepped forward. Honey, I was wrong. I don't want that Aosher fishing rod anymore. I definitely won't go there next time. I definitely won't go. What does it have to do with Yang Tianwan? After saying all the nice things and putting on a smile for a long time, Deng Jiling's expression finally turned from gloomy to bright. Yang Tianwan breathed a sigh of relief, slumped down on the sofa with a swagger, looked around, and sighed sincerely. Son, let me say, this house is really big. I walked around it this afternoon and it took me more than 10 minutes. Yang Jin smiled and said, Dad, Sai lives comfortably. It's comfortable, but it's too big. Wouldn't it take me the whole afternoon to clean it? We can just hire a nanny when the time comes. Yang Jin shook his head and laughed. Our family doesn't need the money right now. That's true. Yang Tianwan nodded. By the way, Dad, how was your fishing? As for the harvest, of course I didn't get anything, but I did meet a fishing buddy who I got along well with. His name is Tang Sihai. His fishing rod is really high-end, and we chatted for quite a while. Tang Sihai? Yang Jin was stunned when he heard this and almost thought he had heard it wrong. What a coincidence. But then I thought, my father loves fishing, and so does brother Tang. There is only one lake in this villa area, so it is not surprising that the two of them met. Afterwards, Yang Tianwan enthusiastically asked about Yang Jin's studies, company status, and future plans. The questions were similar to those asked by Deng Jiling before. Yang Jin did not get tired of it and answered again patiently. Chapter 49, Fighting with the Instructor. The next morning, the sky was just getting light. Yang Jin was still immersed in his sleep when his mother pulled him out of bed. Hurry up, I made some steamed egg custard. I brought some free-range eggs from home. They're delicious. Yang Jin reached for his phone in a daze and saw that it was not yet 7 o'clock and it was still early to gather at school. He wanted to stay a little longer, but he couldn't resist his mother, so he had to get up, wash up, and slowly walk downstairs to have breakfast. Just as he put a spoonful of tender and smooth egg into his mouth, Yang Jin opened the system panel to sign in. Successful sign in, congratulations to the host for obtaining 31.4% of Manga Media shares. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100% of Manga Media.
He couldn't help but smile. This system is really considerate to the extreme. Whatever you need will be provided to you. After finishing his breakfast leisurely, Yang Jin lay on the sofa for another half an hour before driving to school leisurely. After a morning of military training, he gradually got used to it. However, something interesting happened along the way. After the break at 10 o'clock in the morning, their company was punished to stand at attention for 10 minutes because they were a few seconds late in gathering. There were wails all over the team. The instructor walked forward with his hands behind his back and spoke in a loud voice. Military training isn't about completing missions. It's about building up your physique and sharpening your will. It's like physical education class. Do you really think it's just for fun? He glanced around and suddenly raised the corner of his mouth, but I'm not unreasonable. If someone can exchange a few moves with me, not only will they not have to stand, they can even rest for an extra 10 minutes. If you lose, just shut up and stand still. Wu Hong, who was standing next to Yang Jin, secretly nudged Li Dangue with her elbow. Li Dangue, with your physique, what are you not waiting for? Li Dangue curled his lips and said, why don't you go? If I go there, won't I get beaten to a pulp by the instructor? Give it a try. It's not like you'll lose anything. If you win, you'll make a killing. If you lose, you'll just stand there for a while. You too. The instructor's voice suddenly came. Wu Hong's whole body stiffened and then straightened up in an instant. Yes, you, the prudish one. Wu Hong looked left and right, confused. Stop looking, it's you, get out of line. Wu Hong was speechless. Instructor, I was wrong. What's wrong? Weren't we chatting happily just now? Come on, fight with me, you can use any moves you want. I'd better just stand there quietly. Wu Hong immediately backed down. Then stand still, stop talking to each other, and return to the team. Afterwards, a few unconvinced sports students came forward to challenge the instructor, but they were all easily defeated. No objection? If so, then just stand there. After the instructor said that, he turned around to get some water. Just then. Ding, real-time task release. Challenge and defeat the instructor, and convince him to let the entire company rest for 10 minutes. Task reward, hosts all attributes significantly improved. Yang Jin, who was concentrating on adjusting his posture, was slightly stunned. Is this also a task? It is not difficult to defeat the instructor, but how to convince him to let the whole company rest? Yang Jin's eyes rolled and he had an idea in mind. He suddenly said loudly, report. The instructor turned around and raised an eyebrow, tell me. Instructor, you just said that as long as we can survive 2 moves, we can rest. But what if I can beat you? The entire company suddenly became quiet, and all eyes were turned to Yang Jin. The instructor laughed as if he had heard a joke, stand at attention. If I really win, can the whole company rest for 10 minutes? Yang Jin said calmly. The instructor folded his arms, looked him up and down, and finally laughed. Sure. If you can really beat me, not to mention 10 minutes, even 20 minutes is fine. He didn't take these fragile college students seriously at all, and was thinking about teaching this ignorant kid a lesson. The classmates around him opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. Yang Jin? He may be rich, but he's a handsome guy with fair skin and a fresh look? Go challenge the instructor? How is that possible? But despite their doubts, everyone still secretly looked forward to it. What if? What if we win, but then we get a full 20 minutes of rest? Yang Jin raised the corner of his mouth. As long as the instructor doesn't cheat, then this system mission will be a sure thing. Yang Jin stepped out of the line and walked calmly to the instructor. He smiled slightly and saluted, Instructor, please give me your guidance. The instructor was stunned when he saw him salute so formally, but then he smiled and casually assumed a fighting stance. Come on, I'll let you go first. Before he finished speaking, Yang Jin moved. His figure flashed, and he approached silently like flowing water. The instructor's pupils shrank and he subconsciously blocked the attack, but missed. Yang Jin's hand had rested on his elbow at some point, pulling and tugging with increasing force. Ha! The instructor felt a sudden surge of force, and his lower body suddenly became unstable, and he staggered forward a step. He turned around abruptly, the contempt in his eyes gone, leaving only astonishment. Lian Jiazi? I've learned a little. Yang Jin kept smiling but was secretly shocked. The instructor was very quick to react and had a solid foundation. He was indeed worthy of being a soldier. The fight here also attracted onlookers from several surrounding companies, and the instructors were no exception. I didn't expect there are students in the school who can compete with Lao Jin. There really are hidden dragons and crouching tigers here. Two instructors stood together and talked. Yes, this student is probably on par with us. At this time, the instructor shouted softly, and this time took the initiative to attack, throwing a straight punch at Yang Jin's face, causing the surrounding students to cheer. Yang Jin did not dodge or evade until the fist hit his face, then he suddenly turned sideways, placed his left hand on the instructor's wrist pulse point, pressed lightly, and at the same time, his right foot held the instructor's center of gravity. The instructor felt half of his body go numb, his strength suddenly drained away, and he was carried forward by a gentle force. He was horrified and tried desperately to steady himself, but he found that the opponent's force was continuous and he had no way to resist. With a dull bang, the instructor's tall body was knocked to the ground by a clean and neat trip. The whole process happened in a flash. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, staring in amazement at the incredible scene before them. That young Jin who looked handsome, tall, and even somewhat literary, actually knocked down the powerful instructor? How many rounds has this been? The two instructors who had just spoken were even more surprised and stood there for a long time, unable to calm down. The instructor lay on the ground, his eyes also filled with disbelief. He didn't even see clearly how the other party made the move. That technique, that timing, and that control of strength are absolutely top-notch practical martial arts. Not to mention a college student, even a martial arts expert in the army may not be able to achieve such ease. He stood up with a somersault and brushed off the grass debris on his body. There was no displeasure on his face. Instead, he stared at young Jin with burning eyes and praised him sincerely. Great skill. I lost, I'm convinced. Yang Jin bowed to him. The coach turned to look at the entire company, who were still in a state of petrification, and laughed heartily. It's true, everyone, rest here for 20 minutes. Wow. Yang Jin is awesome. So cool. Chapter 50 New shareholder Yang Jin. The classmates gathered around excitedly, talking in a flurry, and their eyes were full of admiration when they looked at Yang Jin. Yang Jin felt a little emotional. This instructor has excellent physical fitness, and his reaction and strength are far beyond that of ordinary people. If it weren't for my mastery of martial arts, I'm afraid that 10 of me combined might not be his match. Ding, real-time task completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining greatly improved function. The moment the system prompt sounded, a warm current suddenly ran through my whole body. Strength, agility, perception. He seemed to have undergone a transformation, and his whole body was filled with unprecedented energy. At this moment, Yang Jin felt that he could knock down a cow with one punch. The instructor approached, patted his shoulder, and asked with a piercing gaze, "Student, who did you learn this martial arts from?" He even secretly wondered whether Yang Jin came from a martial arts family hidden in the city and had practiced martial arts since childhood. Yang Jin met the instructor's gaze and just smiled indifferently. I practiced for a while before. Many senior students in the audience also looked at the performance with sparkling eyes. He is handsome, rich, has a good personality and is good at fighting. How secure would you feel if you could be his girlfriend? After the class was dismissed at noon, Yang Jin was walking towards the cafeteria, but he saw Li Qingyao and Deng Zi beside her at the exit of the playground. "Qingyao, have you been waiting for a long time?" "No," Li Qingyao shook her head, holding 2 books in her arms. "I just got out of class, and I'm waiting for you on the way." Deng Zi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Junior, we were originally going to the second cafeteria, but Qingyao insisted on going to the first cafeteria." She glanced mischievously at the person next to her. "Why is that?" "It's so hard to guess." Li Qingyao's ears turned slightly red, and she glared at Deng Zi coquettishly without saying anything. Yang Jin smiled knowingly, knowing that she was waiting for him. "You've been practicing for the whole morning. Are you hungry? I'll treat you today. We agreed on it yesterday." Li Qingyao said softly. "Good." Wu Hong and the other 2 who were following behind were so envious that they were speechless. "We were just discussing what to eat for lunch, and suddenly someone was waiting for Yang Jin. After lunch, we had a short rest and then military training again in the afternoon." Unexpectedly, Yang Jin was appointed as deputy company commander by the instructor. When the instructor is away, he is in charge of the entire company. Yang Jin felt somewhat helpless,
but he understood the instructor's intentions. However, this deputy company commander was not bad. At least he could slack off openly. This caused Wu Hong and others to wail. He also wanted to slack off openly? But his strength didn't allow it. When we were dismissed in the afternoon, we received an unexpected news: there would be no military training in the evening. Everyone had to go back to the dormitory to tidy up their belongings, and there would be a random inspection tomorrow night. Tidying up the house? That would be the same as not having military training. Just like homework when you were a kid, previewing means no homework. After the group dispersed, Li Qingyao was still waiting at the exit, this time alone. "Where is Senior Deng?" Yang Jin asked. "She has an elective class in the afternoon, and I don't have any classes in the afternoon, so I came here," she answered softly with a gentle look. Yang Jin naturally took her hand. Li Qingyao was slightly startled, lowered her head, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Seeing that she did not resist, Yang Jin raised the corner of his lips and took her out. "Since I'm free in the evening, I can go to Dei Group. I wonder if it's convenient for other directors. Since we are out of school, we might as well eat outside. The cafeteria is too crowded." He took out his cell phone and called Deng Shifei, who quickly replied that it was no problem. Most of the directors in the group are middle-aged, and the oldest is nearly 80 years old. Their daily routine is not like that of young people. They tend to be active between 6 and 10 in the morning and 6 to 9 in the evening. The air is good and the weather is comfortable. Anyway, they don't have to go to work on time, and they are not very willing to go out during the day in such hot weather. In the car, Li Qingyao asked curiously, "Junior, where are we going? Aren't we going to eat at school?" "Don't call me Junior, just call me Yang Jin." Okay. It's rare that I have some free time, so I'll take you out for something nice. I also have to go to the company. Yang Jin smiled. "Senior, are you willing to accompany me? I can do anything." Yang Jin lowered his head, opened Dianping, selected a Western restaurant with a rating of 5.0, and drove straight there. This is a Western restaurant located in a corner of the city center. It has few customers and an elegant environment. As soon as we stepped through the door, the waiter greeted us with a smile. Yang Jin gave his name for the appointment and was immediately led to an excellent seat by the window. Outside the window, the setting sun casts a layer of warm gold on the city skyline, and the melodious sound of violin echoes in the air, creating just the right atmosphere. "Look, what do you want to eat? Their steak Wellington is very famous." Yang Jin pushed the menu to the opposite side. Li Qingyao was a little embarrassed. "I'd be fine if I were the same as you." "Okay." Yang Jin called the waiter, ordered 2 steaks, and added a few special side dishes and desserts, and finally a pot of flower and fruit tea. While waiting, he washed the dishes for Li Qingyao and poured warm water. "I saw the video of you sparring with the instructor on the campus forum," Li Qingyao said, breaking the silence. Everyone was amazed. "Oh?" Yang Jin leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table, and looked at her with a smile. "Then, are you also surprised?" Li Qingyao's cheeks flushed instantly, and her gaze drifted to the window. "Yes, a little." This shy response made the smile on Yang Jin's lips even deeper. Just in time, the waiter brought the meal. "Try it." Yang Jin gestured. Li Qingyao cut off a small piece of steak and put it between her lips. Her eyes lit up. It's really delicious." "As long as you like it." Looking at her satisfied expression, Yang Jin felt that the value of this meal had doubled. Then he gave her the roasted cherry tomatoes and tender asparagus on his plate and said, "These side dishes are also good, try them." Li Qingyao looked at the extra food on the plate, her cheeks slightly hot, but she did not refuse and nodded lightly. About half an hour later, Yang Jin received a call from Deng Shifei, informing him that the directors were on their way and asking when he would arrive. Yang Jin replied that he would be there soon, and then led Li Qingyao out of the restaurant. It was past the evening rush hour and the road was smooth, so we soon arrived at the building where the Dei Group was located. As night falls, the glass curtain wall of the building is brightly lit, looking magnificent. Stepping into the first floor lobby, Yang Jin glanced around and thought of going to the front desk to inquire about the elevator location. Seeing a young man and woman with outstanding temperament approaching, the receptionist subconsciously put on a professional smile and said, "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" She guessed that it might be a visitor, or perhaps a guest looking for a hotel nearby. Yang Jin smiled slightly. "Hello, I would like to ask where the elevator is?" The receptionist was taken aback for a moment, but remained polite. "Excuse me, may I help you? You need to register to visit." My name is Yang Jin, he said in a calm tone. I'm here to attend the meeting.
Yang Jin.
The receptionist repeated subconsciously, her brain quickly searching for the name, and then she was startled, her eyes instantly filled with astonishment.
Yang Jin? Isn't he the new shareholder announced yesterday? How could he be so young? Chapter 51 Jinling Family. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I didn't know it was you.
The receptionist was so nervous that she was incoherent and bowed quickly. Yang Jin smiled faintly. It's okay, where is the elevator? I'll take you there right away.
She almost trotted to lead the way, her fingertips still trembling slightly when she pressed the floor button. Looking at the backs of Yang Jin and Li Qingyao leaving hand in hand, she couldn't help but reveal envy in her eyes.
How lucky I am to be able to stand next to a man like Mr. Yang.
In the conference room on the top floor, several shareholders who arrived early were talking in low voices. When Yang Jin pushed the door open and walked in, all eyes were instantly focused on him.
Isn't this Mr. Yang, our new shareholder? He's truly young and promising.
Yang Jin nodded calmly and shook hands with everyone who came up to him. His demeanor exuded an aura that could not be ignored. I didn't expect that Mr. Yang is so young and already worth tens of billions.
The young are truly formidable.
Amidst the flattery, a young man with extraordinary temperament walked out steadily from the crowd. He looked to be in his early 20s, but his features revealed a calmness beyond his years.
Gu Qianqiu, the group's current largest shareholder.
He smiled and extended his hand, his eyes sharp.
Nice to meet you.
Yang Jin's eyes moved slightly when he shook hands with him. This young man in front of me is definitely not an ordinary person, as he can sit firmly in the position of the largest shareholder. He himself has achieved what he has today thanks to the system, and there must be a deeper foundation behind Gu Qianqiu. On the surface, the purpose of this board meeting was to familiarize all shareholders with the company's projects. In fact, Gu Qianqiu's main purpose was to get to know the mysterious figure who suddenly acquired 31% of the group's shares.
How could someone who can easily mobilize hundreds of billions of funds be a simple character? After everyone was seated, Gu Qianqiu formally introduced himself again.
When Yang Jin heard that he was from the Gu family in Jinling, a hint of understanding flashed across his eyes. It was just as he expected. The Jinling Gu family is truly the top family in Jinling.
For example, the Tang family is not worth mentioning in front of him.
After the meeting started, Gu Qianqiu gave a clear and coherent introduction to several major collaborations that the company is promoting, especially the Smart City project. Yang Jinjing listened to his words and couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for the young master of the Gu family.
The topic then turned to Yang Jin's acquisition of equity.
Mr. Yang has acquired 31% of the shares in one fell swoop.
I believe he has made far-reaching plans for the company's future? Gu Qianqiu asked with a smile.
Yang Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly. I am optimistic about the company's potential and would like to work hand in hand with everyone. With a partner like Mr. Yang joining us, why worry about the group not reaching new heights? Everyone echoed. Yang Jin then asked about the cooperation details of the Smart City project. When he learned that the Jiang family was the preferred partner, a barely perceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. I hope the Jiang family can be more sensible and not seek trouble, otherwise.
In the lounge,
Li Qingyao was looking down at her phone with a smile on her lips. Deng Zi's message popped up. Great, you actually went on a date with your junior secretly.
Li Qingyao, you are taking elective courses, so should I still wait for you in the dormitory?
I don't care, you must buy me milk tea when you come back, otherwise I will break up with you.
She was about to reply when a scolding voice came from the door. Are you the new intern? Why are you slacking off here?
Li Qingyao looked up and saw a woman in a professional suit and delicate makeup looking at her unhappily.
Which department are you from?
Seeing that she didn't answer, the woman's tone became more severe.
No, I'm not an employee here.
Li Qingyao quickly stood up and explained. The woman looked her up and down, her eyes examining her.
Not an employee?
Where's your visitor badge?
Visitor card?
Li Qingyao was stunned. She came up directly with Yang Jin, so there was no need for a visitor card. Neither a visitor nor an employee, the woman said aggressively, taking a step forward.
Did you sneak in? Do you even know where this place is? Li Qingyao was about to answer.
At this moment, a gentle and majestic voice came from behind the woman. She is the one I brought here. The woman turned around when she heard the voice, and when she saw the person coming, a trace of doubt flashed across her face.
Who is this person? At this time, Gu Qianqiu walked out from behind Yang Jin. Seeing Gu Qianqiu, the woman's expression suddenly changed. The arrogant attitude she had just had disappeared in an instant, replaced by panic and respect. Gu, Mr. Gu. Yang Jin walked straight towards Li Qingyao, his eyes gentle. Have you been waiting for a long time? Li Qingyao shook her head slightly. Not long. Gu Qianqiu glanced at the woman and said calmly, what's going on? The woman hurriedly explained, Mr. Gu, I just saw that this lady didn't have a visitor badge or an employee ID, so. Gu Qianqiu snorted coldly and his eyes moved between Yang Jin and Li Qingyao. Seeing their intimate posture and Li Qingyao's outstanding appearance, he already understood. This is Mr. Yang, the second largest shareholder of our group. Gu Qianqiu's voice was not loud, but the woman's face turned pale instantly. Who do you think this lady is? The woman's pupils suddenly shrank, cold sweat dripped down her face, and she hurried to Yang Jin. Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry, I didn't know this lady was yours. Yang Jin then turned his gaze towards her. His eyes were calm, yet they made the woman feel unprecedented pressure. Don't be nervous, Yang Jin said calmly, this is our first time in the company, so it's normal that you don't know anyone. Besides, you're just doing your job conscientiously. The woman was as if she had been pardoned and thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Yang, thank you, Mr. Yang. But Gu Qianqiu said calmly, this month's performance bonus will be deducted by 500, and this will not happen again. Yes, thank you, Mr. Gu, the woman responded repeatedly and retreated with a sense of relief. After Yang Jin and Li Qingyao were intimate for a while, Gu Qianqiu took the initiative to step forward and invited with a smile, Director Yang, do you have time to have dinner together? Yang Jin smiled slightly and declined politely, thank you, Mr. Gu, for your kindness, but we had already eaten before coming here. Gu Qianqiu didn't show any annoyance at all, instead his smile became wider, no problem, let's get together again next time we have the chance. Definitely next time. Yang Jin nodded. After watching Yang Jin and Li Qingyao leave together, Gu Qianqiu returned to the office alone. He stood in front of the French window and pondered for a moment, then made a phone call. Dad, I saw someone. A steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Qianqiu, how do you feel about being the new shareholder of Day Group? Gu Qianqiu's eyes flickered slightly. Younger than I thought, looks younger than me. What? Younger than you? The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously surprised. They can easily come up with over 10 billion. I'm afraid there must be some big capital behind this. Are you sure it's not from another family? Don't worry, Dad. I've never seen him in Jinling. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. It seems to be Gui Jianglong. You should get in touch with him more. This may be an opportunity for our lineage. I see. Chapter 52 Trouble at the Door. The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly sank, with a hint of solemnity. Your uncle's lineage, through the marriage with the He family, has risen in status within the clan. Although the He family is not as good as our Gu family, it is still a well-known family in Jinling. If this marriage is successful, your uncle's position as heir will be more secure. A hint of gloom flashed across Gu Qianqiu's eyes and he licked his lips. The most urgent thing is that you must push forward the Smart City project as soon as possible and strive to complete it within 2 years. Father Ge's tone became more serious. I understand. Gu Qianqiu responded, then suddenly changed the subject. Dad, I think the new shareholder of Day Group might be a turning point for us. Oh? This Mr. Yang has a mysterious background. He can easily mobilize tens of billions of funds. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Gu Qianqiu's tone gradually became heavier. Uncle borrowed the power of the He family. If we can borrow the power of Yang Jin. He stopped talking at the right time, leaving blank spaces full of unspoken profound meanings. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone before Father Gu spoke slowly. How confident are you about this? Risks and opportunities coexist. Gu Qianqiu said firmly, I saw this man today and he has a strong aura. More importantly, he seems very interested in the Smart City project. I'll arrange a second meeting as soon as possible to see if I can find out more about him. Okay. Father Gu finally agreed, but he still reminded her, be sure to proceed with caution. I'll keep an eye on your uncle, and you just focus on managing this line. After leaving the company, it was still early, so Yang Jin wanted to spend some more time with Li Qingyao, so he headed towards the Jinling River. There are many vendors on one side of the road, various snack stalls are emitting tempting aromas, and the place is bustling with people. The side facing the river is a completely different scene. People are walking in groups of 3 or 4, and some are dancing in the square.
The evening breeze is filled with a sense of leisure. Yang Jin bought 2 octopus balls at a stall and was about to turn around when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure.
Chang Jin.
At this time, he was sitting at a table outside the barbecue restaurant. The people at the table were drinking, playing drinking games, and making a lot of noise, and they didn't notice him at all. Yang Jin smiled slightly, and without disturbing her, he took the little ball and took Li Qingyao to the riverside trail. At this moment, a car stopped silently at the end of the road.
Mina, that kid Yang Jin is heading towards the river. There are so many people here, it's hard to take action.
The man called Mina scoffed and tugged at the collar of his flowered shirt.
Who told you to do that?
We just need to scare him. We're now living in a society ruled by law.
Do you understand? Have you forgotten how you were jailed for robbing 50 cents last time?
The younger brother shrank his neck and didn't dare to respond. Last time, he just robbed a little girl of 50 cents, but who knew her father was the captain of the Public Security Bureau?
It cost me 2,000 to get you out. At this time, the driver also came over, old 8, that kid?
Well, Mr. Jiang gave him 30,000.
It's easy. Just bluff him a little.
The mynah bird spat out the toothpick in its mouth, led a group of younger brothers, and followed Yang Jin and the others, swaying its body. The wind blowing from the river is particularly cool, gently dispelling the sultry heat of the summer night.
Yang Jin and Li Qingyao walk side by side on the trail, sharing the rare tranquility. Try it. Yang Jin handed over the meatballs.
Li Qingyao took a light bite, the sauce staining the corners of her mouth. She narrowed her eyes and smiled, delicious. On the other side, Chang Jin, who was drinking, was interrupted by a subordinate who came running in a hurry.
Brother Jin, I just saw Mr. Yang, our new boss. Chang Jin paused. Boss Yang? Where is he? Heading towards the river.
Chang Jin immediately put down the skewers, took out the money and slapped it on the table. Xiao Wu, you stay and pay the bill, I'll go take a look. Mr. Yang is here, so he has to go up and say hello. Following the messenger, they walked quickly for just a minute or two before they caught a glimpse of a group of people stealthily following Yang Jin and Li Qingyao. The more they walked, the fewer people there were. It was obvious that they were looking for an opportunity to take action.
Chang Jin's eyes darkened. These people seem to be looking for trouble with Mr. Yang?
You are quite courageous. At this time, the starling was holding a new toothpick in his mouth, swaying leisurely, and muttering, young couple taking a walk, it's really fucking comfortable. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder.
Stop it.
He thought it was his own younger brother. But the other party didn't stop. The starling turned his head impatiently, but bumped into Chang Jin's smiling face.
The starling jumped back in shock. Fuck, who the hell are you?
Those younger brothers also realized that there was a group of people following them. The mynah bird reacted and looked at Chang Jin and his group. These thugs usually bully the weak and fear the strong.
How could they have ever seen such a scene?
Although the people brought by Chang Jin were dressed casually, they all had sharp eyes and agile bodies. They approached behind them silently and were obviously veterans. Mynah's heart trembled, but he still said stubbornly, brother, which road are you from?
I have a private matter to run, can you give me some convenience? Chang Jin's smile widened, but with a hint of coldness, from which gang? You touch my boss, and you ask me from which gang? Boss? Mynah was startled, then suddenly came to his senses and his scalp went numb. Are these people Yang Jin's men? Young Master Jiang never mentioned that this giant Buddha was surrounded by such a group of evil spirits. Which good guy would take so many bodyguards with him when he goes for a walk?
His expression changed instantly, and he forced out a flattering smile. Misunderstanding, big brother, it's all a misunderstanding. The younger brothers around him also nodded and bowed hurriedly.
Chang Jin would not listen to his nonsense.
He grabbed the collar of Beige's shirt, pulled it down hard, and slammed his right knee upwards. Ugh, Mynah groaned, his stomach churning, and he almost vomited out all the wine he had drunk that night. He curled up on the ground in an instant.
Mynah!
The younger brothers were horrified and were about to take action, but were stopped by the group of men behind Chang Jin. Chang Jin straightened his sleeves and was about to speak when he saw that Yang Jin, who had his back to them, had turned around at some point and was walking slowly towards them.
Mr. Yang! Chang Jin immediately suppressed his hostility, stood up straight, and greeted respectfully.
Yang Jin nodded slightly, his eyes swept across the mynah bird lying limp on the ground, and finally fell on Chang Jin. He is proficient in martial arts and has received systematic skill enhancements, with his 5 senses far surpassing those of ordinary people. He had already sensed the clumsy tracking of these tails. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to flex his muscles and test out his current skills, but Chang Jin got there first.
Aren't you drinking? Why are you here? Yang Jin asked casually.
Chang Jin replied respectfully, my men said they saw you heading towards the river. I was just about to come over to say hello, but I ran into these clueless people sneaking around following you, so I took advantage of the situation and dealt with them. Yang Jin glanced at the 5 or 6 strong men behind Chang Jin and nodded slightly. Okay, that's thoughtful. Add me on Green Bubble later and I'll transfer 100,000 to you and your brothers as hard work compensation.
I'll treat everyone to a drink. Chapter 53: The Horror of Live Streaming. Chang Jin was flattered upon hearing this and quickly bowed. Boss Yang, this is what we should do. How can we let you spend money? Take it if you give it to me.
Yang Jin said calmly, when you work with me, I won't treat my own people unfairly.
This.
The little brothers behind him looked at each other.
Long live President Yang.
Out of 100,000 yuan, each of them can get more than 10,000 yuan, which is 1 month's salary.
Even Chang Jin only earns over 20,000 yuan a month now.
Yang Jin turned his gaze to the starling curled up on the ground and walked slowly forward. The starling, who was originally groaning in pain, felt the shadow looming over him and struggled to look up, only to meet Yang Jin's downward gaze. It seems that I haven't had any grudges with anyone during this period of time. Apart from Zhao Xiao from school, there seems to be no one else.
Could it be? Is it the Zhang family? If I'm not mistaken, it was the Zhang family who asked you to come. Yang Jin asked tentatively. I don't know.
Looking at the look in the starling's eyes, Yang Jin knew that he had guessed right.
The Zhang family is really dishonest.
They just hired Du Wanli and now they are seeking revenge.
Even if they want to investigate, it shouldn't be so quick, right?
Yang Jin sneered, even if you don't tell me, I know that the Zhang family asked you to come. The starling trembled all over and his face turned pale.
No. I really don't know.
Big brother, no, uncle, it's us who didn't recognize the great man. Please be magnanimous and treat us like as nothing.
I will definitely get out of here.
He struggled desperately to get up, but Chang Jin held his shoulders down and he couldn't move at all. I just received 100,000 yuan, so I have to perform well. The younger brothers he brought with him were also extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In just a few moves, they beat up Beige's men, leaving them with black and blue faces. The driver, in particular, was complaining bitterly. He knew that it was not so easy to earn these 20,000 yuan. He thought it would just be a scare, but who would have thought that this was not a scare at all, but a beating to death?
Go away. Yang Jin's voice remained calm.
Go back and tell Mr. Zhang that if you want to play, I'll play with you.
But next time, the price will be much higher.
He paused and added, by the way, tell him my name is Yang Jin. Next time, the Zhang family will have to learn a lesson. Although Mr. Ba did not cause any actual harm to Yang Jin, we are now living in a society ruled by law. Beating him up was already a light punishment for him. It would not be good for anyone if the matter got out of hand. After saying that, Yang Jin didn't look at the other person again, turned around and walked towards Li Qingyao who had been standing quietly not far away. After going through so much, Li Qingyao gradually learned to accept it. But she didn't expect that Yang Jin, at such a young age, had already been dealing with these open and secret struggles. It must have been very difficult for him. Finally, Chang Jin gave Mr. Ba a hard kick, knocking him to the ground. Only then did he quickly catch up with Yang Jin with satisfaction.
You guys go and get busy. It's a rare holiday and I'm wasting your time. Yang Jin said calmly.
Chang Jin and several of his men were flattered when they heard this. They are willing to work hard to follow such a courageous boss. Chang Jin was also very good at reading people's expressions.
He knew that Mr. Yang was on a walking date with his wife. With so many people gathered here, wouldn't he be a blatant third wheel?
Then Mr. Yang, we'll leave first. My home is not far from here, so feel free to call me if you need anything.
Yang Jin took the unfinished box of meatballs from Li Qingyao's hand and asked softly, are they cold?
I'll buy you some hot ones next time. Li Qingyao smiled slightly and shook her head. He took her hand and they continued walking along the river, as if the disturbance had never happened. The evening breeze is still gentle, the river flows gently, reflecting the dim lights on both sides of the river, and time is quiet and poetic.
At the same time, Make a Media Live Broadcasting Division.
Since being fully acquired by Yang Jin, Make a Media has become completely controlled by him. The previous cooperation project with Tianjia Pharmaceutical has recently been readjusted.
And tonight is the first live broadcast of Tianjia Pharmaceutical.
In each live broadcast room, the hosts explained diligently and the atmosphere was lively. In the office, Chen Kaiwan, the head of Tianjia Pharmaceutical, and Wang Hao, the new vice president of Make a Media, were sitting on the sofa and leisurely sipping tea.
After Yang Jin became the president, he basically had no responsibility for the affairs, so he promoted a vice president to be in charge of daily operations.
Wang Hao, who was originally the manager of the administrative department, suddenly became the second in command of the company. In the past, Wang Hao wouldn't even dare to think about it.
But now,
with just one sentence from Mr. Yang, he truly achieved the goal of being second to none and above 1,000 others.
Mr. Chen, it's really hard to manage such a big company. Working under Mr. Yang is not hard at all.
Chen Kaiwan waved his hand, his tone humble, but a hint of imperceptible pride flashed across his eyes. He changed the subject and said with a smile, "I think we should congratulate Mr. Wang on his promotion." "Ha ha, I will have to learn more from Mr. Chen in the future." Wang Hao responded with a smile, raising his cup and taking a sip of tea.
Mr. Wang is too modest. In a few words, the topic turned to cooperation.
"To be honest, I'm still a little nervous about this live broadcast of selling goods."
Chen Kaiwan leaned forward slightly.
"Although Tianjia Pharmaceutical's financial situation is improving now, even if this batch of goods really gets lost, it won't cause any serious damage, but it is still a considerable amount." "Don't worry," Wang Hao put down his teacup, his expression calm.
"Our budget for traffic alone is not a small amount.
We are very familiar with this strategy, and the costs are controllable."
Seeing Chen Kaiwan's hesitation, Wang Hao added, "We have our own algorithm model, which delivers accurate results and a high conversion rate." As he was speaking, there was a gentle knock on the office door.
"Enter." A young female assistant walked in quickly, her face filled with uncontrollable joy. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen, the first half data is out."
"So fast?"
Wang Hao raised his eyebrows.
"Yes, the first half statistics have exploded."
The assistant handed over the file excitedly. "The total number of viewers in the 6 live broadcast rooms has exceeded 500,000, and the number of orders has exceeded 10,000, and it is still growing."
Chen Kaiwan immediately came forward, his face full of disbelief. Over 10,000 orders in half an hour?
He originally estimated that it would be difficult to sell 20,000 to 30,000 orders in the entire event. After all, they were selling preventive medicines. Wang quickly scanned the report, his lips curled up. "It's a little below our expectations, but it's already a success. After all, only one order is placed for every 50 people. Notify the operations department to continue increasing the investment in massive engine."
"Yes." The assistant responded and left.
Chen Kaiwan was already smiling broadly at this time. "Mr. Wang, it seems that I still underestimated the power of live streaming to sell goods."
Wang Hao calmly poured another cup of tea and said, "Sales are fine here. Is Mr. Chen's after-sales service ready?" Chapter 54 Lamborghini Centennial Bull.
Of course, Chen Kaiwan nodded repeatedly. "I have arranged the after-sales and delivery in advance."
Wang Hao smiled and said, "Boss Chen has made the right arrangements."
2 hours later, real-time data came out, far exceeding everyone's expectations.
Even Wang Hao's pupils couldn't help but shrink.
During the entire live broadcast, the cumulative number of viewers in the top anchor room exceeded 2 million, and the number of orders soared to 87,000. It set a new record for the highest single live broadcast in the history of Make a Media.
More than 80,000 orders. If this continues every day, Tianjia Pharmaceutical will have no trouble selling the backlog of drugs?
Not to mention the vast market brought about by long-term cooperation in the future. Of course, all of this is inseparable from the same person behind it, that is Yang Jin.
The controllers of the two companies spared no expense in the initial investment, which led to today's sales.
After deducting the anchor's share in costs, Make a Media made a small profit and Tianjia Pharmaceutical also made its investment back immediately. Chen Kaiwan stared at the screen, breathing rapidly. "This is too exaggerated."
In the internet age, traffic is a money printing machine.
Wang Hao glanced at him and said, "Mr. Chen, you'll be busy from now on." Before he finished speaking, Wang Hao's cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and stood up instantly, straightening his back subconsciously and speaking in a respectful tone.
"Mr. Yang."
At this time, Yang Jin had already returned to school. On the other end of the phone, Yang Jin's voice was as flat as water, without any joy in his voice. It seemed as if he was just casually asking, "I just watched the live broadcast. How are the data?" Wang Hao immediately reported clearly. "Well done." Yang Jin's voice remained flat. "Thank you, Mr. Yang, for your affirmation. This is all part of our job." Wang Hao held the phone tightly, his tone unable to conceal his excitement. This time, he has completely secured the position of vice president. At the same time, at the Zhang family villa, Zhang Tianming lazily slumped on the sofa, swiping the screen of his mobile phone absent-mindedly. The old butler stepped forward quietly and called out in a low voice, "Young master." "What's wrong?" Zhang Tianming didn't even raise his eyelids. The butler leaned over and whispered something in his ear. Zhang Tianming's face showed no trace of anger. He just sneered, "Humph, I knew those idiots couldn't get anything done." He paused. "Have you investigated the background of Yang Jin?" "I've found out, young master. He's a kid from a rural area out of town. I don't know what luck he got, but he's made a little name for himself in Jinling recently and made a small fortune." "Oh, as expected." Zhang Tianming curled his lips in contempt. "I understand. Master, what about the 30,000 yuan you promised them? After things have come to this, you still have the nerve to ask for money?" No words were spoken that night. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Yang Jin had a good sleep and was standing on the balcony rinsing his mouth, feeling refreshed. A gentle breeze blew on his face as he silently recited to himself while gargling with foam in his mouth. "System, sign in. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning, Lamborghini Centenario LP 774 Roadster. Lamborghini Centennial Bull." Puff. Yang Jin sprayed out a mouthful of mouthwash. "LP 774? He quickly wiped his hands, grabbed his phone and searched quickly. The pictures and parameters that popped up on the screen instantly confirmed his guess. Centenario LP 774 Roadster, which translates to Centenary Bull. It is a limited edition model launched to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the birth of the brand's founder, with only 40 units available worldwide. 20 units each of the hardtop and convertible versions. This car is built on the Lamborghini Aventador platform, but has been comprehensively upgraded in appearance and performance. The body design is more exaggerated, and the aerodynamic kit is even more ferocious than that of Aventador. Equipped with a 6.5L V12 naturally aspirated engine with a maximum horsepower of 770 and can accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds. This car is much better than his Ferrari. The system's reward this time is quite good. I must go out for a drive tonight. Then I'll ask Qinyao if she wants to go. System, where is my car? The vehicle documents are complete and the host can retrieve it from the system space at any time. Please check the map for the vehicle location. Yang Jin opened the map and took a look. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The car was parked in the parking space at the school gate. With a slight thought, a key fell into his hands. It is indeed a high-end product. Even the keys are made of a carbon fiber mixed material, and the buttons are decorated with gold plating, which is luxurious but not exaggerated. Yang Jin chuckled and threw the Ferrari keys back into the system space. With this century-old bull, who still cares about SF90? The military training in the morning was like a game to him, without any pressure at all. The substantial increase in muscle power granted by the system is obviously not given for nothing. Yang Jin looked up and squinted his eyes, and the sun in the sky felt much more pleasing to the eye. As soon as I left the playground, Li Qinyao was already waiting there. Deng Zi didn't come today. Ever since Yang Jin and Li Qinyao became closer, she was tactful enough to stop being a third wheel. Wu Hong and her roommates were already used to it, so they waved goodbye and left first. During lunch, Yang Jin casually invited Li Qinyao to go for a drive together in the evening. She was obviously tempted, but because she had a full afternoon of classes, she had to softly postpone it to tomorrow. Yang Jin didn't force it. The day passed quickly. Although there was a random housekeeping inspection in the evening, Yang Jin had no intention of returning to the dormitory at all. He directly threw a red envelope of 500 yuan in the group. "Brothers, please help me, I have something to do tonight." The red envelope disappeared in seconds, and Wu Hong and the others replied faster than each other. "Brother Jin, don't worry, we are brothers, brothers for life." Just a few steps out of the school gate, Yang Jin saw the supercar that was surrounded by people.
No need to guess, it must be his century-old cow.
The crowd was bustling about, some taking pictures, some talking, some staring blankly with eyes wide open, with all kinds of expressions on their faces.
A boy held up his phone and muttered to himself, "What model is this? I know Lamborghinis, but I've never seen this one before."
The person next to him took out his phone and searched, then slapped his thigh.
"Fuck, this is a Centennial Bull."
Lamborghini released this limited edition model to commemorate the 100th anniversary of its founder's birth. Only 40 units were produced worldwide.
What? Limited to 40 units?
The man holding the phone widened his eyes.
But why haven't I heard of this century-old Bull? I know both Lamborghini Bull and Lamborghini Maverick, so when did the century-old Bull come out?
The man next to him rolled his eyes at him and said, "Big cows and small cows can't compare to this."
Is this expensive? It's expensive?
The second-hand market is selling it for over 40 million, and there's still no demand.
I never thought there was such a super rich person hiding in our school. I thought the guy driving a Ferrari was scary enough, but now here comes another one? I'm going to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments.
Hey, the person taking the photo in front, please move aside, you're blocking my camera. Chapter 55. The young family can't afford to offend. Seeing this, Yang Jin raised the corners of his lips slightly and walked towards the car calmly. More and more people gathered around, but Yang Jin's appearance did not attract any attention. Everyone just thought he was another passerby who came to take pictures.
Until Yang Jin walked up to the century-old cow. This supercar has an aura that keeps strangers away, and everyone dares only watch from afar and not desecrate it.
So when Yang Jin took a step closer, he immediately attracted many eyes.
Hey! Why did that guy walk right up to the car?
Yang Jin calmly reached out and touched the door handle. Sensing the car key, the butterfly wing doors of the Lamborghini Centennial Bull rose up, like a beast spreading its wings, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. His aura completely exploded at this moment.
Holy crap, so cool, someone in the crowd shouted. I didn't expect to see the owner of the car. Xiao do ma dai, why does this guy look familiar?
A boy squinted his eyes and looked at him carefully.
Oh my god, isn't he the supercar guy who drove the Ferrari before?
This one word woke everyone up, and there was an uproar all around.
Oh my god, it really is.
I was wondering why it looked more and more familiar the more I looked at it.
Trading a Ferrari for a Lamborghini? Is this what rich people live like?
Supercar guy driving a Ferrari, turns out he's really just experiencing life. Things posted on the forum sounded incredible, but it turns out they're all true. Yang Jin seemed oblivious to the noise behind him, curled the corners of his lips slightly, and sat neatly into the cockpit. The interior is extremely simple, yet filled with a technological and combative atmosphere. The cockpit wrapped in Alcantara and carbon fiber gives people a strong visual impact. Yang Jin lightly pressed the start button, and the V12 engine immediately let out a low and violent roar, and the crowd once again felt an uncontrollable commotion.
Someone frantically raised their phone to record a video, shouting incoherently at the camera, "Brother, did you see that? It's a Centennial Bull. Guess who owns it?
It's the supercar guy from our school." Yang Jin adjusted the rearview mirror, skillfully shifted gears, and lightly stepped on the accelerator. The car slowly drove out of the parking space, then accelerated steadily with a low roar and merged into the traffic flow. Leaving behind was a scene of amazement in the crowd that had not yet dispersed. After driving out of the school gate, Yang Jin sent a message to Yang Xia, asking him if he had time to come out and play. Yang Xia agreed immediately and agreed on a location.
A smile appeared on Yang Jin's lips. He could already imagine Yang Xia's expression when he saw this car.
It is impossible for a supercar enthusiast not to know the Centennial Bull.
I glanced at the fuel gauge and it was full. It is indeed a system, it is very thoughtful in doing things.
A few minutes later, Yang Jin arrived at the agreed location, but Yang Xia had not arrived yet. He simply got out of the car and leaned leisurely on the hood of the century-old cow.
Not long after, a Lamborghini Maverick arrived.
Yang Xia got out of the car and walked towards Yang Jin while greeting everyone, without noticing that Yang Jin had changed cars at all. Until Yang Jin stood up.
Yang Jin, sure, you changed your car. Is it also a Lamborghini?
That's classy.
Let me see. He stopped talking halfway.
His eyes were fixed on the century-old cow in front of him, and his mouth was open so wide that it seemed as if an egg could be stuffed in.
Am I seeing things right? This is a Lamborghini Centenario.
Yang Xia's voice trembled, his hands unconsciously gestured in the air, his eyes full of shock and envy.
No, Yang Jin, when did you get this thing?
He walked around the car several times.
Ha, I just changed it today.
Yang Jin smiled with ease, feeling very proud in his heart.
Yang Xia swallowed, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. You're great, Yang Jin. This is too exaggerated. SF90 in exchange for a century-old bull. You really deserve it. He walked over and patted Yang Jin on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. By the way, what did you do with that old Ferrari SF90? Oh, I put the old one.
As soon as Yang Jin Gang finished speaking, he saw Yang Xia's eyes light up and a sly smile appeared on his face.
Yang Jin, your old SF90 is just sitting there anyway, why not lend it to me for a few days? Yang Xia clasped his hands together and looked at Yang Jin expectantly.
When Yang Jin was about to agree, suddenly.
Real-time task release. Please agree to lend the car to Yang Xia. Task reward, license plate SUA12345. Damn. This can also be a mission? What is the difference between this and giving it away for free?
Closing the system panel, Yang Jin smiled and nodded. Okay, I'll lend it to you for a few days, but I'll be honest, I'm not responsible for the gas. Yang Xia jumped up excitedly and hugged Yang Jin. That's really nice of you, Yang Jin. From now on, you will be my Yang Xia's best friend.
Mission completed.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining license plate SUA12345. All procedures have been completed. The host can go directly to the vehicle management office to replace it.
Host points +1, balance 3. Comfortable. Yang Jin felt refreshed. System points, this is the good stuff.
Yang Jin didn't care too much about the leopard license plate.
He could only say, +1 for showing off. Calm down, calm down.
Yang Jin closed the system panel and smiled as he pushed Yang Xia away.
The car is still parked at my school. I'll drive it over to you later. It's better to do it now than to wait for another day. Let's go and drive now. Let's go. Yang Xia couldn't wait to pull Yang Jin to the passenger seat of the Century Bull. It's just right for me to take your magic car and let me feel proud of it.
Yang Jin was amused by him and sat in the cockpit. Yang Xia touched here, looked there, and kept making exclamations of surprise.
All carbon fiber just feels different. Yang Jin started the engine skillfully, then shifted gears and stepped on the accelerator.
Before Yang Xia could react, his entire back was pressed against the seat. Damn, this feeling is even better than recording. This sentence almost made Yang Jin lose his composure.
Yang Jin, how long have you been driving this Ferrari SF90?
You've already traded it in for a century-old bull.
Next time, should you switch to a Bugatti or Koenigsegg? Who knows? Maybe. Not long after, the two arrived at Jinling University and finally stopped downstairs of Yang Jin's dormitory.
Yang Jin took out the key and tossed it to Yang Xia. Here, take it. Yang Xia took the key and laughed. Hey, from today on, I'm going to be the one driving 2 supercars.
Remember to drive back when you get tired of driving. Don't worry.
At the same time, the balcony on the 3rd floor facing the dormitory. Several figures were standing by the railing.
Brother Jia, look, isn't that young Master Yang? I'm not blind. Brother Jia, why is he here? And, he is talking and laughing with that Yang Jin?
Zhao Xiao said in surprise.
Brother Jia didn't reply, thinking about something in his mind.
The Yang family is not someone he can afford to offend.
Chapter 56 DE Group Tendering Conference.
Although the Yang family is not a wealthy and prestigious family, they have always kept a low profile in Jinling. But anyone who knows the inside story knows the weight of this family. To be honest, the Yang family's foundation is no less than any top-tier wealthy family in Jinling. It is particularly worth mentioning that the old man of the Yang family was the previous head of Jinling City, and his disciples are spread across various cities.
Even the current second in command of Jinling is his favorite student whom he personally promoted.
As the saying goes, the poor should not fight with the rich, and businessmen should not compete with officials.
In Jinling, anyone who meets someone from the Yang family must be courteous.
Watching Yang Jin and Yang Xia leave, Brother Jia stood there without saying a word.
Brother Jia, this.
Brother Jia glanced at Zhao Xiao indifferently, turned around and went back to the dormitory without saying anything. Zhao Xiao stood there in a daze, feeling a chill on his back.
He never imagined that Yang Jin would be so close to Yang Xia. Who is Yang Xia?
That's a character that even Brother Jia has to treat politely.
Fortunately,
I didn't offend Yang Jin to death. Zhao Xiao was even a little grateful to the security guard who stopped him that day. Now he just hoped that Yang Jin didn't take the matter to heart at all.
time passed quickly.
On the other side, Yang Jin and Yang Xia were having a great time. Yang Xia, who had just got a Ferrari, excitedly took Yang Jin to the suburbs for a race, and they drove all the way until after 11 o'clock in the evening. Unable to go back to school, Yang Jin simply returned to his villa. The villa was pitch black, and it was obvious that the parents had already gone to bed.
Yang Jin took a bath quietly and fell asleep. Early the next morning,
Yang Jin woke up just as the sky was beginning to turn pale. He got up, stretched his body, and did his daily check-in as usual.
System, sign in. Successful sign in.
Congratulations to the host for winning 100 million cash.
Yang Jin sighed.
It was just another plain day. I earned 100 million right after I opened my eyes.
No one would believe this if I told them. He walked into the living room where his parents were having breakfast. Son, when did you come back?
Yang's mother was stunned when she saw him. I arrived at midnight last night, but since I saw you were asleep I didn't disturb you.
After breakfast, Yang Jin drove to school. At the same time,
in the city center CBD, a high-level meeting room of Dei Group.
A bidding conference for the Smart City project is being held here today.
Sitting in the main seat was the project manager Dang Shifei, and representatives from various competing companies gathered in the audience.
Jiang Group, Yuqing Group, Tanyun Technology, and so on.
The most competitive among them are naturally the Jiang and Yuqing families. The first person to speak was the head of Tanyun Technology, a smartly dressed young woman. She held the document in hand and calmly began her statement. Mr. Dang, our company has conducted a comprehensive investigation into your group's smart city project planning. We believe that to build a truly large-scale internet platform, we must rely on cutting-edge technologies such as big data and cloud computing. The core of these technologies is undoubtedly a powerful and stable computing system and server support. She spoke clearly and professionally. But Deng Shifei remained calm throughout, only nodding slightly at key moments, making it difficult for people to understand his true thoughts. After a round of speeches, it was finally the turn of the Jiang Group. The representative of the Jiang Group was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and had a calm temperament. He did not rush to speak, but bowed slightly to Deng Shifei and the people in the audience.
Boss Dang, colleagues.
We at Jiang's Group believe that the core of smart cities is not just the accumulation of funds, but more importantly, technology and precise control of customers. Our company's solutions are based in Jinling and rely on our years of experience in. Furthermore, the Jiang Group, whether in terms of capital, technology, or local resources, is the best partner for the Dei Group.
The Chiang Kai-shek Group's statement is undoubtedly very convincing. Deng Shifei nodded slightly, obviously very satisfied.
Although the group has already favored Jiang Group and Yuqing Group, the necessary procedures still need to be followed and the bidding format is still indispensable. The representatives of other competitors below the stage looked solemn, and Jiang's advantage was obvious. Deep roots, rich experience and strong financial resources are the confidence of the old established giants.
The last to come to power was Yuqing Group. Surprisingly, the representative sent by the Yu family was the eldest daughter Yu Duqiu.
She was dressed in a neat suit, walked with steady steps, and exuded an aura of shrewdness and strength.
"Hello, President Dang," Yu Duqiu said, his voice clear and calm. The Jiang Group's speech just now was very brilliant.
Their deep foundation is indeed commendable. She then changed the subject, but the key to smart cities lies in the future. We believe that what this project needs most is not past experience, but a forward-looking vision.
The foundation, experience, and local resources that Representative Jiang emphasized are certainly important, but what is the essence of a smart city?
She paused briefly and said, it's about breaking the old framework, reshaping the urban fabric with new technologies, and building a brand new ecology for the future. The Jiang family is indeed deeply rooted, but precisely because of this, it is easy to. Below the stage, the Jiang family representative pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and his face darkened. The Yu family was clearly targeting his Jiang family. But he remained calm.
10 minutes later, Yu Duqiu calmly thanked the audience and left the stage. Deng Shifei finally concluded.
Everyone's presentations were very exciting and fully met the requirements of this project. We will submit the specific partners to the board for resolution and will inform everyone of the results as soon as possible.
As the crowd gradually dispersed, Zhang's representative glanced coldly at Yu Duxiu. The latter turned a blind eye.
Soon, the bidding situation was reported to the board of directors, and even Yang Jin received the news.
The group decided to hold a board meeting at 3:30 p.m. Fuck it. Yang Jin cursed. I have to go to military training, so how can I have time to attend the board meeting? I don't know if the counselor will approve my leave.
During the meal break, he sent a message to his instructor, who simply replied, as long as the instructor agrees.
Yang Jin suddenly laughed. Isn't this equivalent to agreeing?
The instructor now seeks out him for sparring every day and has long been impressed by his strength. In the eyes of these soldiers, age is never a problem, strength is everything.
There is no shame in admiring the strong.
When gathering in the afternoon, Yang Jin went straight to the instructor, who approved his request readily. This kind of basic training is of little significance to Yang Jin, so it really doesn't matter whether he trains or not.
Damn, Brother Jin is being special. He actually asked for leave.
Yesterday I said I wanted to take a leave, and the instructor said I could make up for it after I took my leave. Sitting in the car, Yang Jin looked at the time.
It was still early before 3:30.
Remembering that MOJ's circle of friends said yesterday that the crew had officially started filming, he turned the steering wheel and decided to go and watch the fun first.
Chapter 57 Encounter with Jiang Tianming.
Jinling Shirqiu Film and Television Base. Covering an area of 3,300 mu, it is a state-owned enterprise directly under the Jiangning Radio, Film and Television Administration. The base is large in scale and rich in scenes, with characteristic shooting areas such as Ming and Qing streets, Republican cities, and Jiangnan water towns scattered around. Equipped with advanced photography studios, recording studios, and post-production facilities, it is a hotbed for film and television creation.
Yang Jin parked the car and didn't send a message to Emojia. He planned to visit the set secretly. It wasn't difficult to find the crew. He just asked a security guard on the roadside and found out the location of the crew of I Learn to Kill Mental Ills in the Divine Realm. I was walking towards that direction, but unexpectedly, I was stopped after just 2 steps. The young man who stopped him was holding a gorgeous actress in his arms. He was dressed in designer clothes, had an arrogant look on his face, and was followed by 2 burly bodyguards in black, looking very impressive. Are you Yang Jin? The other party asked with a raised eyebrow and a frivolous tone. Yang Jin paused and nodded calmly, it's me. Who are you?
The man raised the corner of his mouth and pulled out a wicked smile. Good guy, I didn't expect to meet you here. I will always keep my name and surname, Jiang Tianming. Jiang Tianming was originally bored at home, so he came to the film and television base to see his little lover, or to put it bluntly, his running buddy.
But he didn't expect to meet Yang Jin.
The men he sent out did not meet Yang Jin, but he met Yang Jin first. Since we have met, let's just solve the problem.
Yang Jin's eyes flashed. Jiang Tianming?
The other party actually recognized him at a glance, obviously having done some investigation.
Yang Jin, you hired that bitch named Du, right? Jiang Tianming sneered. Yang Jin remained calm. I hired him, what's wrong? What's wrong?
Jiang Tianming said as if he had heard something funny.
Du Wanli is someone I banned, and you dare to use her? You banned her, what does it have to do with me?
Yang Jin said calmly, I didn't ban her. Jiang Tianming's face twitched, obviously he didn't expect Yang Jin to be so mean.
Okay, let's not talk about this for now.
He suppressed his anger and snorted coldly, yesterday, my men were walking by the river and were beaten by your men for no reason.
You can't just deny it, right?
Yang Jin almost laughed out loud.
How could the young master of a wealthy family be so shameless? Is it a walk or not? You don't know? Jiang Tianming's face instantly darkened.
He didn't expect Yang Jin to directly contradict him without giving him any face at all.
Damn it, you're so shameless.
Jiang Tianming laughed in anger, pushed the actress in his arms away, and looked at the 2 bodyguards behind him. Please ask Mr. Yang to go to a quiet place and talk with him.
Let him understand the rules. Upon hearing this, the 2 bodyguards in black immediately stepped forward and approached Yang Jin.
They moved swiftly and in perfect harmony.
One of them reached out to grab Yang Jin's shoulder, while the other punched Yang Jin in the abdomen.
It was obvious that they were both martial artists. The crew members who occasionally passed by saw the scene and avoided it, not daring to get close for fear of getting into trouble.
The actress next to Jiang Tianming smiled as if she was enjoying a good show. However, what Jiang Tianming didn't expect was
Just as the first bodyguard's hand was about to touch his shoulder, Yang Jin moved. He dodged sideways, stretched out his left hand suddenly, grabbed the opponent's wrist, and pulled it back. Crack! With a crisp sound, the bodyguard's wrist was dislocated. The severe pain made him groan and his body staggered forward involuntarily. Almost at the same time, Yang Jin stretched out his right leg and kicked the other bodyguard hard on the arm. The kick was so powerful that the bodyguard felt a sharp numbness in his arm and his fist went limp. With the last over-the-shoulder throw, the two bodyguards fell to the ground. Zhang Tianming stood there in amazement, his mind blank. Are you kidding me? These two bodyguards are both retired veterans from the army. They usually boast that they can beat 10 people at once, but they couldn't even last 2 rounds against Yang Jin? Yang Jin, on the other hand, just dusted off the corners of his clothes and straightened his collar, as if nothing had happened. Yang Jin originally wanted to test his current strength, but he didn't expect Zhang Tianming to come to him. How is it possible? Zhang Tianming looked at the bodyguard groaning on the ground, his voice trembling. The passers-by who had been hiding far away couldn't help but stop and watch from afar. The actress standing next to Zhang Tianming had already turned pale and hurriedly hid behind him. Mr. Jiang, Yang Jin said slowly, with a hint of joking, it seems that your rules are not enough. Zhang Tianming's cheeks twitched violently, he felt both embarrassed and annoyed. In full view of the public, the bodyguards he brought with him were dealt with in an instant, which was simply rubbing his face on the ground. Yang Jin, I'm the eldest son of the Zhang family. Do you dare to touch me? Yang Jin sneered, touch you? I dare not. We live in a society ruled by law now. It's not good to hit people at will. He glanced at Zhang Tianming coldly and turned away. There were many people at the scene, and what I did just now was self-defense, but if I continue to argue now, it will give people an excuse to criticize me. As for letting this matter go? How could it be possible? The board meeting of Dai Group happened to be held in the afternoon. Since the Jiang family was unkind, don't blame Yang Jin for being disloyal. Looking at Yang Jin Yuan's receding back, Zhang Tianming gritted his teeth. When had he ever suffered such humiliation since he was a child? Zhang, Mr. Jiang, the actress came closer in a tender voice, but was frightened by his sharp eyes and took a step back. At this time, Zhang Tianming had already lost all interest. After a long time, the two bodyguards finally managed to get up from the ground. You two are useless. Zhang Tianming was furious. Don't you usually boast that you can beat 10 people at once? How come you can't even beat a student now? The bodyguard lowered his head and dared not say a word, but he was complaining in his heart. Only those who have actually fought with Yang Jin know that they cannot beat him, they simply cannot beat him. They even felt that even if 10 more people came, they would probably not be a match for Yang Jin. Yang Jin, just wait for me. Zhang Tianming snorted coldly, his eyes sinister. What's the point of being able to fight? In this world, background and strength are important. How can a kid from a grassroots background fight him? Yang Jin didn't take this episode to heart. After asking for directions several times, he finally found the crew where Mojia was. It was the first time for him to see the crew filming in person. The crowd in front was so dense that Yang Jin squeezed in from the side and happened to see Mojia's performance. I, EU, from the Gusen Church, am honored to have the opportunity to exchange ideas with you. Oh, it seems quite realistic. Yang Jin couldn't help but smile as he watched Mojia recite the lines seriously. Afterwards, under the command of the martial arts instructor, Mojia began to fight with the opponent actor. Yang Jin watched quietly until Mojia finished filming this scene. When did you come? Mojia, who had just finished filming, ran over excitedly. From the moment you wanted to spar with me, Yang Jin said with a smile, you acted well. Chapter 58 System Sends Welfare. Just kidding, I'm going to be a top internet celebrity in the future. Yes, top star, Yang Jin smiled and put his arm around Mojia's shoulder, teasing him, don't forget to sign for me when the time comes. Of course. How is it? Is it okay to film here? Everything else is fine, but I was supposed to be the lead actor, so how did I become the villain? Mojia curled his lips, his tone half complaining and half joking. The villain is still the protagonist, Yang Jin patted him on the shoulder. Your acting is quite impressive. The villain steals the show even more than the protagonist. If you look at those classic dramas, don't the villains grab more attention than the protagonists? It seems so.
While chatting and laughing, the two of them had already walked to the rest area next to the shooting area. The director was staring intently at the playback footage on the monitor and nodding frequently. When he looked up, he happened to see Yang Jin coming towards him. He immediately stood up with a smile on his face. "Boss Yang, why did you come here in person?" Yang Jin was slightly stunned. He didn't know this director, but he didn't expect that the other party recognized him at a glance. "On the way, I came to check on the progress." "Don't worry, Mr. Yang, everything is going smoothly. The rough cuts of the first 2 episodes are already out, and the results are very good," the director said enthusiastically. "We expect it to be online in less than a month." "Very good." Yang Jin nodded, his eyes showing approval. The IP foundation of this drama is quite good. It was only shelved for a while due to funding issues and was stopped at the very beginning. Now that filming has been restarted and it is carefully produced, there is a great possibility that it will become a hit. After going online, the company will invest a lot of resources in promotion. "Thank you, Mr. Yang, thank you so much." The director thanked him repeatedly, feeling very excited. Once the drama becomes popular, his status as a director will naturally rise. It was not until then that the director noticed Mojia next to Yang Jin. Isn't this the actor who played the villain? He was originally arranged to join the group by the company. He was a little skeptical, but he didn't expect that his acting skills were quite solid. What was even more unexpected was that he actually came to the set with Mr. Yang. Some guesses suddenly flashed through the director's mind. Mojia was also shocked. He signed a drama production contract with Manga Media. The director kept calling Yang Jin Boss Yang. A guess suddenly popped into his mind. "Yang Jin, didn't you say before that you are the owner of Jinling Hotel?" Mojia turned his head, his tone filled with tentativeness and disbelief. Yang Jin raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Yes, but I didn't say that Manga Media is not mine." "You really deserve to die. Deduct 200 from his salary." Yang Jin turned around and said to the director with a serious look on his face. "Hey, no, brother Yang, can't I just admit that I was wrong?" Mojia's face changed in an instant, and he pulled Yang Jin's sleeve and spoke in a long tone. Yang Jin was startled by his shouting and quickly raised his hand to interrupt. "Stop. If you say one more word, your salary will be deducted tomorrow." The two of them were talking back and forth, and the director was stunned watching from the side, and he immediately understood. The relationship between these two people is definitely not simple. Yang Jin turned around and smiled at the still stunned director. "Just work normally. Don't treat him any differently because of me." Mojia smiled bitterly beside him. "I had dreamed that I would sign a contract with Yang Jin after I became famous, but it turned out that I was just an actor in another company, and no matter how famous I was still an employee. But on second thought, this opportunity was originally given by Yang Jin, and he was already very grateful in his heart." Just then, the assistant director came running over in a hurry. "Director, the second male lead suddenly said he couldn't come. His main scene is next. Do you think we can reschedule it for tomorrow?" When the director heard this, his brows immediately twisted into knots. He had just boasted to Mr. Yang that everything was going well, and then this happened? He calmed himself down and introduced to the assistant director, "This is Mr. Yang from our company." The assistant director hurriedly greeted him, but Yang Jin just waved his hand and didn't care. Real-time task release. Participate in a filming mission. Task reward, acting mastery. During the mission, the host can temporarily use acting mastery. Yang Jin smiled inwardly, thinking that the system was giving him benefits again. He glanced at the time. It was still early at 3:30, so there was still enough time to shoot a few minutes of scene. Besides, acting was one of his childhood dreams. Who hasn't dreamed of being on TV? He closed the system interface and interrupted the worried director. "How about I give it a try?" The director was stunned. "Mr. Yang, you..." Yang Jin knew what he was worried about. After all, he was an outsider, and it would be embarrassing if he messed up the performance. But he just raised the corners of his mouth confidently. "Let's take a look at the script first, and then we'll talk about it if it doesn't work." Since the boss had spoken, the director did not hesitate any longer and quickly explained the plot and the main points of the characters. Soon, Yang Jin changed into his costume and walked onto the stage. Mojia quickly took out his cell phone and started recording, with a wicked smile that said, "I'm waiting for you to make a fool of yourself." The 6th episode,
12 scenes, one take at a time. As the sound of the board hitting the wall came, Yang Jin got into the state almost instantly.
The movements, lines, and emotional transitions were all smooth and precise, bringing a temporary supporting role to life.
Mo Jia held up his phone, his eyes widening.
No way. When did this guy learn acting skills secretly?
The director was also stunned.
How can this be just the boss playing around?
This is clearly the end of a veteran actor, much better than some young actors. The whole scene took less than 10 minutes and was performed in 2 takes.
The whole performance went incredibly smoothly. As soon as it was over, the staff immediately handed out water and towels and praised us.
Mr. Yang, you act so well, it's a shame you're not an actor.
Ha, it's my first time acting, isn't it okay? Yang Jin wiped his sweat with a smile. First time?
The director was completely shocked.
This aura, this line delivery, you're telling me this is your first time? Yang Jin didn't say much, walked up to Mo Jia and raised his eyebrows. How about it? Are you shocked by my talent? Tell me the truth, when did you start learning acting behind my back? Mo Jia still couldn't believe it. Yang Jin patted his shoulder with a leisurely tone. Alas, if hard work is useful, what's the point of genius? Mo Jia's mouth twitched, and he was completely speechless. Call me dad and let me listen. I might consider teaching you a few moves. Yang Jin said angrily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Mission completed.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining acting mastery.
Host points +1, balance, 4. Yang Jin looked at the time and it was time to go to Dae Group. Director's side. Since Mr. Yang has already finished filming, what is the point of that crappy actor? You told me you weren't coming when filming started? You were making a fuss.
Hurry up and call the second male lead and tell him not to come.
Director, but he still has scenes in the next few scenes. Why not just replace him? He's not an important character. Chapter 59. I am not optimistic about the Jiang Group. Once again came to Dae Group.
But this time, Yang Jin's appearance was completely different. In the conference room, both sides of the long table were filled with board members, and the project leader Dang Shifei stood quietly beside them holding documents. As the largest shareholder of the group, Guo Qianqiu naturally took the lead and maintained a calm demeanor.
Yang Jin didn't care about the seating arrangement and just found an empty seat to sit down.
As soon as he sat down, warm greetings were heard all around, and even Guo Qianqiu nodded to him with a smile. The meeting started on time at 3:30.
Dang Shifei first gave a brief report on the bidding meeting in the morning.
When he mentioned several final candidate companies, the audience immediately started to discuss.
From the perspective of comprehensive strength, Jiang Group is indeed our best choice for cooperation.
But from another perspective, Yuqing Group's innovation capabilities and forward-looking layout are more in line with the development needs of smart cities. Although Tanyun technology is not as large as the first two, they have the most profound accumulation of relevant technologies. The directors expressed their opinions and argued endlessly. Guo Qianqiu remained calm as he listened to everyone's speeches. When the discussion died down, he turned his gaze to Yang Jin and asked, Director Yang, what are your opinions? Yang Jin smiled calmly, his voice clear and firm. Jiang is indeed the most powerful partner, but he is not irreplaceable. Smart city projects are long and involve a wide range of aspects. I believe the corporate culture and working style of our partners are equally crucial. The Jiang family has always had a tough style and rarely makes concessions on resource integration and profit distribution, which is not conducive to the long-term collaboration and innovative vitality of the project. He paused, looked around the room, and continued. On the other hand, Yuqing Group not only has a technical reserve that is highly compatible with the project, but its cooperation philosophy also better meets our needs. I suggest choosing Yuqing Group as your partner. After these words were spoken, the conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes wandered between Yang Jin and Guo Qianqiu. Guo Qianqiu tapped the table with his knuckles, pondered for a moment, and then decisively seconded the motion.
Director Yang is very thoughtful.
The alignment of corporate values and project vision is indeed more important than a simple competition of strength.
Since John's cooperative culture presents risks, we will choose Yuqing Group. Do you have any objections?
He wanted to be on good terms with Yang Jin, so naturally he had to speak up for Yang Jin. As for this cooperation, in fact, cooperating with any of these companies will not have much impact. Now that Yang Jin specifically asked to cooperate with Yuching Group, he would give Yang Jin a favor and choose to cooperate with Yuching Group. The shareholders were silent. Everyone knows that the combined shareholdings of Yang Jin and Gu Qianqiu already exceed half, so even if they have different opinions, it will be of no avail. Besides, what Yang Jin said makes sense. The meeting, which was originally expected to last an hour, ended in just 10 minutes. Gu Qianqiu turned to look at Dang Shifei, immediately advanced the cooperation agreement with Yuching.
Dang Shifei nodded and left quickly. As soon as he left the meeting room, Gu Qianqiu quickly caught up with Yang Jin. Brother Yang.
Yang Jin turned around when he heard the voice, his expression calm. Mr. Gu, what's the matter?
Gu Qianqiu laughed heartily. The last time I invited you, Brother Yang was busy. I wonder if you could do me the honor of having a simple meal with me tonight?
Yang Jin originally thought he was going to discuss some important business, but unexpectedly it was still a dinner invitation, so he raised the corner of his mouth and said, of course, no problem.
Ha ha ha, okay. The two chatted and laughed all the way as they entered Gu Qianqiu's office. As soon as the door closed, the noise from the outside world was instantly cut off.
Gu Qianqiu walked to the bar, pouring tea while casually asking, Brother Yang, I have something to ask you, but I'm not sure if I should ask you this.
Did you choose the Yu family because you have some history with the Jiang family?
Yang Jin took the teacup and nodded frankly without hiding anything. It's some old things. A hint of understanding flashed across Gu Qianqiu's eyes, and he smiled and said, no wonder. Yang Jin raised his glass and said, I would also like to thank Director Gu for his support for this resolution.
Gu Qianqiu waved his hand and smiled, why bother thanking me? It doesn't matter who we choose to cooperate with.
Besides, the Yu family is quite powerful, and their technological layout is in line with the future direction. If we cooperate with the Jiang family, we might be restrained by their power.
This is a good choice both publicly and privately.
Yang Jin understood that Gu Qianqiu's words were clearly a gesture of goodwill towards him.
During the conversation, Gu Qianqiu asked about Yang Jin's background and residence, and Yang Jin did not hide anything. With Gu Qianqiu's methods, this information could not be hidden from him.
When he heard that Yang Jin came from a village in another province, Gu Qianqiu raised his eyebrows slightly, and a trace of disbelief flashed across his eyes. He just thought it was an excuse for the other party not wanting to reveal his true identity. He chuckled and didn't delve into it. At this time, Gu Qianqiu suddenly changed the subject.
Brother Yang, there's an auction at the Jinling Auction Center next Friday at 8 p.m., are you interested in going with me? Auction? Yang Jin raised an eyebrow. He knew very little about it. What are they auctioning?
There's a wide variety of things.
Gu Qianqiu smiled, it happens every 3 months. I can't say for sure what's going on this time.
Upon hearing this, Yang Jin felt that this auction sounded quite casual, more like a pastime for rich kids to have fun in their spare time.
Gu Qianqiu seemed to see through his thoughts and said, this is a small private auction. The threshold is not high. It's for fun.
But he paused meaningfully and said, sometimes, you might actually stumble upon some good stuff. I heard that during the third session last year, a high-quality imitation of Wang Yongxi's original painting was sold for over 30 million yuan.
Yang Jin nodded and looked at his phone. Today was only Sunday, and there were still 5 days until next Friday.
I'm actually quite interested, he smiled slightly, if you have nothing to do, you can go and have a look. Ha ha ha, then it's a deal, Gu Qianqiu smiled, let's add each other's contact information so it will be convenient for us to keep in touch in the future.
Chang Group. Jiang Taigui was sitting behind his desk processing documents.
As a family business, the Jiang Group has complex internal connections, and many executives are relatives of his lineage. But Jiang Taigui was unwilling to delegate power, so almost all the company's affairs, big or small, had to be handled by him personally. Therefore, he hoped more than once that his son would do better and share his burden, but unfortunately. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the office door.
Come in. Jiang Taigui didn't even raise his head.
The assistant rushed in a panic.
What's wrong? Jiang Taigui said calmly, is that kid Tianming causing trouble outside again?
He was used to this kind of thing.
No. It's not Mr. Jiang, it's... The assistant swallowed. The assistant's Adam's apple rolled as he said, I just received news. The partner for Day Group has been confirmed. It's settled, just arrange the connection as soon as possible.
Jiang Taigui said as a matter of course, as if everything was under his control. However, the assistant froze in place, his lips trembling, unable to utter the next sentence.